I'd like to call to order our special city council meeting. The date is May 8th and the time is 6:05 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Ronnie Felder, Chairperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Chadwick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Spiritus,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
Acting City Clerk Deborah McCullen is present, City Attorney Don Wynn. Mr. Chair, you may proceed.
Thank you. And tonight we actually have a special guest. We're going to have a moment of silence followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our last fire chief, Mr. Reginald Duran. If you guys can give him a round of applause for joining us tonight. Our chief was serving for 5 years before he groomed our new fire chief, which is Chief Curd. But Chief Duran, thank you so much for joining us tonight on this momentous occasion, and we appreciate you being here tonight. We're going to have a moment of silence with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Chief.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Chief. Staff, board, do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
No, staff, Mr. Chair.
Disclosures from the board? Motion to adopt?
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Spiritus, Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
We have no consent agenda, so we're going to go straight into our awards and presentations. Madam Clerk, 6A.
Awards and presentations. Item 6A, presentations by A&F Group, Inc., Core Construction Services of Florida, LLC, Kaufman Lynn Construction, Inc.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'll ask for the Assistant City Manager, Ms. Deirdre Jacobs, to introduce the item and the corresponding speakers with regards to the discussion that will be had and the procedural elements of this evening's presentations. Ms. Jacobs?
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Good evening, Chair Lawson, other council persons in your respective places, City Manager Evans, Mrs. Wynn, and Mrs. Hall. For the record, my name is Deirdre Jacobs, and I'm the Assistant City Manager here with the City of Riviera Beach. This evening, you'll be receiving presentations from 6 different firms that submitted RFQs for solicitations for both the police department's complex as well as the fire department's complex. As a part of the presentation, Tanisha Boynton, our Senior Procurement Specialist, along with Mr. Joe Goldstein, our outside legal counsel, will provide information to you with regards to the procurement process, how it started from beginning to end, up until the selection process with regards to the review and evaluation committee members and their scoring of those certain solicitations. Mr. Goldstein will then follow with the methodology that you will be asked to utilize in order to rank the presentations. We're not asking that you score them, but to rank them. The format that we're using is similar to the one that we use for the water treatment plant operations. Following those presentations that will be had once staff speaks and Mr. Goldstein speaks, there will also be a part wherein there are certain resolutions that are attached to these particular items, wherein the resolutions what they'll do is they'll terminate the code of silence. They will allow us or you to select a vendor or a firm in order to perform the certain activities. And they will also, the second resolution will authorize the city manager to issue a work order and to provide for him executing an interim agreement for us to begin the design process and to allocate funds for the particular process. So with that said, I'm going to pass the, to Mike to Mrs. Boynton, who will explain the process that was used, the solicitation process in particular, in order to get to where we are today with these vendors.
Chair,
Vice Chair, go ahead.
thank you. Ms. Jacobs, are you reading from a script?
No, just my notes.
Okay, so I guess you went very quickly, and I want to make sure I understand. So the authorization of the resolution that's, I guess, proposed further in the agenda would then close the cone of silence? Is that what I heard?
Yes, it does.
So then, at what point does the negotiations begin to occur?
So negotiations will begin to occur immediately after you allow the city manager, for the second there's a second resolution as well that allows the city manager to go ahead and move forth with executing an interim agreement so that negotiations can start.
Okay, so is this this seems to be a very much a deviation from the last solicitation we did, which was late last year, where staff, seemingly we had one respondent, and because there was no negotiation, we were still bound by the code of silence while negotiations was going on. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this, because clearly this is a huge deviation, and when you stated that, that's what caught my attention. So is it correct, and if you don't know the answer, I would much rather staff takes the opportunity to be precise and thorough in this, because I don't want to spoil this. And members, does this sound familiar? Because I know certainly, Mr. Mayor, we were involved in this conversation because staff can unilaterally terminate negotiations, which for us, that allowed us to then have the ability to have conversations with the prospective respondent. However, that's not the process that I just heard described here today. But if you guys want to caucus on it and try to figure out what's the most appropriate way, I would much rather that than for one to get ahead of themselves or may not be 100% accurate. That's my first question, and I don't want to put them in the bind to try to answer this on the, off the hip. But I do have some other questions.
Yes, sir.
So do you mind?
Ms. Jacobs?
I'm sorry. I can, from my understanding, and speaking with procurement staff, it does, the cone of silence does end upon the award of the selection of the firm and the contract being executed by City Manager Evans.
Okay, that's two different things. Awarding of the firm and execution of the contract by Mr. Evans. Which contract are we talking about? The negotiated contract? Are we talking about just awarding the firm? We want to be clear with the cone of silence. So let's take some time to just get an accurate answer, and then we can come back to that.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Boynton?
Mr. Chair, I had other questions.
For Deidre?
So
For Ms. Jacobs? I'm sorry.
well, I'm sorry, Ms. Boynton is about to explain the
She's-
procurement
yes, sir.
process? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Boynton.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Chair, Council. We went through a request for qualification solicitation process. Each firm or potential respondents were responsible for completing and submitting proposals related to the requirements dictated in the solicitation statement of qualifications content. Once the key areas of the table of contents, or we would call it the statement of qualification content format, was that for them to address their executive summary, the vendor information questionnaire, the respondent's proposal, respondent's design build experience, their organizational plan and project approach, as well as providing information as it pertains to their personnel. They were also supposed to provide information relative to consultant services and also provide information related to their financial capacity and capabilities. Each firm provided the required information related to their content in their submittals. The evaluation criteria for this process was focused on their prior development experience. And right now I'm going over what we required them for the police department, because For the fire station, there was an additional requirement that they had to address. So in relation to the police station, the evaluation criteria consisted of prior development experience with projects of similar scope, size, scale, experience with environmental sustainability, design build projects, organizational plan and approach, their capability, capacity, financial capacity, and past experience, equal business opportunity, commercial non-discrimination, and they were required to submit 5 references. They were also required to fill out a vendor questionnaire and provide a team profile. They were also required to submit the attachment A, which consists of the procurement and required forms, standardized forms that we receive with each solicitation. Once those proposals were received, an evaluation committee was selected, and they participated in the evaluation process where their purpose, the main goal of that team, was to come up with a short list. Based on the scores and the ranking, the 3 top firms were selected to participate in presentations before City Council. The goal and the hope, I guess, is to, once the presentations are completed, then City Council will evaluate them, go through the presentation process, and then rank the firms from 1 to 3, and the firm ranked number 1 would be selected to move forward in the procurement process, which would be the firm that could potentially be awarded the contract, and the city would enter into the interim agreement with.
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
I guess this is for procurement. Can you tell me why we went with a design-build procedure rather than the traditional procedure of doing an RFQ and hiring an architect engineer and putting it out to bid and knowing what the number is?
I honestly do not make that decision. We lean towards the city engineer to assist with the development of such projects. So it was presented as a possible design build, and that was the process that we decided to move forward with in the solicitation process. And due to CCNA and our ability to move forward under that to proceed with this type of project.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
Okay, I have a little problem with that. If we look at the firehouse right now, 88 and 87, 87 is costing more money than 88, and it's a smaller building. It's going to cost about $3 million more, and it's smaller. When you use a traditional method, you know exactly what you're getting when you get a bid. You can put in alternates and deducts when you do a bid like that. I think this was, excuse the expression, wrong-headed. This is why we have the situation we have right now with the water plant, where it went from 100 million to 200 million to 300 million, and we have no idea when it's going to stop. I think that the city would be better off, and so will the taxpayers, if we go back to the traditional method and know exactly what it is that we're approving money-wise, and we know exactly what we're getting square footage-wise and mechanically and et cetera, in construction. I think this is just like an open door for negotiations throughout the development process. We don't know really what this is going to end up being if we want to get what we want to get. We know that they can build it for $20 million, but the question is, what are you going to get for the $20 million? So I think that, I don't know if it's too late to change that now, obviously it is, but I think in the future, the city must go back to the traditional bidding process that 99% of the municipalities use in this country.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
With respect to the design build, process. It is a very common process that is utilized throughout all municipalities. And quite frankly, in the past, as an agency, we've had a tendency to design a lot of things but never invariably build them. We've spent $1 million on plans for the police department some time ago, and that never facilitated. We also designed Fire Station 88, and that never materialized. We believe that the design build component allows for us to move this project substantially quicker. In addition to, we do cost estimations as it relates to the cost of construction, so our numbers are pretty accurate with respect to how much we know the facilities will cost. And so this is the most expeditious way that staff feels to move forward. The other side of it is, quite frankly, sometimes you have architects, and I apologize for the architects in the room, that invariably when they're not talking with the developer or the builder, that there's things that you cannot build or cannot be constructed, or there's cost associated with that may be outside the overall scope. But certainly, if it's the board's pleasure in subsequent construction projects, we can look at that, but that does delay the project significantly, and that's why we've been able to effectively move forward with 2 fire stations in under 3 years.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
Well, clearly, we're going to have a problem with the water plant right now with respect to the design build, because we really don't know the number and we don't know what we're going to be bonding. Same thing here. You're going to take the same amount of time doing design right now. I don't see how you're saving any time. It's going to take the same 6 months to design this building right now as it would if you would have hired an architect and engineer. You would go through the exact same process that you're going through right now. You're not cutting any time. You're just knowing exactly what it's going to cost and what you're going to get before you approve the project. And I think that's very, very important that we be transparent to the taxpayers and we be transparent to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spears. Councilman McCoy, you said you had a few questions? Vice
Yeah,
Chair?
but I think somebody's getting saving grace because I'm locked out of my computer and I had a whole bunch of questions. But I'm gonna go for what I do recall. Number one, in terms of the fire station, and it would have been really great if I could have this. Mr. Evans, are you working on IT for me? So one of the items that I noticed, and I'm not sure who this is directed to, perhaps even you, Ms. Nguyen, and whoever the person is that made the decision that Ms. Boynton couldn't speak of, specifically, what was the rational basis to join the fire station 86 with the water utility plant? Now, I did take the opportunity to look on the property appraiser's records. The water tank is clearly owned by the utility district. Utility district is not up here right now. Utility district is a board and a body, a special taxing district set up under the statutes of the state of Florida. While they may be a dependent district, we can't make decisions for them. In fact, on my flash drive here, and again, I'm locked out of my computer, I had the utility district's charter that specifically provides that a resolution when it comes to construction, or the board may adopt a resolution when it comes to the construction of facilities. So I'm not sure how we can authorize a fire station and a water treatment plant, because I just so happen to serve on the utility district board, and I don't never recall us authorizing a joint solicitation of such. And number one is, I don't like the fact that we now get to do what we did in '88. We put something out there, and then now we have to now deviate. Originally, members, if you recall, it was a design build finance, and then after we were able to get pretty lucrative and competitive bond rates, we decided to remove the finance portion. Now, compared to '86 situation, I'm not exactly sure how, but under no authority that I could see, that the city council can obligate the utility district. Now, there is a user services agreement, but until the board expressly authorized the construction of a water tower or water storage plant, I think this is very much premature. Now, granted, and I think the benefit is no one actually gave us proposals. What we did see was qualifications. And I stand prepared to look at qualifications based on the fire station. In fact, again, on my computer, I looked at the document very intently, about 86 pages, and the only time that there was a reference to the utility district was in the beginning, where it laid out the address of 5010 and 5020 North Ocean, and then a statement further down that said the utility district desires. Well, we are the utility district, but I don't think we've ever authorized that. And this seems like deja vu because, members, if you recall last year during the preliminary stages of 87, there was an item that was brought before the city council which authorized an expenditure by the utility special district. And I brought it to the board members' attention as well as staff that until the utility district actually acts and make a formal motion or resolution of the fact of the sort, then you can't really authorize the utility district to do anything. So that's where I'm at now. And I don't particularly well, in fact, it's not whether I don't think you're permitted to do it until there's a resolution that authorized by the board. I did have the charter up. Ms. Nguyen, if you could perhaps look at this, and I specifically was hoping that these issues would be resolved. So, you know, I'm not of the impression that I'm particularly in favor of making the decision for the utility district tonight. If anything, the resolution that's brought before us calls out, even improperly, that we can do such a thing. And again, that's why I would ask Ms. Nguyen for your attention on this, because specifically, we haven't authorized this as the utility district, not expressly and certainly not implied. That's my question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Evans or Attorney Nguyen, are we going to have a response to Councilman McCoy's concern?
Yes, Mr. Chair. With regards to the selection of the location for the fire station and the copious conversations that we've had with the board over the years, it was identified by the City Council that the fire station would be located in an existing location where it's been there since 1970-odd. The reason that the relationship with the district is so important in this particular construction, it contemplates the relocation of the water tank, and any corresponding resolutions or actions that would have to be executed by the utility district will come back before the utility district at the time in which this item then moves further on in the process. At no time was any issues as it relates to conflicts or concerns were ever raised to administration or to staff with respect to those particular issues, but we will resolve and make sure that those issues are cured accordingly, because in order to effectively facilitate the construction of a fire station on Singer Island, we did go through the process to look at alternative sites. That was met with opposition, and so we then identified that site as its location for the reconstruction of that by effectively proposing to relocate and reconstruct the water tank for the purposes of facilitating the construction. So obviously, if there's any issues, we will cure whatever those issues are, the concerns are, as we move through the process.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Pro Tem McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Evans, that's presuming, and your statement makes the assumption that it will get passed over at the utility district. And perhaps it may have and could have gotten raised with staff. I don't understand, and again, I apologize because I don't have the document in front of me. It's on my computer, but for these solicitations to be issued back in October, November, and evaluations committee met in January, I look back, those folks had at least, or just about 2 weeks. We had about today would be the 4th business day. So I'm not sure at what point we could have raised this issue, because certainly we have not ever had the opportunity to talk about this since this has been out on the streets. So staff took it among themselves to put us, you know, in this posture. But, you know, certainly when I noticed it, it's like, you know, I spent over an hour speaking to Mr. Goldstein about a number of different discrepancies that I've seen in the solicitation. Additionally, Mr. Chair, if I can deviate to the other item regarding the police station, and I want to recall what it is. So in terms of the police station, I was told that there were 6 respondents. And again, I don't have my evaluation criteria, so bear with me if I'm not being precise. But there is language in here in the solicitation regarding the police that the manager in the evaluation committee has the ability to shortlist and bring to the council. I'm told, well, I know that we had 3 firms, and I did review it, and again, it's on my computer, and I did look at them, but originally we had 6 firms. Why were they narrowed down to 3, Ms. Boynton? And then I reserve for a follow-up.
Ms. Boynton, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What happened was, each firm was scored by the selected evaluation committee members. The goal was to, select the top 3 firms to move forward in the process. The other firms, if you give me one moment, I can tell you.
I'll pause you right there. Thank you. You said the goal was to narrow
But the
it.
intent was to, move forward with the top 3 firms in the process.
At what point was that goal established? Because that's not listed in the solicitation. It said that there would be a short list, but it never identified or specified how many firms. You don't have to answer. Who selected these members of the evaluation committee? Because from what I've seen people on there that I believe personally, number one, aren't qualified to be able to determine whether or not a firm is qualified to build a police station. Number one, particularly, you had a person that was on there that actually advocated and took a specific position in terms of the passage of bonds. How is that not a conflict? Now, I got 6 firms now has been narrowed down to 3, and I know specifically one firm, one individual on that evaluation committee has very much been a public political advocate in terms of supporting this bond initiative to finance this. And I don't know how they cannot have any impairment when it comes to selecting this. So these are questions that somebody's going to have to be able to come up with today, because there's no way that you can have one person that's out publicly advocating on social media commercials and out in the community, and then also serving as an evaluation committee that now has just seemingly disqualified, well, not disqualified, but eliminated 3 firms.
Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
I have more, but I wish I can get into my computer.
And just for clarity, Pro Temp, I think that it was 2 firms, because we had 5 responding bidders on the police side, from what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So it was two
two.
were eliminated, and to that point, I do see the criteria that we're looking at, and so it's 2 firms that were eliminated based upon the shortlisting process. Mr. Evans, you want to respond?
Yes, Mr. Chair. With respect to who served on the firms, usually it's a decision that I make, and as it relates to the names, I do ask some of the sponsoring departments to provide me with names of persons that they would like to serve on that particular committee, from the perspective to make sure that they have persons in there that effectively understand what's being discussed. Nonetheless, the reason that we brought the items before the board ultimately to go through the presentations today and to ultimately rank the top 3 or the top firm for both the police and fire station was for the purposes of the board, and the board has consistently raised the question as to when do we get to effectively make the decision. And so we didn't want the credentials or the experience or the wherewithal of committee members being called into question, and we wanted to have a situation where they assisted in shortlisting the top firms, and then the top firms invariably make its way to the city council for consideration. So that particular process is where we are today, where effectively you, the board, will hopefully get the opportunity to hear from 6 different companies with 6 different perspectives to facilitate the construction of both a municipal police station and a municipal fire station. So that's how we got to that particular point. I think the individual that was called into question is the chief asked, and he wanted somebody that was a representative of the community to serve on that particular committee, and so that was the intent behind that. Also, Mr. Goldstein did provide for training for those individuals that served on those committees prior to sitting for the evaluation committees. And I do believe that when the commercials or what have you came out, I think that that committee had already ceased their meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And while we're waiting on Pro Temp to return, the audio seems to be down online, the YouTube. I'm getting a lot of calls, a lot of responses, a lot of people trying to tune in tonight. So if we could have Walter or whoever's working on that now, just to get this back up and running as quickly as possible.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Is Pro Tem McCoy finished?
He's setting up his computer now, so once
Okay.
he's back up and running, I'm sure he'll have the follow-up. Go ahead,
thank
Dr. Spiritus.
I would just like to ask a question to the city manager. I assume you would be the one that would know this. Did we have an independent engineering cost estimate done on these projects?
We didn't have a independent cost estimate from a third party, but we utilized information that was available to us as it relates to construction costs. And so we were very confident to be able to derive at the numbers that we have for both the police and fire station as we are in the construction space at this current moment.
Okay, and I just want to add that one of the reasons that you do go to traditional is it's more competitive and you get better pricing when you do that usually. And municipalities usually go to design build when they don't have the ability to finance a project and they need the contractor to do the financing for them. But we're not in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spiritus. Additional questions from the board?
Yes, so I guess, and pardon me, I did have a alternate computer here, but most of my information is contained here. But Mr. Evans, so I don't know if you addressed the question of impairment with the elimination of two firms by one particular evaluator. Those scores were not provided, or those rankings were not provided to us. So I don't know what the results of that was.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
The scores from the selection committee were provided pursuant to a public records request. The reason that we did not provide for the scores to be published in the agenda packet is we wanted the board to be able to not be swayed by any of the scores by persons on the evaluation committee. Look at the contents in the request for qualifications as well as hear the verbal presentations and come to the conclusion as to who the #1 ranked firm is. And so that's why that information was not provided, but it since has been provided to the city council.
Oh,
Go ahead.
provided in what fashion?
In a form of an email.
The evaluations for the police and fire?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Go ahead.
Yes, for both police and fire.
And that came when?
I have to get into my email, but later on this afternoon or this evening.
But that's the very reason that I'm speaking of. I mean, so we don't be swayed. Apparently there is, I mean, you're giving us a list that already contains eliminated firms. So truly, right, if it was the intent of the city, meaning administration, you know, I would have loved to have the opportunity to look at everyone, because all we're asking for is qualifications. And I did take a look at some of those names of the persons that's on there. I did see, I believe the gentleman was the deputy or assistant chief in Boynton Beach. I seen Ms. Reynolds, who I hold in high regard in her position in finance. I seen Sergeant Harrison, who's in our police department. But, you know, I would beg the question of, tell me what kind of financial statement analysis experience they have to be able to tell the financial capability of an organization. I mean, and again, I don't know these folks, but that's why I would have loved to have all of the proposals provided to us. Because ultimately, you have two firms that will never, ever get an opportunity to be able to assign a score to. And I know specifically after seeing the list that, I mean, I'm watching someone on a commercial advocating for a bond. So I can tell you right now, you're talking about swayed. This is already a process that becomes to be, you know, in my opinion, not a fair and equitable process.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
The board has clearly articulated some of the challenges associated with municipal procurement. This happens in every community. There's only 2 contracts that are going to be provided. There's 6 teams that are in here that are going to be vying for the opportunity to do business with the city of Riviera Beach. So invariably, there are going to be persons that are left out. And so we try to, based on the conversations and the discussions the board has had, to bring it to a point where you, as the policymakers, invariably have an opportunity to bring to where you find one. Because my concern is if we would have brought the board 6, then invariably the other remark would have been, well, why didn't we shortlist it to 3? And so we shortlisted it to 3 on both sides from the purposes we thought that that is an appropriate number for you to be able to facilitate the discussion. I would believe that after procurement reviews the packets, that all these companies are considered responsive and responsible, and they can all do the work. It's just that who do you feel more comfortable consummating a relationship with for the purposes of building 2 critical facilities here in the city of Riviera Beach. And so it is a tough process. It's not a perfect process, but it's a process that we've got it to this point, and now we're asking for direction from the board as to how facilitate effectively moving forward with these capital construction projects that basically both these operations are in leased space or going to be in leased space because our existing infrastructure is woefully inadequate.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. If we want to continue with the presentation, Mr. Evans.
Ms. Jacobs, I'll turn the presentation back over to you, Ms. Boynton.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. At this time, Mr. Goldstein, if you could share with the board the methodology that will be used in order to rank the submittals.
Sure,
Thank
thank you, Chair and council persons. Good evening. My name is Joe Goldstein. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Schutz and Bowen, and honored to be your special counsel to help you with these two procurements. Under the request for qualifications process, the city had two paths to go through. The first, of course, was scoring by the evaluation committee, which was done. As Mr. Evans said, they were trained and subject to the city's traditional conflict of interest forms. And under the solicitation document, it advised all participating vendors that up to 3 of them could be shortlisted by the city manager and then brought before you all to serve as the awarding authority. And that's what the city manager has done today. So for each of these 2 requests for qualifications, you will be the selection committee, in essence, in determining who an award is that will be in the best interest of the city. So I want to talk to you a little bit about how you should come about fulfilling that obligation. First is, I believe staff has provided to you a copy of the request for qualifications, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. My understanding is that you've received each of the shortlisted vendors' statement of qualifications, or SOQ. You've also received a staff summary matrix for the shortlisted vendors, which essentially went into the detailed statement of qualifications of each of the shortlisted vendors and summarized them according to the evaluation criteria. So that's another document that's been provided to you in your backup material. The purpose for this evening is to give those 3 shortlisted vendors an opportunity to make a brief oral presentation. And then the council members, as a selection authority, to have a brief question and answer session. Your guiding principle tonight is to determine which of those 3 shortlisted vendors an award to is in the city's best interest. In making that determination, you should be based your decision on the written submission and the oral presentations. And you should be making your decision based on the evaluation criteria that is in the request for qualifications. And I believe you all have an excerpt of the pages of the evaluation criteria. And those are the same criteria that they use for shortlisting, except those evaluation committee members actually scored that based on the relative weight in there. You should take those evaluation criteria, considering the relative weight of them as they were contained in the statement of qualifications, based on your independent review of the qualifications in writing, and based on their oral presentations. And based on those 2 things, make an independent decision as to who is ranked number 1, who is ranked number 2, and who is ranked number 3. And then after you do that, staff will then average your scores, and the vendor with the lowest score will be the highest ranked vendor for you to move forward with should someone make a motion to do that. I wanted to remind you and the participants tonight that the oral presentations are not, the purpose of the oral presentations is to explain or clarify or highlight the existing materials that they included in their statement of qualifications. This is not a negotiation session. It's not a time for the vendors to give you additional information that they did not present in writing. It's a time to explain, elaborate, clarify, or highlight. So in short, again, based on the written submissions, based on the staff summaries that have been provided to you, based on the oral presentations, using the evaluation criteria, that should be the prism that you weigh this all through and then come up with your rankings 1, 2, and 3 in each respective procurement. And I think that's your job for this evening. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try and answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Goldstein. Question from the board.
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Ms. Goldstein, after a decision is made, the city manager is going to have the authority to negotiate a contract and execute a contract without the city council approving that?
That would be based on whatever the city council directs in the motion or in the resolution to approve. I believe in reading the draft of the resolution, that's how it was drafted. But yeah, certainly the city council's prerogative, if they don't believe and you want it to come back to you. I believe because these, from listening to some of the conversations with staff, because these buildings have been built, police and fire station, and the staff have experience in that, and to move this process along, that's my understanding of what the manager's office felt was in the city's best interest. But ultimately, what the resolution says or what the motion is to move forward, that would be based on, the city council has independent decision-making on that, of course.
Thank you.
Right, I understand what you're saying. Well, Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Right, I understand what you're saying, but there's going to be a lot of items included in that contract that's going to weigh heavily on the taxpayer and on what the result is going to be, the final result of what the building is going to be, both of these buildings. I think it's very important that the city council review that document, that contract, prior to it being executed. You know, in a traditional method of bidding, that would not be necessary. But because this is such an open-ended process, I think it's important that the city council see the contract before it gets executed.
And I think that is, certainly the council's right. And I just wanted to point out, I was not involved necessarily in the structuring this procurement, but I would like to congratulate your staff in selecting a progressive design build method. It's used all the time in the private field. So the first negotiation will really just be for the initial stages for design documents. And so it'll be a much more manageable function before you. And then there will be a second negotiation, which is how much is it going to cost based on those documents. So by selecting the progressive design build method as opposed to just your traditional one step, this is not to exceed and you don't even know what the design is, so how can they give you a price for it yet? So at least to the extent that you do have a concern about the method, by making it a progressive design build, I think it should ameliorate some of your concerns. And again, whether it comes back to the council or not, I think that's just a matter of revising the resolution that staff has drafted for you.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
Yes, the interim agreement is what's being asked for to enter into this evening. And then the comprehensive agreement, invariably that will come back before the board for ratification. So that's how we've done it with our other capital projects, so that the more substantive items will come back before the board for discussion and ultimately ratification.
Thank
Mr. Lawson.
Ms. Jacobs, go
Sure,
ahead.
thank you. Mr. Evans, do you want to mention the maximum dollar amounts for the interim agreement as well?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
With regards to the fire station, it is $2.5 million, and the police station, it's $3.5 million, which constitutes 10% of what the capital cost is for those respective stations. So that's consistent with industry standards and norms as it relates to design and engineering for construction facilities.
Any questions from the board? Okay. Mr. Evans, I believe we're going to go into the selection of the order for the presentations now. We're going to go ahead and just do police selection and fire selection so we can have the orders for both. And then we do have some special guests. If you want to, the process, Mr. Goldstein, you've already outlined how we're going to select our teams. I don't know if we were clear about how the teams are going to be selected tonight.
If I can elaborate just again, you'll listen to the oral presentations.
No, I'm sorry. What order is the oral presentations going to be given in?
Oh, I don't.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, sorry.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, with respect to how the presentations will be structured this evening, we do have some individuals that have served, whether it's in the police department or fire department, that we are going to ask to come up, and so if I can have my police chief as well as our deputy police chief as well as our chief of fire come up, and also our invited guests. And so what we will do is we're going to put their names in a hat, and invariably the selection of the first team will come up, and then the subsequent teams will be, the order of presentation will be randomly selected. So the teams today do not know invariably who's going to be the first team to present, so we'll have staff go ahead and have our retirees come on up. So, Chief Curd?
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
I hate to go back, but I just want to go back to what Ms. Jacobs said. You gave us a maximum and the city manager on the design cost, and you said 10%. Is that going to change? Is that a capped number, or is that going to change as the value of the building goes up?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans?
That's a cap number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chief Curd?
And then, Mr. Chair, if we, as we switch between presentations or presenters, if we can allow for 2 minutes to be able to have the presentations displayed on the screen.
Councilman Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Evans, so I guess I'm back with Mr. Spiritus. I mean, if we're talking about 10%, why not just name 10% instead of an actual dollar amount? I would hope that someone can come in and say that they can get us a fire station for $2 million, but, you know, I know that's not true, but, like, realistically, I mean, I'm not about to, this sounds absurd to sit here and suggest that we're going to, right off the bat, give you a dollar amount of $2.5 million of a change order authority when this can actually come in at 15 million, 17 million. Why not just leave it at the percentage?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Absolutely. I mean, because, I mean, if we get a $18 million facility, then there's a massive change. I mean, that doesn't make sense. That's what we should be talking about. And if that's the industry standard, let's just leave it at a percentage amount as opposed to a specific dollar amount. That doesn't make sense. And then the very fundamental reason is we don't even know what the price is. And you know what, Mr. Spiritus, I think you're absolutely right. This is why we don't go this route. Because everybody's proposal, they know our budget, and they're going to back in until the maximum amount that we've already allocated and we've asked our voters to approve by bonds. So this is definitely the wrong way to be proceeding. I mean, you made a very great point. Now, to sit here and blindly give the manager $2.5 million for the fire station change order authority, and then 3.5 seems to me that developers are looking to back right into that number. And that's without even having designs. And matter of fact, I guess, so at what point does the design specs get created? Because I know when we did 88, those were out front. That's what the basis of the solicitation for 88 was, because the design specs was clearly laid out in there. So when do we lay out the design specifications? Do we have our city engineer here?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Dennis, go ahead.
I believe he is present.
I mean, am I wrong? Because I know specifically we talked about this when it came to Fire Station 88, that design specifications were clearly laid out in the solicitation. So if we don't have design specifications laid out now, you can be guaranteed that every dime of that $25 million bond issuance that we're going to issue is going to be spent. And the same can be said for police. This is a terrible process, and I would even ask that we defer on having our former service members even pull a name out the hat, because I'm inclined to even back out of this whole entire design build process and go to a different alternate, because this doesn't make logical sense. I yield, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey,
Yes, Chair, the question?
I believe that Councilman McCoy, Vice Chair, Pro Temp, you had a question for our city engineer?
Yes, sir, Mr. Bailey. So at what point does the design specifications get created? I mean, they're going to just go out and create something willy-nilly, or they're going to have some sort of parameters in which the city is seeking for Fire Station 86 and for our police station? Because I know I've seen something very, I guess, surprising, and it's not a bad thing, that I've seen on one of the proposals for one of the respondents for the police, they had a shooting range. So what are the design specifications, and when does that get presented? Because clearly, someone can always create a project that will take us exactly to the amount that we've issued for ad valorem tax revenue bonds.
So the process would be, if a vendor is approved tonight and the resolutions pass, beginning tomorrow, negotiations on the very specifics and particulars of the design contract would move forward. All the subcontractors, architects, other engineers, planners, landscape architects would be engaged fully. They would develop their cost profile, and then they would come back to the city staff with what their proposed design budget would be. The resolutions before you give the city manager the authority to issue a purchase order to start the design up to a maximum of the dollar limits that are in those resolutions. Once the purchase order is initiated, meetings will happen, the scope will be more clearly defined, and the full design process will start in earnest. Site plans will be created, submitted through the Development Services site plan process. Full construction plans will be developed. Multiple GMPs will be provided to the city staff, and then the comprehensive agreement will be developed with all the terms, conditions, and a final GMP, which would then come back to the council. This is the process that we followed on 88, 87, and I believe exactly on the Utility Special District. So this is how we have been doing large-scale projects over the last 3 years here in the city.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
And I think you made the case. In fact, I've seen it in the Palm Beach Post article, specifically about the amount of money that we're spending on public facilities. And that's my concern. Just because, we have it doesn't mean we need to necessarily obligate it. And I'm concerned, Mr. Bailey, if this design build proposal or this route, is the most cost-effective and serves the purpose of providing safety facilities for our first responders, as well as, being conscientious of what we currently have to now pass on to the taxpayers. I guess that's a statement. I just don't believe that this is the route. If we're going to sit here and tell them design to $25 million, I mean, do we really have an expectation that this is going to be any less?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Stebbins, go ahead.
The intent is to design to what the needs of the respective departments have. When we did go out to, and Mr. Bailey can provide a little bit more specificities of the work that got us to the numbers that and how we got to the numbers of these particular facilities, but it was a pretty exhaustive process. Mr. Bailey, if you can kind of walk through how we got to the numbers for both.
And before he does, what are the needs? That's why I asked when are the specifications going to come. And it seems like we're working backwards here.
Well, I think you're using the term specifications. Specifications for construction are how to make the walls stand up, what color paint, what style of paint, how many mils and thickness of the paint. The program, an architectural term, is how many square feet you need, 1-story or 2-story, which department or division will be next to another division, where the stairwell goes. So the question of program is a effort that has been done with the staff, myself, the manager, these departments meeting on what are their needs. Both police and fire have visited other facilities recently constructed in our community to learn best management practices, look at the scope and scale of other police departments, how large are they, what functions they have, do they have code enforcement inside of the police, is it external, do they have dispatch, or is it county? All of that research has been done over the last 18 months to get us to this point of clarity of our expectation of what both departments need. Then that is translated into a budget provided to finance, and that is what allowed us to go forward with a not-to-exceed number in the way of the bond issuance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on, Dr. Spiritus. Councilman McCoy, are you done?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Mr. Evans, is there going to be an independent, in all due respect to our in-house engineers, is there going to be an independent firm that's going to do value engineering on this? That's going to make sure that these prices that we're getting are accurate and not being backed into a number?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans?
Yes, both projects will have owner's reps. So owner's reps will operate in our interest to ensure that we are getting the best value and the best construction methodologies for these two facilities.
Mr. Chair,
Mayor, go ahead.
could I, Mr. Bailey, come back up? I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So you guys have did a research. What's the average cost for police and fire in Palm Beach County stations?
I believe the last station we have data on is Highland Beach, and they're at $1,100 a square foot. I believe they just opened that station some weeks ago, within weeks? 2 or 3 weeks ago, Highland Beach opened its new fire station at $1,100 a square foot. Our current construction on 88 was about $650, and I think we were just under $700 a square foot on 87.
Give me the total cost, Mr. Bailey. What was the final cost?
See, the final cost is difficult because it's not apples to apples. It depends on the square footage, and they're not the same. But I
Okay,
believe Fire Station 88 is 31,000 square feet at about $650 a square foot, and I think we got out the door for 18.5 was the last number. And demo of the existing 87 plus 87 is a very bad example because the EOC has an entirely different cost profile than any normal office. And when it's done, you'll see the amount of technology and other elements to fund and operate an EOC. It's not apples to apples. It's not just regular space. But I believe we're at $20 million for Fire Station 87 and the Emergency Operations Center that sits on the second floor.
You said the last fire station was where? Highland Beach?
Highland Beach.
What did that cost? What was the final cost?
I want to say, I believe their final cost was 13, 14 million?
13, 14 million.
Yes, for the service area that they have and the size station that they built.
Is that like the average cost in Palm Beach County for fire stations right now?
Not right now, no.
What's the average?
The last 3 stations I was able to get data on that are currently being constructed by Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. One station has come in at $18 million. The next one is at 50% design, and they're anticipating it to be $19 million. And the third has yet to go before design. And please also keep in mind, we just reference them as fire stations. Fire Station 88 is also our administrative headquarters. And you have Fire Station 87 that will also serve as an EOC. So they're not just simply fire stations. There's a little more to it than that. But we can see what's happened post-COVID. The numbers have absolutely grown exponentially for municipal facilities.
And so we're saying for Singer Island, this fire station is going to be $25 million?
No, sir. We're anticipating about $17 million for the fire station, about $5 to $6 million for the water tank demolition. Understand there's also a wetland surrounding it, and we've got to bring that whole site up about 4 feet. So the sheet pile wall and the fill is going to be another few $1 million. The anticipated not to exceed price of $25 million actually encompasses all 5 fundamental elements to fulfill that project.
Right, so it'll be $25 million.
Up to $25 million.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
I think we should note that the Singer Island Firehouse is a 2-bay firehouse as compared to the 4-bay firehouses in 87 and 88.
Thank you, Dr. Spears. Board, do we have any additional questions, concerns, or unreadiness? Before we go forward, we do have a couple of resolutions. We can continue to further our conversation. I know, colleague Pro Temp, you had concern about possibly moving forward with the process. Are we comfortable moving forward? Did you want to put a motion on the table, or should we go forward with the selection?
Yes, I want to ask additional questions. What are our options at this point in terms of scrapping design, build, finance, and going out and facilitating the project management of this using a consultant?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
We would have to restart the process to effectively, move forward and provide the programming. So it is just a matter of the board saying that they wish to decline this process, and then staff would have to convene to map out what the next step in the process is to secure architectural engineering services to develop the specs and then put it out to bid for a hard bid and then look to come back before the board. I don't have a specific timeline as to how long that particular process would take.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
If I can.
Pro Tem, go ahead.
So, I guess it's very important to consider, and I know we have all these fine men and women that have done a lot of great work on their statement of qualifications. However, considering where we are with the cost of 88, 87, and then now being contemplated at close to $300 million just for a water treatment plant outside of the distribution, are we going to sit here and now commit another 55 million, 60 million bucks into a project, into actually two projects that we could very much value engineer in-house and likely save it? Because at some point, right, the bill is going to come due on this, and these are the prices today, and we know how much that have changed just since COVID. So I'm not sure that I really like the fact that we're going to just give a maximum amount here and then allow them to build to it. Mr. Spirit has brought up a great point. In fact, 88 used to be a two-bay when it was at the site of where the current urban farm is. 87 was, I believe, always a three-bay, but now, seemingly, I hope that's not the standard to now go 4 bays for every facility. I don't even see how that's possible on Singer Island. When I looked at the footprint, it definitely doesn't seem like it can accommodate that, but I don't want to build a facility solely for the purposes of trying to build out whatever that bond amount is that we've issued, and that seems the way this process is going, and I would be the first to support us scrapping this process and going back to us project managing the process ourselves.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Stebbins, go ahead.
With respect to what the board is considering, you have 6 firms that are in the room that specialize in this particular field of expertise, and I think it would be appropriate for the board to effectively hear from them as it relates to if there's questions concerning constructability, construction cost, time, speed. That's the business in which that they're effectively in. The one thing I do want to communicate to the board is that every month that goes by, the costs for these facilities go up exponentially. In addition to, we are spending over $350,000 a month or a year as it relates to leasing space just for our police station, let alone we're going to be leasing space for the fire station to relocate them out of Fire Station 86. We have issues as it relates to potential conflicts with officers and members of the public as it relates to their ability to have secure and safe spaces where they are in an office building. So any delays will consistently cost the city more and compromise our ability to put our employees in facilities that operate in the 21st century. And so certainly it is the board's pleasure. We can move as expeditiously as possible, but it will allow for significant time delays to move in a fashion outside of what we've put before the board this evening for consideration. So I did want the board to know all the facts associated with the decision that invariably you're going to have to make.
Chair?
1 minute, Dr. Spears. Any additional questions from any board members?
Yes, Mr.
Hold on, Pro Temp. Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I understand where the conversation is going and how it's going, but I really want to know, why would we wait until we get here to have that discussion in regards to the type of basic RFP? I think that if we wanted to have a conversation about design build versus another type of build, that we should have had this conversation long before now. What we're doing is it doesn't matter in terms of, whatever the board decides, but I just think it's just very rude that we get here to a meeting and we decide that this is not the way we want to go. I just think that we could have done this earlier. I think that we could have, it could have been a discussion at the council meeting in regards to those 2 different types of RFPs or ITVs, because it didn't have to be a specific, subject, police station or fire station. It just could have been a whole discussion about which way we want to go on our capital projects. So I just think that getting here in the room and then, going a different direction I wasn't expecting that. And so I'm not sure of what it is that we're trying to accomplish, because it seems to me that you just want to scrap the whole process and start over.
Mr. Chair, can
Thank
I
you.
respond?
1 second, Pro Tem.
She's asking as to why I'm bringing it up
I don't know
now.
if she asked you directly, Pro Tem, so 1 minute, please. Dr. Spiritus, please go ahead.
Well, I have two comments on this. First of all, in all due respect to my colleague here, we have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers to ensure that we get the best product for the least amount of money. So that's why I think we're having this conversation right now and making sure that everything's competitive and on the up and up, and that we are able to get the best price. But while we're here, just to answer some of the questions, I know that we have the owner's rep. I see him sitting here. Are we able to ask the owner's rep some questions with respect to how long it would take if they work with our staff to get us a new bidding document?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
I would not encourage that conversation until the board makes a decision as to what direction it effectively wants to go concerning that.
Mr. Chair, I just think that it would help us make that decision if we had that information.
Chair.
1 moment, please. Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yes. To answer that question about why we did it now, remember, we're bound by the sunshine. And then I think if I can quote you correctly, I'm looking at the newspaper article from today where we specifically, the title is Riviera's Dilemma, $115 million in bond money can't fund much needed water treatment facility. So that's number one. Secondly, there has never been any opportunity that I've seen in the last year that we've ever had a discussion about the police station, fire station, and being able to build this at this cost. Specifically, those numbers came up, I think, during our last summer budget workshop sessions. But now, we're in a dilemma where we're already short on dollars for our water treatment plant. So now is the perfect time. So should we allow them to commit the additional $25 million that's already set aside and the $35 million, and then try to decide, now let's have a conversation on, is this too much? I think now is the opportunity, no better time than the present, because meanwhile, we're already contemplating a 99-year lease with the school district for another $55 million. Now, unless you're making $125,000, I don't know who's going to be able to keep up and paying back all this debt service. So this is the perfect opportunity. And members, we've dealt with a number of different things, but there has never been a case where we've had the opportunity to look holistically at all of the obligations that have been placed upon the residents and us when it comes to building these capital facilities, especially with the new information about the increase in our water plant. But you don't have to look far. It's right on the headline of the newspaper, which I believe was in print yesterday and certainly online today. So that is the reason why I'm bringing it up, especially since we just heard the statement that we're going to give them the ability to build all the way up to basically $22.5 million and then give the manager the authority of $2.5 million in change order authority. That's basically giving them a blank check upwards of $25 million. So I don't know how else, and I'm an accountant and I'm certainly not a financier, but this to me seems like, we're entering through the back door, not the front door.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Before we were able to effectively place these items on the ballot, we had copious amounts of discussions with the board concerning the costs associated with this. It was codified in ordinances. We had budget workshops. I think the board can remember the exhaustive analysis when we were looking at possibly purchasing the BB&T building, now the Truist building, to potentially locate the police department in that particular facility. Then we went to look at multiple locations and then pass resolutions to adopt locations as to where these particular facilities. The board can also recall the conversation that we had with residents on Singer Island when we discussed about the location of a fire station at the Ocean Walk. And so there has been thousands of hours that have gone into this particular process and this particular point. And so there was ample time for the board to provide additional perspectives as well as items legislatively that the board could have acted on that would have in fact slowed or stopped or delayed these particular projects. But one of the things, again, I go back to the point, since I've been the city manager, I've had to close Public Works, Fire Station 88, Fire Station 87, Fire Station 86, the police department, and the library. Our facilities are in bad shape, and we cannot delay any longer because invariably we will have no place to put our employees, and it is an employee recruitment, retention, and a safety issue with regards to the condition of these facilities. Just this week, you all received correspondence from my office that we had a flooding incident that occurred at City Hall where we had to shut down the finance department and the utility billing clerk's office because of the condition of these facilities. As much, I know that the board is a tough decision, and invariably, you did not want to be in this predicament, but it is issues that we have to address holistically, and we know the challenges with regards to the water infrastructure, but we are in desperate times right now, and we have to move expeditiously to be able to move these facilities forward because they are just not able to continue in their existing condition any longer.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Additional questions from the board? Go ahead, Councilwoman Lanier.
I think that for me, the issue is getting here. Now, I'm more than anyone, and I'm sure everybody up here has the understanding that our job is to save money. But, you know, as the manager said, we've had conversations about these bonds. We've had conversations with even just procurement. We've had special meetings on procurement. We could have had a conversation about how we send that bid out. And to get to this point and say, well, you know what, I don't think I like it this way. I mean, you can say that. You can, very well so. But to not do that, you know, in the last 5-6 months, to not do that and have that conversation, at least broach the subject. But we get to a meeting where we have to make a decision, and then it seems like we just are kind of pushing the can down the road, or let me change my mind. But I understand that this is our job. Our job is to make sure that the monies that were given to us in bonds by the residents, that we make sure that we have a fiduciary duty to ensure that that money is not spent incorrectly. But I think that my frustration is getting to this point when we could have had this conversation at our last special meeting in regards to procurement. We could have said that, you know what, we got these bonds coming up. You know, the last couple of ITBs or RFPs that gone out have been design build, and we shouldn't do it that way. And we could have done that. So, I mean, I guess better late than never, but I think that's just my frustration tonight with that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Additional comments from the board?
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
I just want to make it clear that I am 100% in favor of building Station 86 and building the new police station. It's the process that I'm concerned with and the funds that I'm concerned with. But I am 100% for building the police station and the firehouse. I know that we need that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spiritus. Additional comments from the board? If we don't have a motion on the table, if we can move forward with the process. If we can have Chief Curd.
Chair, Council, in preparation of the selection process, Each firm's name has been added to the piece of paper here, and as they are pulled and named, called out, announced out loud, I will write a number on them to make sure that the order of presentations follows in the correct order of selection. So,
Thank you, Ms. Boynton. Are we doing selection for fire?
fire.
Thank you.
And this evening's selections are being made by former Chief Reginald Duran. We have Captain Frank Shiola, who's a retiree from Riviera Beach Fire Rescue, Captain Ralph Franklin, retiree, Riviera Beach Fire Rescue, and my mentor and the guy who hired me, y'all can blame him, Chief Troy Perry. To go ahead and make a pick if each one of y'all. We'll get the two chiefs and whoever have more seniority on the two. Isn't that the way we do it?
Hold it. Next. Hold it. Okay, who's next? Okay. Okay. You want to announce the name?
Mike.
Chief, if we can have them speak into the mic, and then if you want to select who is going to go first, I don't know if it says.
First is the first person up.
Okay, fair enough.
Good evening. Kaufman Lynn Construction.
Cast Construction Company.
The Haskell Company.
Thank you. And thank you so much to our men that have served this amazing community. Thank you. If you guys can give them a round of applause, please.
Now for PD, Deputy Chief Coppin. And as it relates to the presentation concerning the police department will be first.
Good evening, everyone. The gentleman with me, a lot of you should know, his name is retired Lieutenant Reno Wells. Served this community for over 22, 23 years, retired military and retired civilian contractor. And I think you still live local. Yes. In the city. He still lives in the city, still a resident, and he's going to do our selection for us for the new police department.
Go ahead, open it and step up to the mic and announce the name.
Kaufman Lynn Construction, Inc. ANF Group Incorporated. Core Construction Service of Florida, LLC.
Thank you. And if we can give it up for Mr. Reno Wells. Thank you. So we have the orders, Mr. Evans, if you can announce the orders again for us. And then before we go into that, Ms. Hall, how many public comment cards do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 8 general public comment cards.
Okay. All right, board, since it is 7:30, to all of our residents, visitors, board members, we'll go straight into public comments. We will allow for public comment, then we'll go straight into our presentations. So, Mr. Evans?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for the purposes of the presentations for the police department, it will be Kaufman Lynn Construction will be presenting first, ANF Group, Inc., second, and Core Construction third. And then for the presentations for the fire department, Kaufman Lynn Construction 1, Cass Construction Company 2, and Haskell Construction Company 3.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Public comment. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the city council, in which event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if any item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded, the city council board has adopted rules of decorum governing public comment during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if the rules are not adhered to, the city council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, or from the building. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk?
First, we will have Andrew Gianta, followed by Lady Goldwire, and then Scott Lewis.
Mr. Gianta? Ms. Goldwire?
Good evening, Lady Goldwire. I am here to just offer a point of education for many of the developers here in the room, and for some of the, or most of the construction community stakeholders. My experience recently with the building department locally has been subpar at best. Building permits are taking excessively long amounts of time to be issued, reviewed, considered, revisions, same thing. You guys are spending quite a bit of time trying to make decisions as it pertains to who you're going to choose for your construction projects and how that's going to play out. But inevitably, what's going to happen is you go through this process only to bottleneck in the building department. As the former building official here for this city, I will say this. When I was in that seat, it was very, very, very contentious, and there was always conversation about me turning around the permits quickly. And at no time was I ever permitted to just stall them out unnecessarily. There had to be impediments to life safety or concerns about the general welfare of the public, and that's, in this instance, you meet a lot of resistance as a result of there just not being adequate staff, people walking in, walking out without their permits, phones going unanswered, emails lingering. It's traumatic at best, and it's malignant. I wanted to offer up or put into the atmosphere the fact that a lot of these people don't realize, some of the savvier developers may, that there is a Florida statute that allows you to internalize your building plan review and inspection process, but for zoning, fire, engineering, and whatnot. You can cut a lot of your process in half, and while I've tried not to act in that capacity in the city of Riviera Beach, I'm finding that many of the people in this room are my clients anyway, as a result of them not being able to move forward. And so I would encourage those here to research Florida Statute 553.791. Your building department may attempt to tell you that you don't have that option, or they have the decision to decide otherwise. The statute is very, very clear about what your rights are. The building department does not have the right to refuse you that option. They have to administer a discount on the building permit fees, and since the fees that you guys are collecting on a lot of the construction is been redirected anyway. You can't staff the departments, and you're constantly hearing that the narrative for Riviera Beach is you can't do good business here. I think it's something that the developers need to revisit, and I'll address it more in the comments on some of the other items on the agenda.
Thank you for comments.
Next is Scott Lewis, followed by Erica Davis and Anna Vergne.
Welcome, Ms. Lewis.
Scott Lewis, Wilma Circle. I cannot more strongly emphasize that what Mr. McCoy and Mr. Spiritus were saying, I 100% support it. And you've heard me speak about this, and there's three of you that are hell-bent on following staff, doesn't matter where they go. Absolutely. You ask me if I want to have a $25 million home, I'm going to get a $25 million home. All right? And you're going to spend every penny of it. And then a year from now or 3 years from now, you're going to be fighting like hell over the damn water project that's still sitting there. All right? That's our focus. I've heard staff tonight talk about thousands of hours and exponential costs going up every month. Bull. All right? Exponential costs don't go up monthly. We're talking about maybe a 90-day to 120-day delay to do what I heard was suggested here but didn't come into a motion. That would put you right about the time that you would be looking at the water plant actual cost, where we could bond it. Then you can see if the taxpayers who you are representing can afford this. Because building castles is not the job. Thank God I heard a comment up here, you mean we're going to let staff go with $25 million? Well, that's sort of what I understand happened on Singer Island with the last fire station money. That money got transferred, to my knowledge. I've heard there was never a board vote about that. That was staff. Just transfer all that money across the bridge, designated for something that was woefully inadequate on Singer Island. You know, I'm sorry that they got a delay, 90 days or 120, but think about the people out here, the business community that has to pay, forget this $250,000 for your property tax assessment. Businesses aren't worth that, they're worth a lot more, and they're not going to come here if they got to pay taxes through the nose, the highest taxes in the county, near the highest. Don't do that to your future. You may not be sitting up there when all this comes due, but please think about the future, the people you represent. You don't represent all the private companies here. I'm in a private company. We make money. That's our job. What you need to do is balance that against efficiency, and please stop walking blindly into this stuff. And there is no god-awful rush. When you were talking about the expenses of delaying, one of the things I heard was $360,000 in annual rent. The interest alone on a $115 million bond would be delayed, so you won't have interest payments starting up. So you will have a cost effectiveness of just pausing for 90 to 120 days. Please be more patient. Please be efficient. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Mr. Chair, the time is 7:31 p.m. The acceptance of public comment cards for general public comment is now closed. Next is Erica Davis.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Like Mr. Evans said, there was numerous workshops, discussions about this. The people, we the people, voted on it for it to come to fruition. And if anybody didn't agree with it, they didn't vote on it. Our police need their building. The people spoke. We want it to move forward. It seems like every time we get to the procurement process, once again, there's always a problem. We have bonds. The bonds are going to go strictly for those projects. If it's $25 million, if $25 million is spent, let it be. Last week, you all just voted to give away $5.5 million property of ours for free, without any documents or anything. We're going to have to stop this when it comes to procurement and giving away property, changing codes and all this stuff to suit you. We the people have spoken. We want our fire departments to get their facilities. We want our police departments to get their facilities ASAP. We voted on the bonds. Move the process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Anna Vergne, Doretta Paulk, followed by Margaret Shepard.
I'm Anna Vergne. I'm sorry. I think some of us continue to find process an issue here in the city. I often come up here, and when I talk, you guys will often hear me talk about a process issue, right? One of the things that I also speak about is that you guys, as our council, have experts working for you that should be giving you information that you're not getting to be able to make multi-million-dollar decisions. And it's extremely frustrating to me every time I come up here. It happens each and every time you guys are spending multi-million dollars and there's staffing issues in the way they're giving you the information. Or they're giving the information to you 4 days ahead to look at 600 pages. None of that is okay because you're not going to make an educated decision. We need the fire station, and I totally support the fire station. I definitely support the police. But I don't want you to spend 25 million when you don't have to. I agree with Mr. McCoy and I agree with Mr. Spiritus. Throw the process out if it doesn't work. Mr. Evans, you need a process or a checklist? I'll make one for you. No, honestly. Because how many times have I come up here and I asked for the same thing? The issue here is the process is broken. The council blames each other. It's not a council issue, it's a process issue. Mr. Evans, when are you going to fix the process? It's broken. It's broken. If you don't fix it, they're not going to be able to vote and make appropriate decisions on our money. It's our money, and we're bleeding money. And it's not just about this fire station. This is huge. But when I look at the books, because I'm one of those people that ask for invoices. We're bleeding all over the city, and when we talk about accountability and fiduciary responsibility, that doesn't just go for the council. It goes for the employees in this city too. They have a responsibility to spend our money in an efficient manner and with respect and ethics. And Mr. Evans, you and I both know that's not happening. And if any of you want proof, I'll be happy to provide it. So, no, throw the process out. It's not going to work. Clearly, they've outlined that for Mr. Evans and the people in the room. Yes, we need it. I have been to the fire station on Singer Island. It's falling apart. Our fire department should not be there. But you know what? That fire department, it was recommended to this city that in 1998, it was no good.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Doretta Polk, Margaret Shepard, followed by Reverend Burrs.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Polk, and who I want to talk with just left the room, but hopefully Mayor Felder will be back before my 3 minutes up. I want to talk about Mrs. Spiritus. The last meeting you said that you feel that if the director of the infrastructure of the utility should have an engineering degree. Well, that's not mandated. There are a lot of directors of utility that doesn't have an engineering degree. In the engineering department, you have a director, you have an assistant director, you have a compliance manager, you have lab technicians, and you have a water plant supervisor. So that's kind of, that was your opinion that we should have, the director should have, of infrastructure should have a degree in engineering. But a lot of cities do not, because they have just what I named. Another thing, Mr. McCoy, Councilman McCoy, we want to be so fruitful about the money, our money, taxpayers' hard money, but you gave this attorney that came was only wanting $15,000 more. You gave a total of $50,000 of our tax money, your tax money, but you run on being fruitful and making sure not one dime is spent improperly. And that's all she wanted, but you gave her more. And I think it should have been, it should have been discussed to the council about giving her more, which it voted on. Y'all had 3-2. And I don't think that was right at all when you run on being totally fruitful. Another thing, with Mayor Felder, he said that he's having this investigation concerning how people are disgruntled. And he said people are coming to him. But there's numerous people that he had solicited to come and meet with him and see if they have any complaints. And that's all right. That's okay. But tell it like it is. Not like just people are running to him and saying this, that, and the other. I don't know. I hope this is not a witch hunt. And Mayor Felder said, the system is broken. It's not about the people, it's the system. So if it's broken, let's work together. Let's just work together and let's fix it. But you have all these people, the director, assistant director, compliance manager, lab technician, and water. And let's just get to the bottom of this.
Thank you for your
And
comments,
try not
Ms.
to blame other people.
Thank you for your comments, Ms.
I
Polk.
thank you so much, and let's be fair and kind here.
Margaret Shepherd, Reverend Burrs, Mary Brown.
Welcome, Ms. Shepherd.
Good evening, Margaret Shepherd, to the Honorable Chair, Chair Lawson, to our Mayor, of course, to all of you in your respectful places, and to our City Manager. You know, I was born in Detroit, Michigan, and my dad, who's pure Bahamian, wanted my mom to go up there to have children because he did not want to be here in the South. This past week, I'm in total shock when I got a phone call from Dr. Julie Botel, and she started telling me this story. And I was scared half out of my wits. And I'm not a scary person. I'm not scary, but that particular moment, I was scary. Start talking about a resident that is a member of the armed services. And I won't go into it. I start telling the city manager about it, and Mrs. Spiritus, of course, I called, and didn't want to overlook you, Ms. Miller Anderson, but I heard you talk about your mother, and I didn't want to get into it. But it's a sad change that still exists in here in the city of Riviera Beach, racism. I think where I'm at is 10 African-American families. And I'm petrified that it happened to me, but of course I was ill when I got there. My daughter came to take care of me to kind of get me back on my feet, so she had to take up that fight, and I thank her for it. But it's time for us to come together, Mr. Evans. I'm just horrified. I still haven't gotten over it, and when you hear the story, the hair on your head would just stand up. But let's go to the water department. I listened to Ms. Lanier keep talking about she wanted to hear about the investigation. It was going on to be a year, and you know, for some reason, I didn't think about it till yesterday. It will be a year. And so you sit there and you wonder who you want to throw this on. I mean, who should we blame? Mr. Lowe was the director, then he had assistant director, then he had another African-American lady, and he had 2 African-American men. And I'm trying to figure out, who do you want to blame? I'm still waiting. I'm patient. I just want to hear the whole story before I talk about it. Ms. Deirdre Jacobs came in when we needed her. And I can't even remotely think that we would say she's the problem. We ought to thank her because nobody was over there to kind of guide that program until you got the director. So I think she has many hats that she tried to wear. She tried to appease everybody. I think she does it in a diplomatic way, because if not, I would have said something about it. But Mr. Mayor, I am still waiting. I want to hear the conclusion of the matter. Thank you.
Reverend Burrs, followed by Mary Brown.
Welcome, Reverend Burrs.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and City Manager. This wasn't my intent to be here. First time in the last 2 or 3 years, but sitting there looking at the council meeting, and it's really disturbing, to tell you the truth, how the water department in the building is increasing. I was listening at how they was talking about, you was talking about rebuilding the water department and the police department, fire department, which nobody here no better than me knows those things should be rebuilt. But before y'all got here, I tried to get the past city manager, Ruth Jones, to go in a different direction. Would have saved the city a lot of money, but they wouldn't listen. Sometimes like y'all won't listen to us either, because when y'all get there, it seems like the citizens get dumb and y'all get smart, you know, and you want to listen to people who have some experience and some history with this city. Now, when I was listening at the talking about building the fire department, the police department and the money. Why can't, I remember when I was employed for the city, we had a engineer department and a planning department who would draw plans. Why can't the city do that today? Maybe that's elementary nowadays. You get your department to draw what you get with the fire department, police department. They know what they need. They know what they want. And let them get some engineers to draw the plans they need. The fire department can draw the plans they need and get some contractor to bid on the plans. Because as somebody was saying, if they know how much money it's going to cost, quite naturally they're going to try to use up all the money. And a gentleman came in and been saying it many times how water bill is increasing. I remember some years ago, past council passed a resolution to renovate the water plant that we have now. That's not the first water plant this city had. A lot of people think that is, but it's not the first water plant that this city had. But they floated a bond to do some work on that water plant now. And they stated that when that bond is complete, they will drop that price, what was on the water bills, off the people's water bill. But when that time expired, you all, the finance department convinced y'all that don't take it off, but add it to it. Y'all ain't forgot that. So now, I understand that the finance department says that, not the finance, I'm sorry, but the finance department says, the director says that, well, it ain't gonna cost but $25 more a month. That ain't much. No, it's not much to him because he don't stay here. He don't stay here. He's a taker. He gets what he have to go and leave. These people, y'all got to start considering the citizens. Talk with somebody. You're talking about this water plant you're gonna build. You need some infrastructure work done, just like building 10-story building on a foundation for a house. Get your infrastructure work done, and then you can build a power plant for the water department.
Thank you, Reverend
That's
Burris.
enough to be said, because I wouldn't intend to come over
Mr.
here.
Burris, thank you for your comment, sir.
Mary Brown.
Welcome, Ms. Brown.
Good evening. Miss Mary Brown, Riviera Beach. Tonight you will embark on something that must have the I's dotted and the T's crossed. And the facilitator that was conducting the process here, you must consider the weight. You must also consider the oral decisions. You must also consider the written responses in where we as a city want to go. What are their finances? The summary of their staff. Are these people here qualified? What would they bring to the table here other than have we experienced some things that some may have had that have had some gaps in it? I believe in getting the best. I believe in qualified people. A lot of times we do put people in places that are not supposed to be there, hoping that they will rise to the occasion. Yes, in the workforce and everywhere else, as government as well. It all plays that. Happy, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, the stepmothers, the grandmothers, everyone. Should we move this? Yes, we should move it on the critiqueness of everybody is being qualified to deliver on their goods. Not just thinking that a process is tainted or something is not done. We look at them qualifications. We have been done in so many times here. So that responsibility lies on you. And guess what? In this election here, Ms. Brown gonna be in this election here, because everything will be on billboards. I have organizations that have said the same thing too. We want to see this city move in the positive direction. Cinco de Mayo Day. We celebrated that on yesterday too, along with the commemoration of tearing down that 1978 police department over there. And it was a wonderful celebration. The clerk staff, they did a wonderful job in hosting us. So the day yesterday was a beautiful day. And congratulations to all the clerks all over the county as well as our clerks here, because it was National Clerks Day all over. So if you all forgotten that, shame on you all as well. I'm going to say something to the utility district here. Applications are here for the utility district. Anyone that's willing to want some assistance in their utility district, these are the forms here. You can pick them up at the utility district. And also, I'm encouraging you as council representatives too, to have some on you all, so that you all can give them to your constituents.
Thank you, Ms. Brand.
Mr. Chair, that is the end of public comment.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Comments from Mr. Evans, if you want to address any public comment?
Mr. Chair, very briefly, with respect to the communications on the process with the building department, I am convening a meeting with staff to find out exactly what the particular issues are. And Ms. Goldwire did reach out to my office, and I think we have or will be scheduling a meeting to speak in greater specificity. It was mentioned about the monies being transferred from Fire Station 86 to 87. That was a legislative action that did come back before the board. With respect to the disturbance that Ms. Shepard spoke of, I have had conversations with PD concerning that particular matter. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And to comment on some of the concerns of some of the taxpayers in reference to the process we're going forward, we want to go into our presentations, but I have a question for you, Mr. Evans. The contract that we're going to be bringing back before the board will include the design price and the GMP. At what time does that come back before us, the GMP price?
Mr. Chair, I want to be intentional about my comments, so if you would allow for me to just have some conversations with staff as about how long that process would take, I'll be able to provide you with that before the close of the meeting.
Perfect. And there was another comment that was made earlier from staff. I believe Pro Temp McCoy asked for staff to convey on, or to caucus on an item to see if they came up with an answer as of yet. My concern today is that if we own the design and we pay for the design, at that time, if the board is not happy with that GMP price, can we go out for a hard bid?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans?
You effectively do have the ability to off-ramp and go out for that.
So to that point, I know that I've asked these questions, and this is my agenda review. So to my colleagues, we are here at the design bid right now, and if we get a guaranteed price, and we get independent cost estimates, and they're way lower than the GMP price that we're looking at with the design that's been brought back to us, we can, as Dr. Spirit has asked, or even Councilman McCoy, decide that we could go out for a hard bid at that time. So moving forward with this process, that's letting our responding bidders, and when we negotiate this contract, that we're looking out for the best interest of our taxpayers. So if we go forward with this process and we come back with a negotiated price, and this is not to the satisfaction of the board, we have the opportunity as a board to go back out for bid, is what I'm understanding. Mr. Evans? Councilman McCoy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just respond to that. I've seen this movie before. In fact, that's the same exact thing that was stated when we had the design for the water utility plant. Yep. That we would have the option to go back out to hard bid out the construction. And that never even came back up before. So, it's good in theory to talk about how great these ideas are of cost-saving measures, but it never amounts to that. And I'm just telling you right now, I've shared with the administration, well, let me clarify, I shared with legal some of the things that I've seen that are anomalies and just not connected properly with the way the organization is operated going back to 30 years ago, specifically revolving around, I think, a suggestion that Mr. Burge brought up with water utilities and bills and liens and things that were placed on individuals' property going 30 years ago. We're literally making this community, with the amount of money that we're levying on water utility bills, which that's the basis of the paper, that we're still $115 million short. That's not even including the distribution system. Then we're talking about a recreation facility members. We have this in front of us today, and I'm prepared to, move forward with it, but we need to have more of a retreat meeting to understand what are the priorities of the organization, because we can't continue to sit here and pile on $50 million, $115 million, $300 million and really expect that this is going to be viable for anyone to live in the city. I mean, and then the most startling thing that nobody has responded to, right? And I've asked this for several months, and we've not gotten one answer. Even the newspaper brought this up, that there is a suggestion that there's an estimate of $250 that it's going to cost a person for the bond that we're floating in order to satisfy the requirements of a water utility plant. Or, I'm sorry, not for the water, for the $115 million of these bonds. That's totally incorrect. That's totally incorrect. There was never any pro forma. There was never any information that actually came out that even suggested that, because there's a lot of assumptions that you don't even consider, like what is the actual millage rate going to be? So, like, these are real conversations, and, you know, while we're term limited, you know, most of us, we have lifetime attachments to this community, and I want to make sure that, you know, when I traverse through here 20 years from now, that, you know, the people that founded this community that have been here are still around, or their families are around, but we're going to make it very much possible that it's going to be unaffordable to even live here. So that's why I want us to be conscientious in our decisions and make sure that we ask the right questions, because it's easy to vote for anything that's put in front of you, but just know there are often unintended consequences that we find out later. No different than I found a 30-year mistake that was created in 1995, and I brought it to the city attorney's attention, and it's not gotten to the point where we can kind of figure out how to address it, but these kind of things happen. And it's when we find out about it after the fact that it becomes monumental. So I just want to caution you, and I'm not trying to put a fear factor, but members, we're making decisions for the generations to come. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Pro Tem.
Chair.
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
I'd also like to say as well, I do like the idea of hard bids. We go through this process. Before it goes to signature in terms of contract, it comes back to the council. We negotiate. If it's not to our liking, then that's what we do. I can agree with that. And also, too, I want to agree with the fact that we do need a workshop in terms of this water department, in terms of what's happening with the cost of it. There are a lot of, I had a meeting with the consultants on the project, and there are a lot of moving pieces to this thing. And I think that the council needs to be able to sit down and talk with the owner's reps, talk with the people who are doing the work, talk with our engineers, talk with our staff to be able to get a grip on this, because we cannot allow, you know, this to pass us by when we need to be able to get a handle on this. Because it really isn't about, let me get a hard price. It is about, you know, one of the consultants said that, you know, you have to give an account for every single nut, bolt that goes into that brand new building. And we need to be able to, from the very beginning, to know exactly what we're facing in terms of cost. So I think that the council certainly needs to have a workshop with owners, reps, and the construction team and the city to make sure that, and even the public wants to know this information, to make sure that we're following this process and not just, you know, hearing about it, you know, through a third party. So I certainly agree with that approach.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Additional comments from the board? Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, at this time, if we can take a brief recess to be able to prepare for the presentations, no more than 2 minutes, so we can, 2 to 3 minutes, so we can upload the presentations and prepare for the first presentation.
Okay, we'll go ahead and re-adjourn this meeting at 8:06 p.m.
and I would say this.
Doing a microphone check before we get started, guys. Tell me when you're ready, Walter. Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check. Walter, check, check. 1, 2. Microphone check. Good. No, it's not working online. So All right, board members, let's get ready. Mr. Evans? We're calling back to order our special city council meeting. The time is 8:10 p.m. And bless you. Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, we're going to go ahead and commence the presentations. Mr. Stevens or Madam Clerk, if we can set the clock for 20 minutes for the presentation, and then there's a 10-minute question and answers by the board. And okay, so we have a manual timer, so we'll let them know when there's 5 minutes remaining, and then we'll call the time. So at this time, Mr. Chair, we'll allow for the team to introduce themselves and their partners.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Yes.
We'll be introducing ourselves during the presentation. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff. My name is Derek Wolfhope, and I am Senior Vice President with Kaufman Lynn Construction. On behalf of Kaufman Lynn and all of our partners, thank you for allowing us to present to you here today. We've truly appreciated our partnership on Fire Station 88 and 87, and we are looking forward to the opportunity to continue that partnership going forward into this new Riviera Beach Police Complex. When it comes to police complexes, these are specialized buildings. There is aspects of this where having experience really does matter. And this is experience that Kaufman Lynn and our partners do bring, having performed this type of work for over 30 years here in South Florida. We've completed over 38 public safety facilities here in South Florida, over 2 million square feet of governmental facilities, and 3 South Florida firing ranges. So we do have experience with this type of product right here in South Florida. As mentioned, 38 public facilities, some of which you see on the screen right now. And what does it mean to have that local experience? Well, it means that we have relationships. We have knowledge of local subcontractors and local subcontractor base that know how to build these type of buildings that we would invite to participate in bidding this type of building. We also have the experience where we don't have to have somebody fly down from out of state or out of town to meet with staff, to work with the architect, to provide that type of experience. We have that experience locally here in South Florida. Don't trust what I have to say about it. Trust what our clients have had to say. If you look at Coral Springs, they said Kaufman Lynn demonstrated a focus on partnership and communication. The town of Jupiter, where we finished their town hall and their police station, said we provided exceptional service throughout all phases of the project. It was also said that we, and Hollywood stated, we did the city's largest and most complex public safety project, and we did it within the time and budget constraints they set it forth for us.
Kevin Nixon, project manager. So when it comes to the team, we're going to have 2 sets of team that are going to bring 2 different variations of experience. You're going to have the team with Riviera Beach that's going to have the experience of the fire station. You're going to have also the team from Jupiter that has the experience with the police station. You're familiar with Derek, you're familiar with Chris, you're familiar with Michelle already that are on Fire Station 88. Also a familiar face is Ann McNeil, CEO of MCO and MWBE partner. Ann.
Thank you. Good evening. Ann McNeil, born and raised here in the city of Riviera Beach, and I'm very excited to have the opportunity to share our proposal and our team with all of you today. I am Riviera Beach. And if I could stand here and say that for the entire time of my time to share with you, I cannot say anything more important. So when you talk about reimagining the city of Riviera Beach, I think it looks like my face. My face that's black, my face that's female, but more important than anything, my face that represents the first black female contractor in the state of Florida, operating at the level that we do, having an opportunity to come back home and work for the city for the first time, second time, third time, and more. This, to me, is what it represents for the children who are yet unborn in the city, looking at the decisions that you're all making right now to say to those of us and everybody who you see standing here with us that have worked with us, that you are supporting those of us that come from this city, that leave and come back to help build. And when we talk about helping to build, we have already demonstrated on 88 and 87 the numbers that are unparalleled. 37% already SBE, MWBE, 24% African American, 43% from Riviera Beach on 88. We're tracking right now 53% for our commitment already on 87, SBE, MWBE participation. But what does it look like in everyday life? This is what it looks like, the face of Riviera Beach. And I'd like to reintroduce to some of you Aman. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. One of the greatest things being on this team is to drive by 88 and say, I painted that. And along with my partner, Brother Gary, he served some of y'all fruit, but he's even a better painter. And I must say, I did not convince them to wear white shirts, although they do look good. What you see here is a collaboration of local people. You've seen the numbers, but nothing is like actually. We have a very talented local team. We have one of the best artists in America right here. We have this young lady right here, Daywork. 85 to 95% of her team lives in the city of Riviera Beach. We have one of the best gentlemen right here in the back, talented information. This is not about parading people in the front of you and nobody get work. This is actually happening. Kaufman Lynn is actually providing opportunities to strengthen local people financially and family-wise. We actually have a local local concrete person, and he's a part of this team. Just to name some of the wonderful things that we have to offer for this city. Thank you.
Now, Reimagine Riviera Beach, it's not just about construction. It's about so much more. We understood that vision, so as part of our projects, 88 and 87, we said we were going to invest $150,000 of our own dollars, and we do that for every project we built for you.
Oh, okay.
And that's not going to change now. So you see the contract requirements. You, as the council, can direct us where you want that money to go, where it would benefit the community the most, because you represent the community. But it's our partnership. It's we believe in what you're doing. We're going to do that again here on this project. So that way you have $150,000 for all the projects. So that's over almost $500,000 of our own money that we're reinvesting here, because we're a Palm Beach-based company. We believe in this community. We live, work, and are partnered with your residents and your businesses.
Now, to pick up where Jeff left off, on Jupiter, we were able to bring that time under budget and on time. Within 13 months, we completed that project. With that in mind, that same team that completed that project, we would bring to Riviera Beach. I myself would head up the project management team with Andrew Neal, the superintendent, and Jeff, you already know, design coordinator, along with Jill from Song & Associates. She would be heading up the principal planning, and Young Lee, sorry for chopping his name up, principal design. So our approach is not a generic approach. It's going to be a specific approach. It's detailed to the city of Riviera Beach. We're going to look at all the details when it comes to the site planning, the site security, coordinating all the roadways, and making sure that everything is safe and secure as we're building, as we're planning, and as we're moving forward with the project. Delivery of access, demolition, parking, all those things come into mind when we set foot on site and plan and move forward. Now, on the quality, I'm going to turn it over to Neil.
Quality control is one of my responsibility. I'm a very strong superintendent, and I assure you I will give you a well-built building, watertight. With Kaufman Lynn, we have a Building Better buildings program, which we have a third-party building envelope consultant, and with that consultant, we all work together. We review submittals. We go over every item on each building envelope product: roofing, windows, caulking, painting, stucco. So to assure you that you have a well-built building for many years to come.
So with that said, again, going back to the details, we're going to be looking at all the details when it comes to hardening your building. And that one of those items is the biological evidence prevention. So we look at all these things and take those things moving forward in this project. Inside the interiors, we're going to be looking at all the interiors that is going to be suited for City of Riviera Beach. When it comes to the interior finishes on the ballistic protections, your roof penetrations, we're going to be looking at hardening the building that is going to be here for a very long time, I should say. Durability, that's something we would like to think about moving forward, especially when you're having a lot of ease of access inside the building. We have a lot of people moving and going, especially the cops, when they're walking through the hallways. We would like to try to have options on the interiors when it comes to the wall coverings. So sorry, Go ahead. I'll turn it over to Jill at Song & Associates.
Good evening, Jill Lanigan, Song & Associates. Through our history in partnering with Kaufman Lynn, this team has really developed expertise and leading-edge knowledge in the design of police facilities. From the Town of Jupiter Police to working with Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office on their administration annex, to the Village of Palm Springs Police, to name just a few. That being said, we do approach each organization as a unique entity, and we'll begin the process with a design workshop that is interactive with your stakeholders. We'll look at each and every aspect of the building and understand your goals, your vision, and most importantly, your challenges. One of the big challenges we know that face police organizations today is officer attraction and retention. And with that, we find it very important to put a high degree of focus on the interior environment, on the workplace environment, to prioritize occupant wellness. That goes beyond simply the aesthetics of the building, but also the functionality. We want to make sure it functions to the highest degree, is adaptable and flexible. Example here is the evidence process. We want to be sure that the officers in evidence packaging have the fume hoods and proper ventilation they need to protect their health. Evidence lockers that ensure a clear chain of custody, and we'll drill down into the details of each space. Acoustics are very important in the design of police facilities, not only for the process of investigations and confidentiality, but also for the comfort and privacy of potential crime victims that might be coming in. One of the most important aspects of a police facility is the community room and those public spaces. You see here the community room for the Town of Jupiter Police. You can see here that we've incorporated natural light and separate entry so that that facility can be used throughout the day and into the evening. It would be separated from the police functions and be able to serve for press conferences, education, neighborhood watch, and many other functions. We also know that one of the important elements would be a memorial that could honor the fallen officers and those who have served. We've worked with many organizations to develop those elements, which really become a key piece of the community.
Now, one of the key things we know is you might have a firing range as part of this, and part of our job is to give you the menu of items so you get the best price, so you can choose and get something that fits you, fits your budget, and if you want to save money, that can allow you to save money. We're going to bring the knowledge from experience. I've personally been involved in 3 firing ranges. We're building one right now, and there's a lot of nuances that go in there. One of the first decisions that your police department is going to have to determine is what kind of trap system, because that affects so many different other things from cost and how you set up the building. You have a steel, you have a rubber berm are the 2 main ones. If you look at the steel system, everything sort of from number 2 on back is what's called back of house. So the targets would be in front of number 1, everything from the dust collection, everything else is back further there. And so if you pick a steel trap system, you literally design that area and to be able to deal with that. If you do the rubber berm, as you can see, there's nuances that are different for that. It's a different sort of back of house. It's a different size requirement. It's a different maintenance requirement. It's a different front cost, maintenance cost. All those things we have that knowledge of that we can bring to you so you can make the best decision for your department and the residents. One of the key things within the firing range facility is the mechanical system. Right now, I know
5 minutes.
Thank you. There's several. There's a lawsuit going on in a range that Kaufman Lynn wasn't involved in. There's been lawsuits before and ranges that Kaufman Lynn wasn't involved in. It's because of the lead contamination to that. Mechanical system is the most vital system. You have to make sure the air is coming from behind and it goes down the range. If it goes too slow, it's going to contaminate. If it goes too fast, you actually will whip it up and it'll come right back into your face even if you don't see it or notice it. And get sick, get lawsuits. It's our job to protect you, get the best cost up front, protect you in long term. And we do the third-party testing to make sure that system not only is designed right, that it functions right, and before that open, it's commissioned right. So whether it's standing up, whether it's on a prone position, or whether it's downrange where typically you'll have double doors so you can bring in vehicles and stage different scenarios, no matter where you are, whether you're 10 feet from that trap system or 50 feet from that trap system, you'll be safe and you don't have to worry about it. Quality is a key component of this. Could demonstrate that on your facility, where we won a top 3 national design award for the facility you have, and most importantly, we won the top quality Eagle Award for municipal project just this past year for the construction of that. Now the awards are great, but it's not about the awards. It's about what Neil talked about. Durability, longevity. You build it right once, it'll last, and you don't have to spend ongoing money on it. That's what we bring. We're going to add value. Along with working with, you heard the numerous police facilities we've done with Song. One of the things we do is we design it. You used to design it on paper, build it on paper and then build it in the field. Well, now you build it in the computer and then build it in the field. We do 3D modeling to make sure we get the class detection, that it's all set up. So that way, when you heard about the Kevin's, the police facility that we built in Jupiter, that was the height of COVID. We didn't have one delay because we did it right, set it up right. And we do something like this where it's construction, documentation. We take a camera and laser view, and you have it for facilities management. We did that for Fire Station 88. We did it for Fire Station 87 for in construction. So when you're in there and wondering, what about that ductwork? Where is that? You can check out the model and see where it is. Anyone with an iPhone or an iPad could take care of that. That's an added value, no charge for you. You will never see that on a pay rec. You will never see that on an item. It's an added value we bring because it's about the partnership. And we want you to say to other cities, you would be stupid to use anyone else but Kaufman Lynn and have the quotes that you saw there. It's the commitment we make to you.
So what do you get when you choose Kaufman Lynn Construction and our partners? You get commitment to Riviera Beach. Additionally, you're going to get proactive solutions. We're going to look ahead in design with the design team, with Song and Associates, and assure that the right choices are made, both cost-wise and for the police department, the best possible products for the money that Riviera is willing to spend. And that includes, like Jeff mentioned, that's going to include picking the right trap system if there's a firing range. That includes the right HVAC system to make sure the air is moving correctly so your police department, when practicing, are not going to be exposed to noxious fumes. This is the commitment. This is what we're going to bring to Riviera. And additionally, our partners in Kaufman Lynn, what we bring to Riviera is a commitment to the community and a commitment to minority partners in the project. And this is what we brought on 88, this is what we brought on 87, and this is what we intend to bring going forward, working with Riviera Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, board, we have a 10-minute cap for all of our presenters today, which allots us about 2 minutes apiece. So we'll be considerate of the time, and we will be keeping time. So I'll start with my colleagues, board members. Questions? Okay. No questions from the board.
Of course, I got questions.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
I just really hate that I got 3 devices here and I'm locked out of my email on all 3 devices.
Time is starting, Councilman. Go ahead.
So, Jeff, you spoke about the 150, and you know, it sounds good in theory, right? It's great to give 150, and then even your previous speaker just spoke about whatever the city wants. I guess the 150 is literally a cost that really is extended through us already procuring these services or you guys building the facility, correct? It's just not just a goodwill. I mean, obviously it's contingent upon the execution of this development agreement.
I would say no and yes. We have chosen to reinvest in Riviera Beach. We haven't done this we don't do this in all our projects, all our cities. We do more public sector than anyone else in South Florida. But we understood what Reimagine Riviera Beach was. This is not money coming from you. Yes, it is as part of the project. We say, since we are working for you, we are choosing to turn around and then support the community. But nowhere is it on a pay right. It's not money coming directly from you that's then being turned around and fund. We are taking this just out of our general profits and deciding to come back and invest it in Riviera Beach. It's not something we do. We're working, doing fire station for City of Oakland Park. We're doing police for Palm Springs. We did Jupiter. The only place we have done that is here because of that vision, and it's not from the project. It's from the
Jeff,
company.
thank you. Thank you, Jeff. I don't want to take too much time.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair, please.
Go ahead.
So the lead on this, I was going through and I went and spent a lot of time reading through every single proposal. It was pretty noticeable that there was an omission in the part where it required that you guys list, and there may be a conflict in our solicitation, but one section said list any litigation history in the last 5 years, and then another section said last 3 years. You guys checked that there was no litigation, and I found otherwise. You mind explaining the reconciliation on that?
I don't have the proposal in there, but I assume that there's 2 parts to Kaufman Lynn. We have a whole public sector side, which I'm involved in, which these gentlemen and with people are, and then we have another sort of division inside that's multifamily. We said, and it should be stated cleanly and plainly, that our litigation results are results of our public sector projects, just because that's what we focus on and what we do. I do not know about any litigation on the other side. I just know whatever we've disclosed on the public side when we submit it is what that is, and it's very.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Questions? I do have a question. Since we're going to use the entire time, I know my colleague does have additional questions as well. Is there anyone else that wants to address anything? I'm going to go ahead and ask a question. The money that this community benefit that was presented, that is coming from the profits, isn't that coming from the cost? Because this is a design bid. So
no.
Okay. So is that going to be added on top of the actual cost? Or
no.
How does that work?
That's strictly the cost of the project is the cost of the project. We do it, and we have chosen just from the company to donate that money. It has nothing to do with the cost of your facility. It's not in the cost of your facility. Your facility is not paying for that. It's no different when we do a donation for other charitable organizations or other things that we're involved in. It's just something we do out of our general fund that we have as a company.
Okay. And so one of the things, And I just want to make sure that in the statement of qualifications, since that was one of the things you guys did address, I wanted to make sure that was clear. That process would have to be fine-tooth comb. We have to figure out exactly how that process is going to work, because I've seen it in other incidents where it didn't work. The dollars are actually not impacting our community, and it could have actually just been saved from the project or put somewhere else. It didn't work properly in other projects, and I'm not sure if it was yours or other ones. So we'll work that out with staff moving forward if that's something that is chosen.
Or at the discretion of the board.
Thank you. My follow-up question to that is the local participation. I know that the board had mentioned that we talked about local participation. If we do a design bid, if we do a hard bid board, it would have to be the lowest responsive bidder. With this process, we have teams that are actually bringing local participants to the table. We cannot actually request that if we went to a different process. So looking at this now and asking that question, what percentage are you guys aiming for in regards to your local minority and women businesses?
Kaufman Lynn has asked me on numerous times, do I know local people? And since this particular project, we have identified at least 4 local Riviera Beach-based organizations to participate in this project. Kaufman Lynn has assured, because they are finding out that we have a very talented community in the construction field, and they're willing to
Well,
hire
actually,
those.
we have a limited time. What percentage are we going to be aiming for local participation?
Good evening, Council. Michel Maka. We want to maximize our MWB participation. We are doing better already, as you can see, from Fire Station 88 to Fire Station 87, and we look to do even better on 86. And percentage-wise, we're over 50% right now on 87. I'd like to see even more than that on the police station.
Okay. So that's 50% of the cost of this project is going to go back into local minority and women businesses. Those are my questions for the time. Let me allot some time for my colleagues. We have about 4 minutes left. Board members, Councilman McCoy, did you have any additional ones you said? Pro Tem?
So ironically, a couple of years ago, I did go into Jupiter unknowingly. I was like, wait a minute, this is like a really great facility. This is 22. I just walked in there on some unrelated business, and I walked in and I thought it was a really great facility. And our fire chief at the time, I said, Chief Osgood, you need to see what Jupiter's doing. That is a really great facility. And I only got about, maybe 25 feet in, and I just really recognized that that was one of the newest police stations that I have ever been in, and I thought it was really well done. However, please, I apologize, but I wanted to find out what is you guys previously listed, at least I know you've used Brown Electric in the past, and that's not listed on this proposal. Who do you have in terms of your electrical, that does the electrical component? Because I don't have it up here.
We haven't picked, we cannot pick an electrical contractor for upcoming projects. Brown Electric or any other electricians are welcome to bid the proposals, but right now we do not have.
Painters and you have other skilled trades.
Yes, we have a mirror. They're part of our project, Fire Station 87. We want to bring them with us.
Okay, so that's still open to be?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We want to maximize, I want to make sure, we want to maximize local participation on Riviera Beach. And Aman, Hussein, they're always helpful with choosing a local participation here. We want qualified contractors. We want to grow the contractors.
Aman is helpful with choosing?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Board? And I guess to that point, from my understanding is you haven't actually selected any of your team as of yet. If selected, then you would go ahead and go into contract negotiations with your subs, with your local participants, and then you would actually pick the team from there at that time.
Based on the requirements and the state requirements, yes, the subcontractors do have to go through a public solicitation and a whole process that has to go through, so.
So this is more of a statement then for me. I'm not going to entertain or allow for a dog and pony show. I need teams that are going to actually bring locals, minority and women businesses to this project for my support. That is what I'm looking for. So that's what I need to see, and thank you for actually presenting. Board, additional comments? Kaufman Lynn, thank you guys so much for your presentation. That is 9 minutes of Q&A. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Evans, turnover, 3 minutes, 5 minutes? 3 minutes? All right, guys, 3 minutes. Come on, guys. I'd like to call back to order our special city council meeting. The time is 8:44 p.m. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll go ahead and let the next team go ahead and present themselves, and we will commence starting the clock once they begin.
Good evening, and my name is Al Fernandez, and I'm the CEO and principal of A&F Group.
Good evening. My name is Charles Michelson. I'm president of Saltz Michelson Architects. On behalf of Al and myself, we want to thank you for inviting us here to make a presentation regarding this wonderful project. During the course of this presentation, I'll hope you see we have the relevant experience with regards to design and construction of the project that's being proposed here tonight. And at the same time, during the presentation, you'll see that we share your vision for the building and we share your vision for the city of Riviera Beach.
Likewise, I would like to commend this commission for the way that you guys have handled allowing us to come back in after the hard presentation on paper so that you can put a face to the name. One of the things that we bring to the table is we're the two principals of our companies, and we believe that we will be able to answer the questions properly that are asked to us in the question and answer session. So we're here today to dive a little deeper into allowing you to understand better what the A&F SMA, which is Saltz Michelson Architects, and RDG team, and how we feel we're the best team to accomplish this project. But our team understands that the impact of these structures will have an impact on the surrounding communities. And we also understand that the process we need, and the process that we will take, needs to empower this community to not only throughout the duration of this project, but also long after we're gone. So why our team? Well, we feel we have an experienced team of specialists. We're going to show you here in a few minutes how we just recently and just finishing a very large police facility for the Broward Sheriff's Office, and we believe that that is something that we're going to bring to the table. These guys are coming off this job and will be available to be put on your job. We have a deep understanding of police complexes. We'll show you that in a bit. And we also understand the community impact and how it goes further than just the duration of this project. Our commitment. Well, first and foremost, our personal commitment. Again, being the owners, we're here standing you and promising you that what we say is what we're going to do. But one of the things that I think that I'm going to alter my presentation just a bit, because I want to give, I heard your concerns about the design build process versus a lump sum or GMP, however you want to call it. But I think that it's important that you hear from the owners of the company on how they're going to ensure that the process that you have elected, which is the design build project, the design build process, I believe in it totally. And the reason I believe in it is because if you go out and hire an architect today and spend $2 or $3 million on the plans, you don't even know what the cost of that project is going to be ultimately. So the advantage you have with a design build project is that both Charlie and I will be working collaboratively from the beginning, working with your folks, listening to what your vision is, listening to what your users need, and then designing a project along with our pre-construction department, which will be putting cost to each one of those design requests, and have a project design that will meet your budget. So I just wanted to kind of elaborate on that a little bit to give you guys the opportunity to feel more comfortable that I do believe that you've selected a process that is going to be best for the city of Riviera Beach. But that said, we also have a commitment, and we make, again, our personal commitment to deliver a state-of-the-art police complex that will also serve as a catalyst for the community, for community engagement. Charlie and I have been working together for over 30 years. And over those 30 years, we've built over 100 projects as a design builder. That relationship is one that not only Charlie and I have, but a lot of our folks that have worked for me for over 20 years, and Charlie as well, his folks have worked for over 20 years. So these folks have worked together. They understand the process that it takes to do a design-build project, and I think you will be the beneficiary of our relationship, our long-lasting relationship.
Now, Al said, we have a 30-year working relationship. We design buildings that serve the community, and we share a philosophy of giving back to the community that we work in. That's why there's been that successful relationship between our two firms. In the middle, you see a picture of the Broward Showers facility that we're going to talk about during this presentation as a case study for your facility. But in addition, to let you know that we really have the depth in working on these facilities, right now I just have the CO on a new police and emergency operations center for the Seminoles and Immokalee, and right now I'm working on the design of a 2-story police facility for the town of Cutler Bay. So the experience we bring to the table is current and relevant to be able to respond to your needs. Now, when it comes to sustainable design and LEED experience, we really believe that we're leaders in South Florida with regards to that, because it's not only sustainable design, but at this point it's resiliency for buildings as well. We're designing buildings with respect for the environment by virtue of the design decisions we make, but we're also designing for resiliency so that the building we design for you today will be here for the next generations to have, because it takes the environmental changes into consideration. Here are 3 projects that Al and I have worked on together over the years that we're able to achieve LEED Gold. Again, one of the ones we're most proud of is the Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital that we worked on together as a team, because at the time I was the lead AP and able to achieve a LEED Gold on that facility, and at the time it was the second children's hospital in the United States that was able to meet that requirement. Now, with a police station, resiliency is more than an environmentally sensitive project. It's a project that needs to be there in the case of an emergency. It's a mission-critical resiliency, because you need to know a police station is going to be there before, during, and after any kind of event that the public needs safety with. Also, finally, on the environmental issue, our firms designed the first net positive building in Broward County, which was recognized in national magazines, and it also achieved the first LEED Transit Gold in the United States, where LEED came down and actually had a ceremony at the facility itself.
So let me talk a little bit about the deep understanding of police complexes. We are just about to finish, we're COing probably in June, the Broward Sheriff's Office Training Facility, which is a 110,000 square foot facility, which has a lot of very similar things that you will have in your facility. This particular project is one that was a design build, so we'll be building about that. And ironically, the original budget was set, yet the building that they had designed, at least at what you call a design criteria, was much more elaborate than what their budget would allow. So having us on board early allowed them to allowed us to redesign the building and show them how we could come within the budget that they had originally set. So that is an example of how the design-build project really does benefit the owner.
Now, as part of our process in working with you, the city and the community, is we don't go back to tried and true in terms of what you've done before is what we're going to do in the future. In fact, that's the most dangerous phrase an architect can hear during the course of construction, planning a project, is that's the way we've done it in the past. But what we're going to do is slow down to get there quicker. We're bringing in RDG as a nationally recognized firm with regards to public safety facilities throughout the United States. We bring to you best practices and things people are doing in other parts of the country and the experiences they have, so you don't go through the pains that other people have. Additionally, we have the local ability of us having experience in these public safety facilities and working together with you to facilitate and create a process that gives you the maximum bang for the buck. Now, the facility will be efficient and effective with regards to its design and the way it works. It will be designed in a manner where it will last 75 to 100 years for generations to come in Riviera Beach. It's sustainable. It has respect for history. In fact, in our lobbies, what we like to do is create a space that honors the service of all first responders. And finally, we understand the economic requirements of a project to be a catalyst for work within the community, and we'll get into that in a little bit further detail as well. Part of the process is just brainstorming, diagrammatically showing you our process of working relationships within the building by working with the people that are going to operate and manage the facility. In medical facilities, one of the new requirements is to do a DEVA, a Disaster Emergency and Vulnerability Assessment, and is perfectly appropriate to do in public facilities and especially facilities like police departments, since these are buildings that a community must rely on during and after any kind of emergency event. We use Revit and BIM in our office to be able to communicate new ideas. We're able to communicate floor plans in 3 dimensions. We're able to create elevations and the looks of the buildings in the community, create videos and flybys, so you can see exactly the product that's being proposed and designed, how it'll fit into the community around it, and it's being presented to you in a manner that everybody can understand. On the bottom right, you see the rendering that was done for the Broward Sheriff's facility, and before you saw a photograph, and they were actually the same exact thing. So the tool is an excellent product for us to be able to communicate our ideas to everybody involved. What's also very critical in these projects is basically the interaction with the needs of the community and with the first responders. Now, in the Broward Sheriff's facility, the community really wanted to commemorate the tragedy at Stoneman Douglas by remembering those people who lost their lives in that tragedy. At the same time, the sheriff wanted to make sure that everybody that walked through that facility reinforced the reason why they were there and what job they had to do to serve the publics in the best interest. This lobby is something we created, and everybody was really overwhelmed with the final result.
Let me just elaborate a little bit, because this particular lobby is very special to me and to our local community, because I remember getting the call from Sheriff Tony when we were awarded this project, and he said to me, "Al, this is a memorial lobby that I want to really pay attention to. I want to really pay tribute to the 17 unfortunate deaths that happened that day." And we listened to him, and if you go there today to see it, it really is a beautiful lobby, a tribute and a memorial to the fallen, but also to their families. So I invite you all to take a look at that, just to get an idea of how impressive that lobby ended up coming out. So we also, as part of why our team, we want to touch a little bit on the community impact and how it goes further than the project duration. This is who we are today. Our company is 100 strong, and we generate revenues of about $400 million. But I mention that only because this is a result of our past. I mean, we started with humble beginnings. We started the company 42 years ago, 1981. And at that time, there was just 3 of us started the company, my dad, myself, and my brother. And one of the things that made us successful throughout the years is we had opportunities given to us by companies that allowed us to be mentees, or they were our mentors in protege type programs. And we have paid that forward, and we participate in many of those type of programs today. And those are the type of things that we would like to offer this project once given the opportunity. For example, Broward Health has a specific mentor protege program in which they ask us as a general contractor to include a selected small minority company and actually allow them to be a sub-general contractor to us. What that does, it gives the opportunity to a small minority contractor to experience a project that they may not otherwise be able to get on their own. So this is something that we would also like to implement in this project, and if given the opportunity.
As Al indicated, as the owners of our company, we give back to the communities we work with. I'm actually on the board of directors of the Economic and Small Business Council in Broward County, where we work on making sure that the work that's generated in the county is distributed fairly among those businesses and people that live within the county. We also provide mentorship to young firms that are starting out, as Al indicated, and we do that on the architectural side as well as the construction side of the projects.
Engagement creates change. So we do it from both sides. From the high level, my brother, for example, sits on the Minority Builders Coalition in Broward County, And I routinely participate in the Generals Club Career Fair, which is done annually at one of the Boys and Girls Clubs here in Fort Lauderdale. And and we, of course, engage with all the teenagers and students of that Boys and Girls Club and show them the opportunities that are available to them in our industry. So establishing a team prior to a full understanding of the needs of the community immediately creates exclusion. So our goal is to listen first and then tailor our outreach to maximize participation. I can appreciate the presenter prior to us showing participation, but we believe that that's something that we will get into once selected, and we will listen to the needs of the community, and we will react accordingly.
5 minutes.
Now, designing a facility for the community we need to communicate and participate with the community and engage the community so that they buy into the project that we're working on and also how it fits into their city. So we act as facilitators. Again, using the tools that we spoke about previously, we'll engage the community through a series of outreach programs, and we look forward to that interaction because they appreciate the participation, and we never fail to get a few good ideas from the public that we're able to incorporate into our projects. Now, in addition to our outreach and inclusion program, it's not only having a few meetings with the public, it's using technology. So we'll create a project website so people will be able to interact with us on a continuing basis and also see the progress of the project as it moves forward. We do the same thing with social media by having social media sites on Facebook and Instagram, project specific so they know what's going on. There's the partnership with economic development, and there are outreach events and job fairs that we work on to make sure that at any given point in time, the project is open to the community and they have the ability to participate. As Al said, none of that's been predetermined. That all occurs during the entire process of putting a project together.
So our results speak for themselves. At the Broward Sheriff's Office, we had 32% utilization of minority firms. At the Broward Health Imperial Point Cardiac, we had 27.36%. At the Jackson Health MTI project, we had 24% and 28.3% at the Broom Replacement Project in Jackson. So as you can see, we are very forward-thinking when it comes to minority participation. As we all know, construction workforce across the U.S. has experienced an increment of minority laborers. Currently, the African American, Hispanic are about 40% of the workforce in our industry. However, when analyzing their presence, managerial roles, we see a drastic diminishment. Our inclusion program is destined to improve the managerial capabilities of small minority-led companies. Yes, we're going to give work to minorities and create labor work, but we also want to create managerial positions so they can elevate their positions and elevate their companies for future projects. What are the three essential elements that I believe that small minority companies need assistance on? And the first one would be financing and bonding. A lot of them don't understand the requirements that will be required of them when they someday become either a general contractor or working directly for the city or for a municipality that is going to require bonding. Managerial experience and marketing and job procurement. This will help small minority-owned companies to grow and succeed. This will create a strong minority contracting environment. And we like to leave with you with saying that if your building performs well, your team will perform well.
Hopefully over the past few minutes we've been able to show you that not only do we have the design and construction expertise, but we've captured the spirit and the vision of the community with regards to the police facility. Again, on behalf of our team, we thank you for the invitation to present to you tonight, and at this time we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Let's go into Q&A from the board. Get this timer set. And we're going to give this team the same amount of time, 10 minutes. Questions from my colleagues?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Again, thank you for the presentation. I know you all spoke a lot about the Broward Sheriff's Department building. Did you do any other police buildings? I know you did a lot in the health field, but besides the Broward Sheriff's Department, have you constructed any other police facilities?
Yes, as I indicated, we just literally received a CO this week for the police facility and emergency operations center for the Seminoles in Immokalee. Our firm also is in the process now of designing the police facility in Cutler Bay. And additionally, our consultant, RDG, literally has dozens and dozens of these police facilities throughout the country that we rely on their expertise for bringing that experience to bear.
Thank you. And again, thank you for the presentation as well, and thank you for responding and your interest in Riviera Beach. I do have a question. You talked about the protege type program, the mentorship, bonding capacities, and help building local small women minority businesses. On your Broward Sheriff's Office, what was your local minority women business percentage?
32%.
And that was for MBE, SPEs, women. Do you have that itemized from what you did in Broward?
I can't tell you off the top of my head what the breakdown was. But for example, we use Wayne Messam as one of our main subcontractors. So Wayne is a minority male-owned firm, and an assortment of other minorities. That some were women, some were just regular minority.
Okay, and that 32%, that was minority, that was SPE, that was what was that? 32% is what?
It's a combination of minority and SPE.
Got it. Local?
Most local, yes, sir.
Okay.
In Broward County.
Okay.
Peter, can you help?
No, it was local. It was local to the community. 100%.
If you could speak into the microphone, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, it was 100% local to the community.
Okay, so 32% on that last project from Broward. Yes. Okay. Comments from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Was the Broward County a design-build project?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, how much money was that project originally budgeted for?
The original bids came in at $69 million, and our bids came in around $50 million with the new design. So we were able to cut back from the bids that came in originally because there was a little bit of a different process, what you're seeing here. We were asked to give what we call a rough order of magnitude for the price for the facility that we're looking for. So in your case, you have not asked for a rough order of magnitude for your project, which a lot of municipalities do. You may want to consider that. But in that particular solicitation, they asked for a rough order of magnitude, and we gave them that along with 2 or 3 other firms, and the number was somewhere in the $67 to $69 million range. And by our design build, we were selected nevertheless, even though it was over budget, and then we worked with the Broward Sheriff's Office to get it within a budget that they could afford, which was around that $49 to $50 million.
But are you saying it was bid? Did they actually put it out to bid?
They didn't bid it. They just asked, as part of their solicitation for the RFQ, they asked for a rough order of magnitude, which is very common.
Got it.
And also they provided, which I want to warn you and just give you food for thought, that at some point if you're gonna go through this design build process, you're gonna have to create a design criteria so that our architects and designers understand what it is you're looking for. So that's another process that you haven't even gone through. You may already know that, but I apologize, but just want to make that clear.
Thank you. Additional questions from the board? In your qualifications, did you include statement of qualifications? Did you include anything in reference to community benefits, and what does community benefits look like for your firm?
Well, we pay. You mean as far as health insurance and things of that nature?
Just community benefits is in regards to the benefit community. I saw you mentioned the protege program, the mentorship, bonding capacity. Community benefits, my vision of community benefits is what impact is this firm coming when they come to our community, and how they can actually spend these dollars in our community, benefiting and building the bonding capacities like you mentioned with the protege program. So in addition to that, what additional community benefits are you looking for or looking to offer?
Well, I think the question, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question, but, you know, what we're proposing is to come in with a mentorship program and allow some of these firms that would first qualify to do the work, have the capacity to do the work physically, and then we would include as part of our relationship with that firm, mentorship program to extend some of their education on things like the ones I mentioned, bonding and things of that nature, understanding, you know, the requirements that maybe some of the managerial level positions would require. So those are the kind of things that we would offer those firms.
And that's the actual most important thing for me when it comes to building bonding capacity, training, preparing our working class, preparing our small businesses, our minority and our women businesses to be able to bid these contracts, is to go from the subs to the primes, to be able to have that capacity. So that program is going to be vital, and seeing how that's built out. Additional questions from the board? We have about 4 minutes left. No additional questions? Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you so much for the time, and thank you for bidding on this project. 3 minutes, guys. Mr. Evans, is that enough time for you, sir? Councilwoman, are you ready? I asked you because you put your cookie in your mouth. I just want to talk to you. Eating a cookie. I'd like to call back to order our meeting. It is 9:18 p.m. Madam Clerk? I'm sorry, we're actually having a presentation from our third team. And our third team is going to be Core Construction Services of Florida. Welcome, guys. Madam Clerk, if you start the timer for 10 minutes. 20 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm trying to cut their time. 20 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Ted Cava. I'm a principal with Core Construction. We're really humbled to be here this evening. We've got an action-packed agenda, so we're going to get right into it. This follows the grading criteria of the RFP. First and foremost, we wanted to do a team introduction, and we were very intentional about the team bringing both national resources and a local commitment.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Brown, proud owner of Brown Electrical Solutions. So intentional team, what does that mean? My wife and I, Keena Brown, we reached out to Core and TSC to say, hey, we have a police station going on at Riviera Beach. We want to be intentional and not box check to make sure that we have a team that will fulfill our needs, our vision. Local partners, that's what that looks like, to make sure that we're not doing a dog and pony show, to make sure that we are bringing individuals with signed contracts that can deliver and can produce for the city of Riviera Beach. Police experience, humbly, Core is the second leading construction company in the nation as far as public safety complexes. And then community driven, I mean, you're speaking to the heart of me as we speak now. 10 years plus of working together is what this team has.
Good evening. I'm Sam Ferrari, principal with PGAL Architects. I want to talk a little bit about our design and our design capabilities. We're a 78-year-old firm with 12 offices around the country. I'm local here, been a Palm Beach County resident for over 44 years. And we've got an expert on our team that I mentored. We've been working together for 17 years, Johnny Loram. But the combination of our two firms, we have over 100 years of combined experience in doing public safety facilities. We've done over 130 facilities around the country. And I've done personally 6 projects in Riviera Beach over my 44 years, not for the city itself, but buildings within Riviera Beach, including school projects.
As for your build team, we have over 300 combined law enforcement projects. We know the programs, we know the cost, and we know how to build them successfully. This team has 15 Riviera Beach projects to its tenor, one of them in which I'm working on, and I've worked on in this building particularly right here. Proud to be here today. But what that means is we know the processes, we know the systems, we know the people, we know how to execute through building permitting, and we can successfully build your project. In addition to the people that you see sitting here, we have another group of team members that aren't with us today. We have 2 subject matter experts. When we're talking about the internal programming, they know it. We can provide cost estimating in a real-time basis. In addition, our design and pre-construction team that you see with all their logos, they also have 15 projects right here in Palm Beach County that are police-driven. They know the programming and know how to design it. Our construction team is not a team of convenience. Everyone has worked together before. They know how to work together in an integrated team methodology for open communication to develop trust. Plus, they're 100% local and committed to your project. We want to talk about project experience and what that looks like and feels like for the city of Riviera Beach. Our job is to listen to you, the owner. We want to understand what drives the community, what drives the decisions. Our job is to listen and execute that by being transparent, collaborative, open with communication, and be an innovative partner. How we focus on our projects is always client-driven. We started in 1937 by developing trust with our clients, and we do that today. From a safety perspective, Core is the nation's leading safety construction manager. We want all of our workers to come home exactly the way they went to work. We have an experience modification ratio of 0.57. From a quality perspective, Harold, our project manager, is going to talk about our quality assurance program. We're going to talk about some creative solutions for cost and schedule today as part of our project approach, and most importantly is trade partners. How are we going to drive our trade partner community to making sure the city of Riviera Beach and we develop a level of impact that's going to leave a legacy? We want to highlight a project for the supervisors of elections. in Broward County. There's 2 supervisors elections being built right now. One is right here in Palm Beach County, started a year before the supervisor elections for Broward County. This team collectively is working on the Broward County supervisor elections. It started later by a year and is finishing earlier. It's the level of collaboration that we had at the stakeholder level to understand what were some of the critical key drivers to make the project a success. One of the questions that we asked our ownership team is, how do we make this project successful? And they said, get us the project open by 2024 election. And we're doing that. And it's those types of creative questions and solutions we provide at the design phase and we execute through construction. Your project we know very well. We understand through the RFP we have a 45,000 square foot program plus an additional 12,000 square foot for evidence storage. It's on 2.25 acres, and you've asked us to build the project in 36 months from the negotiation of contract. Well, that's too late for us. We want to build it faster. We want to build it 2.5 months faster. We've proposed in the RFP that we can do that, and how we can do that is being creative in our design approach. I'm going to let Sam talk about that.
So we heard earlier tonight your staff has put together a program. For us, the first thing is program verification. What does that mean? We're going to talk a little bit about that in more detail of options and presenting options to you through the process. And when I say options to you, I'm talking about staff level, commission level, because I think to be proactive, we've got to be communicating with everybody. Then we'll go into the design, and again, there'll be steps in the design where we're basically meeting and showing everybody what we're doing so there's no surprises at the end. And then finally, the knowledge and filling in of the DRC site plan approval process. We know what it is. We're going to go meet with your planning people and your building people before we submit to make sure there's no surprises and no delays.
In addition, we're going to bring in the trade subcontractor community earlier in this process. On the bottom, you see the construction documents, which are the last phase of design, and we're overlapping our construction for your project. We're integrating subcontractors earlier from a design assist methodology to execute the project faster and get our police department into a facility earlier than anyone else. Our culture begins with trust and teamwork, and always the central part of it is communication.
So I said earlier we're going to talk a little bit about our design process. So we have a 12-step process, and it really starts with a project vision. We need to sit down with you and understand what the end vision is for the city, what you want this building to be, and we want it to be a 50-year building, so we got to make those right decisions. During that process, we'll go through and talk about each of the components of the building. We do block diagramming, and we'll do it in a public forum with you so that every move you make in a building, how you organize the building, has an effect on cost and schedule. So to be proactive and have CORE analyze those costs as we're doing that, it's in real time. So you're going to make decisions based not only on the best project, but also with the money you have available. And then finally, steps 9 to 12 are really to deal with what we do normally to get a permit. And again, being proactive before we submit so that we maintain the schedule Ted talked about.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Dobson. I'm a general contractor, and I've been in business for the last 15 years. I've been a partner, a mentorship partner with CORE for the last 5 years. And what we'd like to present is your vision and your process. With that is our community engagement, making sure that we are taking all the information from Chief Coleman, the DAS, City Manager Evans, and making sure that we're implementing all those ideas and putting it into a process. Having town hall meetings, making sure that we convey the project costs, the schedule, and making sure that we invite the public to all workshops so that the community can be heard when we're developing this construction project.
So from our national experience, some of the things, the trends we've seen, and in my 44 years, police stations and police facilities have changed from basically a bunker building, not very welcoming to the public, to buildings that want to be open to the public. You want to be transparent. We use natural light, not only for the employees in the building, but to invite people into the building. You also have to basically create those public spaces that are separate and secure from the rest of the facility. You do that with clear wayfinding. You look at zoning of the building, and then also health and wellness. That's probably the #1 topic that we've seen in the last 5 years. Even before the pandemic, zoning the building, having different air conditioning systems so that airborne contaminants cannot be moved throughout the building, odor control, proper ventilation of key areas, and separate ventilation for certain things, and then acoustics. Security is probably the second most important issue, but again, I started with building needs to be inviting. You can do active security and you can do technology security, and we do a combination of both. And then the site itself, the hardening of the building, key areas. We'll identify costs and we'll let you decide how much of that building needs to be ballistic hardened. And then evidence, chain of custody. So we want to take you through a little example of the process. So this is talking about a fire sprinkler system, whether it's wet or dry. And this is an evidence control. So some evidence you have to keep for 99 years. So we'll look at the records, the warehousing, and we'll look at the components to how you put that together. Whether you pay for more compact shelving or more space allocation. Hard to read, but on the bottom of each of these options is a cost. And we'll go through those in a meeting and say, okay, what is the best solution for Riviera Beach? And here are the costs, way before we put a lot of pencil to the paper. So you're going to make some of those decisions with us to make sure that we do hit that $35 million or less budget. And then finally, hardening. You know, we got to harden this building for redundancy, and then systems and materials. This is a 24/7 operation. The materials in the building, they've got to look good, but they also got to wear well. They got to be cleanable. So we have the staff and we have the experience of doing that. The evidence processing, specialized labs, dispatch areas, understanding of levels of containment, community spaces, and then training components. There are a lot of training that happens. You've got a canine unit, you've got task forces. Again, creating those spaces for them. And then the building has to be flexible. It's got to last for 50 years. It's got to be able to change, and it's got to be able to expand. So we talked a little bit about crime prevention and safety. A lot of things we use what's called CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design. We look at from the outside of the building. You can protect the building. You could use bollards. You can use visual. You can use walls. And then you can also use visibility, being able to look out of the lobby and see what's happening in front of the building. Simulation training. We heard earlier someone talk about firing ranges. Well, firearms training is important, but a lot of it's being done with simulations versus either real ammunition or rubber bullets. And those have a way less cost in terms of maintenance.
We want to talk specifically about the project site. We understand that the proposed project site is right there at Barracuda Bay. It's right at the corner of Blue Heron and Avenue S. What's around it is very important. It's important to the community because it affects all of our children. We got John F. Kennedy Middle School, Suncoast High School, and off the chart is an elementary school. What that means is 90% of the traffic goes right down Avenue S. And we cannot have construction traffic as well as school traffic integrating. So as part of your design build team, we're going to do a traffic study to understand where and when is the best time for construction traffic. It may be right here. So we're going to study that as part of the team, but the important part is we're going to treat this like an active school project, and we're not going to impact the community at the school. We've analyzed your site. We've taken the time to drone it. It's not on the static. It's not showing, but we drone your flight. We know it. We know it well. We stocked to the maintenance facility. We also walked on site. There are trees for FP&L solar panels. We want to decommission those, take those down, store them, and reinstall them. On the bottom right-hand side, on top of the building, there is a detection system for shots. So what we want to do with the shot detection system is understand that and study it, because it triangulates where the shot is coming from within 50 feet. What we'll do is we'll put the infrastructure in, we'll reconnect it, and we'll make sure that system is down very limitedly. On the bottom left, this is a heat map of your cut-fill analysis. We'll make sure we maximize the potential of savings with respect to cut-fill and the amount of site utilization. In addition, I want to talk about cost control. It sounded like a pretty hot button as I heard some of the commission talking today. Well, there's different program costs for the program, and we've taken 4 different projects and we studied your program, and we see that the the program cost can run anywhere from $650 a square foot to $400 a square foot, which means we could build your project more economically, all predicated on the program that you select and choose.
I'm Harold Antoine. I'm with your project management team. We take quality control seriously. Quality control starts at the pre-construction phase where we establish expectations. As soon as the project starts, we'll use mock-ups to show you what that looks like. One of the construction tools that we use is
5 minutes.
Construction Site. Construction Site uses virtual construction to document the construction of the project in real time. In the future, we can go back and see what's behind walls and in ceilings. Our warranty department gives 24-hour availability, which equates to boots on the ground and issues resolved quickly. We also QR code all major items to give facility staff access to maintenance information quickly.
So our community partner, what our outreach plan looks like. If you look on the left, the difference between our team and other teams, and past histories of my experience in Riviera Beach, being on multiple teams in different facets, a lot of times small local minority contractors are sold one thing but yet did something different. Overall ineffective, without proper tracking, lack of ownership and accountability, lack of business development, and having someone to speak up for them. And this is what we plan to do with our team.
We want to leave a legacy inside of Riviera Beach, and how we do that is have a level of intentionality to our outreach program. We've been pretty fortunate to work on a fire station for Palm Beach County, whereby they had a minority and local participation goal of 25%. I'm proud to say we're at 48%. And how we did that is we had a level of intentionality and commitment. On the right-hand side of the slide, there's a lot of bullets. We could talk for almost 30 minutes just on these 6 bullets and how we're going to do it. I'm going to highlight a couple of them. First and foremost is a mentor-protege matchmaking. We want to understand the community, what they're capable of doing, and how to make sure we hit their goals and objectives. If they want to grow from a small business to a mid-sized business, we're going to partner those businesses together so they can grow and develop. If we want to have a subcontractor, look at certain scopes of work specifically based on their revenue sizes, we can debundle a scope of work. For example, maybe a site work subcontractor has a signage package, but we have a local subcontractor that focuses on signage. We can break that out and have that signage subcontractor work directly for us. It's that type of creative solutions that we provide. I think one of the most important parts that's a huge differentiator for us is we use a product called the subcontractor default insurance. As a subcontractor, one of their biggest constraints on growth is bonding capacity. And bonding capacity is determined by 2 things: previous revenue and financial capability of the owners and of the firm. So the bonding company puts a constraint on what they can do and what they can't do. We don't want to eat the subcontractor's bonding capability up. We have a program, it's an insurance program they can run through us. We take that risk on and allows them to take on work above what their bonding company tells them to do.
External communication. So what our team will focus on is community outreach, community events, project websites, and banner screen fencing, which, to be all transparent, every team said that they're going to do the same thing. Next slide. So this is what differentiates us from everyone else. Partnership program. We have assigned to the left a signed letter of commitment dated on February 14, 2024 from Jimmy over at Nortech that we will partner with Nortech to make sure that everyone that we hire through the reentry program that we are partnering with, that the MEPs is mandated that they must sign those individuals up to Nortech where it will be paid for. So therefore, those individuals, not only will they get a job, not only will they work, but now they will be educated. So like I said, we're intentional in helping our community change the quality of life of the people in Riviera Beach. Also, what we're doing is, if you look to the left, I came up with an idea with our team to start an initiative to focus on other businesses outside of construction. So therefore, we can change our community as a whole. We partner with local restaurant businesses, Smoothie Me, Suds Boulevard, you name it, you got it. Everybody's up there but Taz. And what we want to do is we want to create a lunch voucher. We will have roughly about 100 employees on the job. So we will have a lunch voucher to where we can alternate between those restaurants and local food truck vendors to where any given day during lunch, Monday through Friday, that they will have an influx of business for that time period once they create a lunch special, and also the t-shirt
Time
companies
has
like
expired.
these t-shirts to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Questions from the board? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. So I was gonna start with some organizational stuff, but Mr. Brown, just to figure out what you meant by that. So you're proposing that the workforce that you guys are gonna utilize is gonna go to our local vendors and get a 20% off discount?
Yes, sir. So what we're proposing is this. So let's use ABC Sandwich Shop, right? ABC Sandwich Shop, and those individuals at the bottom, you can't see, but we've already contacted those restaurants and those owners of those restaurants, and we already have a commitment on the work that we will be doing for them. So they're going to create a lunch menu, something quick, something fast, sandwiches, chips, drinks, to where at this time between 12 and 1, we will send all of our employees, whoever wants, if they didn't pack their lunch, you have a card, kind of like a Duffy's card. You show up, it's called the core discount card or whatever the case may be. Once they come with that card, they'll stamp it, they'll get a lunch, whatever that lunch is within that menu, and then you go that way. So that way, that local business is being impacted by the workforce that's happening in the community versus everyone saying, hey, let's get contractors, let's get subs.
I reclaim my time, thank you. I just want to get the concept, and I don't want to waste too much time.
Yes, sir.
But how is that benefiting the local business if you're asking them to give you a 20% discount?
No, so that says 20%, up to 20% discount, but what it is during lunch, if you have a $5 to $7 lunch menu just for lunch, then we would send our guys there just for lunch. So normally we're looking at ways and creative ways to bring dollars back into the community without everything having to be construction.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So my next question is regarding the organizational structure. You guys keep referencing that you've been around 78 years, and I heard 1937. So obviously incorporated, or let me start, organized in the state of Florida in 2008. So what's your, I guess, you've been operating outside of the state of Florida for many years.
Yes, sir.
And what's the ownership? So are you guys an affiliate of the national? Because when I look at your organizational documents, it lists all of the local, I guess the local ownership percentages being local persons.
Yes, sir. So we are a locally owned company with the national resources. So we report up as an organization to a national company.
And what is the ownership model? Does the national company have, 30% equity interest in it?
The national company has equity interest in the company. Yes, it does.
Okay. So in what states do you guys have a footprint in, if you will?
So we have operational headquarters in 7 different states, going from the West Coast to the East Coast. Starts off in California, goes to Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Louisiana, and Florida.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Board? Do have a few questions. What is the most recent project that your firm has completed? Where is that most recent project? Public safety facility?
So we're completing right now a project for the supervisor of elections, currently in Broward County, for public safety. The most current public safety project that we completed as a team, Sam, what was the one that you had as your most?
We just finished a project in Las Vegas together as a team. So we work all over the country together. So in Florida, our latest public safety building, our police building was probably University of Florida, which was a joint venture.
University of Florida, when was that?
Just opened last year.
Open last year. And I asked this question previously, but I know local minority and women participation. What was the percentage of local women and minority businesses that participated in that contract?
Are you referencing the University of Florida contract or
Yeah.
the?
University of Florida.
I wasn't the contractor, so I don't know. We were just the architect on that one, and it wasn't a design build. SOE, you can,
On a supervisor of election project in Broward, from a local participation standpoint, we had 96% Broward subcontractors on the project. And from a minority participation, they had a 30% CBE goal, which is Certified Business Enterprises, which included small businesses that can do no more than $9 million of annual revenue over
What was the
3 years.
percentage?
It was 32%.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
can you tell me what your errors and omissions insurance policy looks like?
Talk through that.
sure. As architects, we have up to $10 million of errors and omissions on our big projects. Most of our projects of this size would be between 2 and 5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions from the board? I do have a question. On your timeline, it said September 2025 potential GMP price. Is that the projected date for the GMP price of 2025, September?
Yep. I have a couple GMPs proposed as part of the timeline. As we see the proposal coming together, I think first and foremost, we'd have an enabling package, which would be the demolition of Barracuda Bay, decommissioning all the systems. The second guaranteed maximum price we'd want to deliver is for the submittable shop drawings and any long lead material procurement items. So it would be the building shell and any type of long lead items like the generator equipment, the electrical equipment, and then lastly would be the balance of work, which would be the interior finishes, the glazing systems, the roofing systems, etc.
Additional comments from the board? My last question was, and we have 4 minutes left, board. Below budget is my biggest concern. Cost number 5, project completed within budget was one of your items. It said project was be completed within the budget. One of these board's concerns is this is the budget, this is the cost per square footage that we saw, and these are all very recent numbers. Our concern is coming in below budget.
Sure, absolutely.
We need to make sure that that comes in below budget, and that's going to be the #1 priority for this board. But waiting till 2025 to get a GMP price is concerning. So I think I asked Mr. Evans that question earlier, and I'll save that for after presentations are complete. But how do you intend to come in below our budgeted price? Because we have a price point, a bond number, which is not necessarily our budgeted price.
Understood. So when we talked about our approach and really listening to the commission and staff, it would be important for us to know what's the biggest driver of the project. Is it project program combined with cost? So if we think about the exterior skin of a building and we look at the walls here, and there's a lot of walls that are filled in, well, pretend that everyone wants a lot of glass. Well, glass runs $175 per square foot as a curtain wall. We can use a different system that's $85 a square foot, but gives you the same interior program. Your exterior finishes look different and feel different. So as part of the programming that Sam talked about earlier with modeling, we're modeling the inside and outside at the same time, and we have target value designs for different components of the project. First would be your site work, then it would be your building structure and exterior skin, then be your interior finishes, and then your systems. And as we programmatically move items around, we'll be able to identify where those cost points are to help drive down the budgetary cost of the project, and making sure you're informed of what decisions drive the cost and how it impacts the bottom line. But anytime that we have an opportunity to do a program charrette, we're also going to have a costing and schedule charrette that goes hand in hand with it. So if we're making a decision over here on a program, you're going to also understand what the cost is in a real-time platform.
Minute and a half left, board. Any additional questions?
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
can you tell me what your timetable is for your design?
And you want to answer that?
Yep. So a lot of design is driven by the early programming, or I call program verification, and the decisions that need to be made. After that, a lot of it is the permitting, and I call permitting site plan approval, water management approval. So we work that into the schedule. So normally, We've got about 4 months for construction documents. Some of that can be sped up. As Ted said, we're going to divide it into packages. But we're looking to be, totally permitted by, I can't see that there, but I think it's November of next year. So, and again, we can speed that up. Like in supervisor of elections, we had to speed that up to meet the election deadlines. A lot of it was the delays in programming decisions. So we'll work that with you. And one thing that we didn't mention is part of the reporting that we do to the commission. We're going to come back and give a report every month or every other month, and it'll have what open issues there are during design that need to be determined that maybe staff hasn't been able to get the determination on. And then through the
I'm sorry,
process,
that's
problems
the
that come
time,
up.
that's the 10 minutes. But thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for addressing all the questions of the board.
Thank you.
Okay, so while we're going to go through discussion, we're going to go into our next set of presentations. If we can have, before we get started, have Kaufman Lynn for our fire presentation start getting set up for their presentation so that we can be ready to go straight into it without an additional break. We're going to do our rankings now, board. Currently, Mr. Evans?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Also, at this time, I'm going to ask for the Assistant City Manager, Ms. Deirdre Jacobs, and Mr. Goldstein to help facilitate the ranking for this particular project. And then after that, we'll announce that and then move into the subsequent presentations.
And time is now 9:50. Board, do we have a motion to extend? Motion been made, properly seconded. Is this time sensitive to the end of the agenda?
Yes.
Motion been made to the end of the agenda. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs?
Thank you, Chair Lawson. On behalf of the city, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Kaufman Lynn Construction, A&F Group, Inc., and Core Construction Services of Florida for your interest in doing business with the city of Riviera Beach. Unless you have any further questions, we'd like to ask if you could go ahead, elected officials, and start with the ranking process.
Board, are we ready with your rankings? So we have to now give a verbal number for each board member.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans?
Yes, you need to be audible and provide for who your ranked firms are 1 through 3, or 3 through 1, however the board wishes to prefer. Staff will then write it down and then tally, and then then we will announce who the #1 ranked firm is based on the scores.
And just a quick recap, board. Number 1 is going to be your #1 ranked team, and lowest score will be the winning team. Okay? We want to start with, based on the numbers up here, I will go ahead and begin. My number 3 team is A&F Group. We want to tally the scores. Number 2 team is Kaufman Lynn, and number 1 team is Core. GS, Dr. Glenn Spiritus.
My number 1 is Core Construction, my number 2 is A&F, and my number 3 is Kaufman Lynn.
Kashawn Miller Anderson.
My number,
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm over here.
I'm sorry.
One moment. Could y'all slow down just
Oh,
a bit?
absolutely. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Dr. Spiritus, could you just restate those numbers one more time, please?
Sorry. Okay, I have Core as number 1, I have A&F as number 2, and I have Kaufman Lynn as number 3. I should mention that I think all 3 groups did an excellent job, and they all have the ability to do this project.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you. Kashawn Miller Anderson.
A&F Group, number 3, Kaufman Lynn, number 2, and Core Construction, number 1.
Councilwoman Shirley Lanier.
I have A&F Group number 3, Core Construction number 2, Kaufman Lynn number 1.
Sorry, could you repeat that for me, Councilwoman Lanier?
A&F Group number 3, Core Construction number 2, Kaufman Lynn number 1.
Thank you.
Pro Tem.
Yes. Number 3, A&F Group. Number 2, Kaufman Lynn. Number 1, Core Construction.
All right. All those scores are in, Mr. Evans?
Yes, Ms. Boynton, for the record, if you can announce based on the scores, the number 1, number 2, and number 3 ranked firms.
Core Construction Services of Florida LLC is number 1. Kaufman Lynn Construction, Inc. is number 2. And A&F Group, Inc. is number 3.
And again, as my colleague said, thank you to every firm that presented and responded, and congratulations to Core Construction as the number 1 bid. Thank you so much. We will go ahead and set up. Let's take a 5-minute break so that we can go ahead and have our next teams get started. Representative? And Dr. Spirit is there. Talk a lot is not. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. The time is 10:04 p.m. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, this time we're going to get into the presentations for Fire Station 86, and we will ask for the presenters to introduce themselves and then effectively start their presentation, and the clerk will set the clock for 20 minutes and give them a 5-minute warning before their time expires.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff. My name is Derek Wolfhope, and I'm a Senior Vice President with Kaufman Lynn Construction. And once again, thank you for allowing us to present to you again. We are proud to be here today, and we've appreciated our partnership with Riviera Beach on Fire Station number 88 and 87. We are looking forward to continuing that partnership into the future with Riviera Beach. So, for years, many have made promises to Riviera Beach and failed to deliver. But Kaufman Lynn has not been one of those contractors, one of those firms that have failed to deliver. As has been in the news lately, there is a water treatment plant, I know was spoken about earlier tonight, that was supposed to be completed in January 2024. And as recently as 3 months ago, it's been pushed to March of 2027, a 3 full year push. However, you have an excellent contractor. I'm sure they will complete that job very well for you, and they will complete it when they say they are going to complete it. However, let's keep the big contractor on the big $300 million water plant, and let's keep the smaller contractor on the local fire station. Kaufman Lynn did what we said we were going to do. We designed and built Fire Station 88 in 20 months. We've continued that moving forward into Fire Station number 87. We've designed and we've built that, or will have that built, in 19 months. And what we're asking the council today is to keep that momentum going. We want to keep working with Riviera Beach here at Kaufman Lynn, us and our partners, to continue reimagining Riviera Beach, and we want to work and continue with the fire department and complete Fire Station 87 for the city of Riviera Beach. We have the most local experience here today when it comes to fire stations. We have completed 71 local fire stations amongst our team. We know fire stations. This is something that we do. We also have 232 local water tanks. However, everybody here today is going to have a very similar number to those water tanks. The differentiator for us is the fact that we have all of the local fire station experience. So for the rest of the presentation, we're going to be focusing on our impact to the community, the quality of the product that we deliver, and the timeliness of the product that we will deliver. So let's get started by talking about the impact to the community. I'm welcoming Ann McNeil up to the mic.
And good evening again. Ann McNeil, born and raised here in the city of Riviera Beach and partnering with Kaufman Lynn for the last 10, 15 years. We are local, we are minority, and we have committed and exceeded our expectation for the commitment that we made coming into this project. We have exceeded the goal by having a 37% SBE MWBE participation and a 24% African American participation, and 43% of our participation has been from the city of Riviera Beach. Again, we're tracking for 53% SBE MWBE participation for Fire Station 87, which is a really good indication of our commitment going into Fire Station 86. And with that, I'd like to reintroduce Mr. Aman. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be before you again. I've always supported local participation, and I'm a firm believer in keeping the money in the city. I've found that we have a very talented group of individuals that are local, that we have an opportunity through Kaufman and Lynn is to put them to work. Strengthening families, strengthening businesses. A lot of our local participation had to leave, but they also wanted you to know that they look forward to working in Riviera Beach. The time is now. We're at the crossroads in Riviera Beach. We have to keep every dime that we have, every opportunity to keep the money in the city, support local people. That's an opportunity that Kaufman Lynn brings to the table. I can assure you that Kaufman Lynn is meeting that obligation and is constantly continuing to look for local local participation. Thank you so much.
Now, I talked about our commitment to the local participation, to the community, to reimagine Riviera Beach. That also goes to the training aspect. We just kicked off for the 7th year Small Business University in conjunction with Palm Beach State College and Palm Beach School District. And that includes multiple businesses here in Riviera Beach in our attendees for that to help grow. Part of that is finance and bonding. Part of that is legal services and education, so that way people aren't entering contracts. We're doing really what we think is important for the community because this is our community. And I'm not going to go back over the same aspect, just reiterate our commitment, which also includes our reinvesting in the community. Once again, we will include this project, every project we do that, and it's at the council's discretion where those funds go. And I just want to make it clear, this is not coming from your project. This is just coming from the company at large back into the community. Totally, all 3 of these projects will allow you as a council to really make a difference in the program that you want to make a difference in almost $500,000 reinvested into the community. But we do a lot more for the community, and we've done more, especially in the fire station space. Right, Chris?
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening, Riviera Beach Council members. Good evening, Mayor Felder, City Manager Evans, Chief Kurd, Terrence Bailey, and most importantly, good evening to the residents of Riviera Beach. Without you, none of this would be possible. My name is Christopher Tavermina. As Jeff mentioned, I'm the project manager that completed Fire Station 88 and currently working on Fire 87, and it's been a real pleasure and honor. One of the items last year that we did at the tail end of the project, a local famous artist named Harold Caudio from Riviera Beach painted the murals along with the students of the local elementary schools. This one really touched me because Harold had mentioned that as a child, he would walk down that wall to and from school. So to now see him painting that on the wall really just made a big impact to the community. In addition, Kaufman Lynn meets with the Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune Elementary School. Our team actually met with Katrina Granger, the principal, and her staff to give out book bags, supplies, pencils. And as a father of 3 young sons, that really means a lot because we have to give our kids a head start each and every year of the school year. It is our goal to not only build buildings, but also to contribute to the community. I would also now like to hand off to our esteemed architect, Jess Sowards, from Curry, Sowards, and Aguia.
Thank you, Chris. Let's talk about success. Success with Station 88, success with upcoming Station 87, and how we're going to build success for Station 86. Let me start with the relationships that we've had. We're going to be able to have a successful Station 86 because of our current relationship with the Fire Rescue Department, with the city. We understand their needs. We can hit the ground running. We know what's going on. Let's talk about my relationship with Kaufman Lynn. 30 years, not 30 years with the firm, but personally, 30 years I've had a relationship with Kaufman Lynn. I knew Mike when he was first starting. Our firm is 55 years old, and I've been doing fire stations since actually my first one was 1989. And I've seen a huge, huge change in design standards from that time. Before it was just housing apparatus, and then, oh, by the way, we take care of our people. I gotta applaud what the city of Riviera Beach has done, along with the fire department and engineering. Applaud you guys for looking after the first responders, because they're looking after us. So we've applied the latest technologies. We've put in things like air quality control, the red, yellow, green diagrams to prevent contaminants from crossing over those zones. Separation of hazardous materials. We look at zoned alerting systems for the health, along with circadian lighting, wellness rooms, energy pods. These are all things that are going to help retain and recruit the best of the best first responders for the city. So this was recognized not only by our local community, but we just recently won a top 3 national design award from Firehouse Design. That's not local, that's state. This is a national top 3 design. Congratulations, City of Riviera Beach.
In addition to the Firehouse Magazine Award, we also won the Eagle Award from ABC, Associated Builders and Contractors. I think a big part of that is due to the quality that we put into each and every one of our projects. Kaufman Lynn has a Building Better Buildings program where we not only have the building inspected by our local inspectors and authorities having jurisdiction, but we hire third-party consultants to inspect the envelope of the building. The roofing materials that we do work in progress on the roofing. We water test all the windows, the stucco, everything on the envelope of the building to make sure that the building is sealed up and that we have no water intrusion. With that being said, I'd like to now hand it off to Michelle Mako, who has been by my side from day one on Fire Station 88.
Thank you, Chris. Council. Time is of the essence. We want to deliver this project to you at the shortest time possible. This is one project, but there's 2 major components to it. We'll set a plan and schedule for each component. We have the water tank, and we have the fire station we're going to build it, right? Our team consists of 2 experts in their field. CROM was built over 218 water storage reservoirs and tanks just in Florida in the last 10 years, and over 4,800 concrete tanks ranging from 35,000 gallons to 30 million gallons around the country. Now, Chrome is the best bar none. That's why all the teams are presenting to you tonight. What makes the difference here is Kaufman Lynn and CSA delivering this fire station and managing the project as a whole. We have a great knowledge of the local subcontractors, suppliers, and we'll deliver this project to you within 24 months. Remember that one, 24 months. I'd like to bring in our project manager, Gene Lane, who's going to be boots on the ground here and going to manage the project on a day-to-day.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Gene Lane. I am currently slated to be the project manager for Riviera Beach Fire Station 88 and Water Tank Project. I'd like to first reiterate the same point that was discussed earlier by the city manager and the city regarding the urgency of building these facilities and that time is of the essence. As stated by my colleagues, we currently understand that per the latest announcements that the Water Utility District project is now slated to be 3 years behind, and I can reassure that with Kaufman Lynn, which you've seen in the past 2 projects, that this would not be a concern at any point. Now, my personal background before working for Kaufman Lynn, I worked for one of the largest general contractors in the state of Florida with regards to water. And that includes water tanks by CROM, which is very similar to the tank you'll have here in this project.
Yes, good evening. My name is Alex Chaska. I'm a Senior Vice President for CROM. CROM is a water storage tank manufacturer. And I want to speak a moment to Gene's experience. Councilman McCoy, you alluded to the fact earlier, this is a very unique project. You're combining 2 very unique components in a water storage tank and a fire station. And I've been in the water industry for 18 years, and I have never seen a project that had these 2 components in it. And so with such a unique project, you need a unique project manager. And Gene and I actually worked together on 3 water storage tank projects when he was at his former company, which is one of the more, prior to coming to Kaufman Lynn, he was working for one of the premier water storage general contractors in the state. And Gene and I executed 3 projects together, 2 for the city of Miramar and 1 for the city of Hollywood. So for such a unique project, you need a unique project manager. I joked earlier, Gene is like the unicorn because he has these two experiences in one package. And so you need to handpick someone who's well-suited to do this project, and Gene is that person. Thanks, Gene.
Thank you, Alex. Next, with regards to my experience with Kaufman Lynn, I was part of the Riviera Beach Fire Station 88 project along with Chris Tavermina. And as we all know, this is an award-winning project now, which is a pride and joy of the city. You know, Chief Curd, we talked about all of the different awards that this has won, and of course, we want to bring you guys that same continuity and same consistency over on 86. Next, I want to discuss my most current project that we completed literally as of last month, the Highland Beach Fire Station project. It's a project that's actually very similar size to what Riviera Beach Fire Station 86 will be.
5 minutes.
The actual site is actually much tighter than 86, and we completed this project in 11 months when it was contractually required in 12. All right, some of the key components we want to make sure that we ensure during the project will be to maintain the existing system throughout the phase of construction. And this, of course, includes standby generator 24/7, ensuring that all electrical switchovers are seamless and that there is no gap in service. And next, of course, we understand that with the City of Riviera Beach right now, water quality is a big topic, and we want to ensure that we have a full comprehensive plan where we ensure that the best possible disinfection plans and bacteriological testing is provided in order to provide the best water quality. And this is our site utilization plan, which gives a general overview of how we want to use the site to ensure that not only we are protecting what's inside of the site, but also the surrounding wetlands and the surrounding areas. As we know, there's two bodies of water, with the intercoastal being on one side and the Atlantic Ocean being on the other. And furthermore, into environmental protection, we will ensure, of course, that not only we meet the regulation requirements of the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, but specifically for this site, with regards to the surrounding wetlands, as you can see, that we provide the maximum amount of protection as required. And of course, as all of my colleagues have stated, we want to ensure that time is of the essence and that we maximize our time, that once we start the design for the water tank, we also start the design for the fire station, and that the water tank essentially can be completed in a year or less, and from then, the fire station will total duration of 24 months.
Thanks, Gene. These aren't just words to us. These are words that need to have actions after them. And that's what we did on Fire Station 88. We committed and we stuck to what we said we were going to do. That's what we're doing on Fire Station 87 right now, and that's what we are going to do moving forward on Fire Station number 86. You heard Alex say that, you know, Crom's on all the teams. So water treatment plant is, you know, something that every one of the teams is going to have similar experience on. But what we have is we have a bit of a unicorn when it comes to our project manager. We have a project manager that knows water tanks and has built water tanks. We've had a project manager that has built fire stations, and we have a project manager that has worked right here in Riviera Beach for Riviera Beach. We're committed to Riviera, we're committed to our promises, and to the construction of this fire station, water tank, and like 88 and 87, we are committed to participation from local minorities and local residents. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your presentation. Questions from the board? We have 10 minutes. I'll go ahead and get started. You briefly mentioned the community benefits and community outreach. My biggest thing is that commitment to the community when it comes to local participation. Can you go a little bit more into details of how we can work on that community benefit, what it can actually impact when it comes to bonding capacity, when it comes to local vendors, minority businesses? Can we discuss that a little bit, understand that a little bit better?
Oh, and if I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm sort of not answering the question, it's beyond the percentages which you see, and I think they speak for themselves, but some of the training and aspect, like I mentioned, Small Business University, where we're bringing legal, bonding to that. We're bringing project management, scheduling. We're doing mini sessions, and that is going on this summer, and what we can even do is bring those elements here to the marina and do special training sessions as part of this project in pre-construction. So we bring those special expertise, both from the school district, from the industry, from the private sector, and Palm Beach State College to come and do specialized training for businesses here and basically do an add-on to a program that's already successful in Palm Beach County. Because it isn't, I think I agree with you, it isn't just getting the percentages, it's making the businesses better and giving them more opportunities. So maybe a firm doesn't have the bonding capacity quite yet, and maybe they could be a third-tier subcontractor, build up so they can get the bonding capacity, and then has the relationship with the bonding agent to make that happen.
And you mentioned that specialized training. Is that something you're currently doing in
Correct.
the city?
Correct. It's a formalized partnership here in the county with the school district and Palm Beach State College that Kaufman Lynn helped create. It's now in its 7th year, so it's not something we're saying just we're going to do. It's something that's already been established and been working for almost a decade.
Is the question on the board?
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spiritus, then Councilman McCoy.
I think you said you did the firehouse in Miramar, no, not Miramar, one of the smaller firehouses.
Highland Beach Fire Station.
Highland Beach, right, that was the Taiwan. You said you did that in 24 months?
No, sir, that was in 11 months, and it was contractually required in 12.
The key, what we're talking about here is it'd be under 24 months for both to do the design and build the water tank, design and build the fire station, because you can't do the fire station until the water tank's moved out of the way. So the fire station construction will take about 11 months like Highland Beach, but we'll do the design while we're relocating the water tank, so you're not losing any time. The whole process from the moment we get notice to proceed to start design to finish will be under 24 months.
One other question, Mr. Chair, if that's
Go ahead,
okay.
Dr. Spiritus. Yes, sir.
You're using a lot of local people here, and I appreciate that, and I think that's great for the city. Are you going to use these local people on other projects outside of the city of Riviera Beach?
I can speak on that. I have worked with Kaufman Lynn prior to this project, and I am the reason why Kaufman Lynn has been chosen by me, not the other way around. So when this original Fire Station 88 was out for bid, through the staff and the council, we were able to choose which prime contractor we wanted to work with for the city of Riviera Beach, because everybody who say yay, yay, don't. And I know from personal experience of being in this industry for over 40 years, which of my white contractors has the capacity and the commitment to do the right thing, and I chose this firm. So absolutely, we have already demonstrated the commitment for local small businesses. Many are in this room, and we will continue to do that. It's a lot different than talking about these numbers versus building communities and lives, and that's what we're doing. So,
And these firms that are here aren't just for Riviera Beach. We do work together in Palm Beach County School District. We do more Palm Beach County work, public work, than any other contractor. And we brought many of the Riviera Beach firms to other projects as well. Because once you establish the relationship, now you're able to build on it.
yeah, I want to add this too, because I think it's very important that we understand that in order for our small firms in the city to continue to work, we need work. And that is one of the reasons why it is very important for us to win this pursuit, because if we're not able to win this pursuit, we're not able to continue to keep the work going for the firms that we've already hired on this project that we're carrying from project to project.
Right, Mr. Chair?
Thank you.
I just want to follow up. I just want to make sure that someone like Oman is going to be working somewhere else in Palm Beach or Broward County with this firm. I understand your local commitment, but that will not be part of a local commitment. It'll be part of a minority commitment.
I think the answer to that, Naman and I have already had that conversation.
Yes, we're in negotiations now for work outside of Riviera Beach.
Great, thank you.
And that was the point. And
Because of
that
the
was
because of the excellent job I've done.
That is correct.
And that was the point where I believe I believe Ms. Ann McNeil stated that we need work, but to that point, I think that was Dr. Spiritus' question. We need to make sure that in our 8 square miles, we have limited work available. So whatever contractors are being established, they're being taken with them so that we can kind of continue to build that bonding capacity for them. So having them work outside of just the work that they get contracts here for. So, Pro Temp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Got caught up in Brother Amon's statement. The fine gentleman from Crum, and I couldn't figure out was it Crum or Chrome, but I did notice that, and I actually brought that up to staff's attention. Am I missing something? Because everybody seems to refer to Crum, and Crum is pretty much an industry leader in water tank designs. But in terms of Kaufman Lynn, who's made it very clear, and we've seen the fine work that they've done in '88, has there been any specific and I guess this could be a Jeff question, is there any specific projects that you guys have done with Crum in terms of water tank projects or water treatment of that sort with Crum?
Just be transparent. Our experience comes with Gene and the staff. We do not have corporate experience. Our expertise has been more in the fire, so the answer would be no.
And that's fair, because everybody doesn't do everything, and certainly, I mean, if they're in every single proposal, that says a lot about Crum, because I'm thinking, is there anybody else in town that actually specializes and has
We got the guy that
mastered
worked with him.
and mastered that? So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, and it's referenced in your proposal, but I just wanted to find out, was there any other water utility or water-related storage projects that you guys may have worked with them on?
Not individuals, like I said, Gene has done 3 of them with Crom here in South Florida, but no, we don't have that corporately.
Okay. And I guess, well, help me understand. So this gentleman here, and I apologize, I don't recall your name from Crom. Alex?
Alex Chaska, yes, sir.
Okay, so Alex, obviously this is a very common business relationship that you guys work with a number of different general contractors to do this type work when it comes to water treatment facilities and storage facilities, water storage.
Yes, we are a water storage tank manufacturer, and there's a tank of ours that's right across the parking lot. Where the port is painted like an aquarium. That's one of our.
That belongs to us.
No, I know, but we were the manufacturer of the tank.
Oh,
We built it for you all.
Okay, you said the port, but okay.
And well, I'm just adjacent to the port. And the one that we're demoing as part of this project is a Crom tank that was built back in 1968. And the reason I'm on all, just to share why I'm on all 3 teams, why Crom is on all 3 teams, there's only 2 pre-stressed concrete tank manufacturers in the state of Florida. We are the premier one that most.
And to that point, since you're on all 3 teams, we'll probably hear from you again.
Sure.
1 second.
Yeah.
If any more,
that was where the question
we
was
have
going.
one more question.
Yeah,
We have
go
a minute left. I just want to give my board an opportunity. Anybody else has a question before? A minute left. You can finish your comments. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure my board had an opportunity to ask Kaufman Lynn.
Well, I do. And,
Go ahead.
and actually, I was afraid to ask that because I didn't know if they were going to be saying that to the.
Minute left. Go ahead.
So
Councilman.
I guess this came up in the slide. So there was, I guess, I guess it was a prospective diagram of how you would access the property. So have you guys thought in terms of how do you continue to service? And I heard this gentleman mention how you continue the continuation of service without interruption. Like how do we continue to store water and then also demolish the tank at the same time? The short version.
Right. Now, of course, we will want to build a temporary station, and this is something we're going to obviously consult with our engineers.
10 more seconds.
And confirm that here's our temporary system that we're going to put in place to be able to demolish the existing and then have Crom build in the new one.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you. And Kaufman Lynn, thank you so much for your commitment to the city and your presentation and responding to the bid. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
2 minutes. Go ahead and pause the meeting. Call the meeting back to order. The time is 10:51 p.m. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, we'll have the second team go ahead and introduce themselves. The clerk will set the clock for 20 minutes, and the clock will begin when the presenters commence.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing our team to be here today. It is still evening, so we're excited about being here. I'm Dave DeMay, principal with Cass Construction, locally based construction firm in West Palm Beach. First, I'd like to congratulate CORE on their award of the police complex today. They did a great job. They'll probably do a great job with Haskell on the next presentation. Also like to congratulate Kaufman and Lynn for their success in the 2 design-build firm projects that they've been awarded by the City of Riviera Beach. We're not going to put much time in this. All 3 teams you're going to see today are extremely qualified. They have great reputations. We all have deep benches. We have a portfolio of fire rescue. But there's something different. Those other firms have been awarded projects. We haven't. The time is now to bring in a new company into the fold who has the experience to do this project. All 3 companies have CROM, so that's off the table. During the short list presentation, one of the shortfalls for CAST is we didn't have the water tank experience. We have CROM on our team. Level playing field with all 3 companies that you'll see here today. Community and opportunity. This is our focus. This is our theme tonight. We have put together a team today that has all worked together. We all drove here. We're a couple minutes away from here. We're all based here. Ezra Saffold, All Site Construction, he is Cass Construction's partner on this project. When I say partner, I'm not saying SBE, MWBE. He is our partner. I'm a 51% partner. He's 49%. You're asking, why isn't he 50%? The city requires a payment performance bonds like all municipalities. Our surety company requires that we're the majority partner in this situation. So off the bat, we have a 49% SBE participation with my partner, Ezra. Our architect is Rick Gonzalez. Rick Gonzalez is an SBE firm. So now we have 10% on the A&E, 49% on the construction. We're 59% SBE participation without going out to one subcontractor yet. Not one. That's how we've set up our team, and that's why we're different. You've seen some great presentations today, all very polished, all very sharp. We're the local guys, and we're just going to talk to you and say, why are we the best company for this project? So last week, Ms. Boynton sent out an email to all teams and said, we would like to give you a site visit for Fire Rescue 88 so we have an idea of what the scope is going to be. A couple of the other firms came back and said, well, maybe Monday, well, we can do it Tuesday, maybe 9 o'clock, maybe. I told her any day, any time, we will meet with the city to go through that facility, and that's what we did. So qualifications of the team, we're going to go through the same order as everybody else has. So Cass Construction, we are the largest construction management firm based in Palm Beach County. Started in 2005 in West Palm Beach. We're still in West Palm Beach, off 45th Street, right down the street. Experience with fire stations 72, 22, 5, we'll talk about those later. Over $3 billion of projects in Palm Beach County alone. We're not in other states, we're not in Jacksonville, we're not in Texas. Palm Beach County, South Florida. Over $25 million have been awarded to SBE firms in the last year alone. Ezra.
I'm Ezra Saffold, owner of All Site Construction, and I am the local, homegrown, prime contractor here tonight. Dave has been my mentor, protege. I've been his mentor-protege relationship over the last 6 years. We have done many projects outside of Riviera Beach. Cass has shown our team processes and systems how to get us to the point where we can do these types of projects. And what we've done is ask somebody else where we're going to do a mentor-protege, and that's why we have Will from Critical Path, another Riviera Beach general contractor who I'm going to pass it forward with. And I'll talk more about our team later. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rick Gonzalez, president of REG Architects. I founded my company with my father 36 years ago. The last 2 years, my son has joined the company. So like Ezra, third generation Central Palm Beach County, we have 22 staff in our office and 36 years of working in our central area here in Palm Beach, Riviera Beach, and West Palm Beach, and we're really looking forward to this project.
I want to make one correction. Ezra is a fourth generation Riviera Beach contractor. His grandfather TC, Big Buddy, had his celebration of life in this room a few weeks ago. And then you have E3. So 4 generations on this team, local. Nobody can be as local as we are. Another thing I want to touch on is somebody had mentioned capacity of our team during the short list. Our bonding capacity is $800 million. Our available bonding is $704 million. We have plenty of capacity. It's interesting, being in Palm Beach County, and this is where we concentrate, everybody says, oh, I see your signs everywhere, which is great. But as a company as large as us, we keep 17 to 22 projects at all time. We have the capacity, and we're zeroed in on this project. Experience, proven partnership, CAST, Allsite, REG. All the companies you're going to see today, they're going to talk about a lot of fire stations because we all have them. I would say we have equal experience. Ours is all local. You see Palm Beach County, you have a Martin County Fire Rescue Training Facility, Town of Lake Park, Singer Island Temporary Fire Station that Rick Gonzalez designed. So local, local, local. Nobody's going to touch us on this. I love this picture. So this was in your RFP. So you see the fire rescue facility. That big building there, 19 stories, was built by CAST Construction. On the east side of that, we have the CCCL, Construction Coastal Control Line, we had to deal with. We dealt with the dunes. We dealt with the sea turtles. That's on the east side. On the west side, we had to mitigate the wetlands. Guess what your project has? Mitigating wetlands. So we cannot be any closer to this project than anybody in this room. So I'm glad that was in your RFP. That was actually interesting when we saw that. So I have two big projects here. They're not fire rescue, but they're kind of related. On the right is Nautilus 220. That's a condo, twin condos in Lake Park. Between that is the marina. Just on the left side is Oculina. When we complete Nautilus 220, we're moving over to Oculina, which is in Riviera Beach. So the team you see today, they're going from a fire rescue water tank facility to Oculina. And the only reason I bring those up, they're actually in your RFP for the P3. You're proud of those projects, so I'm glad you had them in your RFP. Thank you very much.
So this slide represents our commitment and experience in working in Riviera Beach. As you can see, we work from the eastmost boundary of Riviera Beach, which is the beach, to the west side, to the north, to the south. We've been here. But what brings us the most satisfaction is when we see little brown boys and girls walk up to our project sites and say, hey, what do you guys do? How do you become an owner of a company like this? What do I need to do? That speaks volumes to know that we can influence the next generation of contractors or local business owners.
Our experience is unmatched in Riviera Beach. We have over 24 projects, city projects, fire stations, community centers, police stations, schools throughout the city. We're very familiar with the city. We work very closely with your building official, your planning and zoning officials. We're getting 900 units right now through DRC. Nobody has more relevant experience with DRC and how difficult and complicated it is to get through that process than our firm as an architecture and planning firm.
So we're going to touch on projects that our team has built together. Palm Beach County Fire Station 22, CAST and Allsite. This is the actual prototype for all new fire rescue facilities in Palm Beach County. West Palm Beach Fire Station 5 in the EOC. This is our Emergency Operations Center. When the stuff goes down, this is the command center. We did that with REG Architects. Martin County Fire Rescue Training Facility, that's an Allsite and REG project, and that is coming to an end now, Ezra. Palm Beach County Fire Station 72 in Pahokee. We're proud of this project because we made a concerted effort to use local Glades companies to build this. Because people who build projects, they want to drive by the projects. They're proud of their projects. So we want to use the local talent on every project we build. Coleman Park with Allsite and REG, that's in West Palm Beach. Now your local team. Everybody has org charts. These are a lot of names. Like I said, REG, CAST, Allsite. We have Gerald from ECF Engineering. They're going to do the mechanical and electrical engineering. O&M&J for structural. We have Ingenuity. I think they may be on every team, so that's a wash. We have CROM and then PC Construction. They're water treatment consultants. They're going to take the system from the water tank, the pumps, the lift stations, and tie it into the city water system. Sean Martin is our Regional Vice President of Operations. We're going to go quick here. Sean built all those fire rescues. We've worked with Rick Gonzalez. We've worked with Ezra and his team. Ezra, good-looking guy there. Once again, Allsite, 4th generation, Riviera Beach-based, grew up here. Everything in Riviera Beach. I can't go on about that. Rick Gonzalez, he's on a 3rd generation architectural firm, so this is a family affair. I know I'm excited about this. It's 10 to 11. I'll fall here pretty soon. Ezra? Sorry, John.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chalicia Lynn, and I am the self-appointed Tony Stark, leading the efforts on assembling the team for these efforts. Right here, we have local Riviera Beach SBE partners. You'll see several of them behind me. And these gentlemen behind me know when Chalicia calls, we have work to do. One thing I could say is that I hear your concerns earlier about keeping the subcontractors and the trade partners in Riviera Beach. That's what I do. I pick the best team for the best job. And I can go outside of the city to bring them in, but I won't take who's in out of the city just to make sure that we can cover all of the ground. $25 million is a lot of money. I've never touched it myself. I can't imagine the pressure that you're under to be the executors of where that's distributed. But one thing I can say is our efforts is to pour into the well that we intend to drink from. We want to take the local subcontractors, a list that I've built myself from certified vendors, and that's not to say that we negate the pre-qualification process, because it's just as imperative to manage the risk as much as the opportunity. So let's talk about that. The pre-qualification process allows us to team up with local subcontractors so that we can walk them through the bonding requirements. I text my bonding agent all the time. That's what I do. I try to get as close to the people that we need as possible so that I always know that I can connect them to who they need to be in contact with. We walk them through the SBE process with Palm Beach County, walk them through all the processes that we had to walk through being partnered with CAS. We saw what it was like for these big corporations to reach back and pull the little guy up with them. In most spaces, we still are the little guy, but now we're in a position where we can bring as many of our team up with us. And we have our drafted letters of intent for these fellas. Yeah.
Site plan. Yep, so, thanks, Dave. There's a little pointer. Fantastic. So this is your conceptual phase of your site. A couple of people here have already gone through this, but I see this as a 2-phase project, right? First, you kind of isolate the existing tank from the work that's going to be happening over here, which is going to be to remove the existing station. Before you do that, Rick Gonzalez has done an excellent job at designing a temporary station for the first responders to move into. Hopefully they'll be very comfortable for the short duration that they'll have to be there. Then we'll knock this existing station down to build our working area down, and then drive the piles and start to do the infrastructure for the tank. While that's going on, we're doing all the procurement and planning for the new station so that that material shows up as quickly as possible. Once this tank is brought online, we'll flip-flop the site and begin demolition of the existing tank so we can commence with the new station. I see the entire process taking about 24 months from start of design to finish of construction. Okay.
So your local community partners, you can see where all of our offices are located. Boom, Riviera Beach, there we are. The benefits of this being the largest local contractor is the purchasing power, lower cost, tighter schedules. Tax dollars stay here. They do not need to go to a corporate headquarters out of this area. We are all corporate headquartered based in Palm Beach County. Please.
So, Chalicia did a great job of explaining just the handful of guys that we take with us. And I'm speaking outside of Riviera Beach.
5
These
minutes.
guys, Tony, Tower Electric, Ken, McLennan Plumbing, ECF, Will, all these guys we've done work with over the years outside of Riviera Beach and in Riviera Beach. We are a true partner, bringing it in with everybody else. And like Chalicia said, we do have letters of intent with these guys.
So working with the community. So we built 5000 North Ocean, which goes right past this site. So we're going to have an app so the community can see important things. When are we doing concrete pours? Traffic control. When are loud activities going to happen? And they can go on this app and get construction updates. If you like, we can introduce you to the property manager for 5000 North Ocean, the HOA president, the HOA vice president, because we worked with them. Our construction site for 5000 Ocean is directly connected to this project, and that's going to be key to have communication with condo owners. There's probably some condo owners in here, and they need to be kept in touch with. The dollars stay here. Why would any of the Riviera Beach tax dollars go anywhere but stay in Palm Beach County? So everybody here, we've watched 5 presentations so far, and everybody ends with, why this team? We're asking, why not this team? Why not the qualified, local, experienced team that proves it over and over again in Palm Beach County for the last 19 years to become the largest contractor in Palm Beach County? Extensive fire rescue experience. All the companies right here you're going to see have experience. Extensive local Riviera Beach experience, long-term relationships with us and with the local subcontractor market.
Culture of teamwork. We have a deep bench. Our 500 local families want this job. And I'll tell you, when the bond money is used up and we built our projects, we will still be here in this community participating in community events. And with that, guys, I thank you for listening to our presentation, and I humbly ask that you give us this project.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the team for your commitment and your bid on this project. We're going to take 10 minutes, Q&A. Question from the board? Dr. Spears?
Sure.
Good.
What's your time schedule for building this project?
So, mentioned on there, I see it as about I see it as about a 6-month design and an 18-month build. So from NTP to finish, it's 24 months.
24.
Yep.
Additional questions from the board? Not bad. A lot of my concerns were addressed in the presentation. The SBE, the participation, those were the concerns. Time frame was just answered. That was actually addressed in the presentation as well. So,
Mr. Chair, one more
Dr.
question.
Spears, go ahead.
Are you willing to hire more local people on this project for aspects that you haven't identified yet in the construction?
Yes, we had a list of there that Shalicia actually identified. 50 or so local subcontractors, vendors, and suppliers. We're going to put this on the street to the local community. We want to bring as many people in as possible. Like I said, standing here today, we're at 59% SBE participation. Haven't even touched the subcontractors yet. So yes, it's going to be an astronomical number. And like I said, community and opportunity, how can we provide an opportunity to the community?
Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, you said DRC. I'm still trying to figure out what that is.
Development Review Committee.
Oh.
Working with Terrence and the staff, Kurt Thompson, and everybody in planning and zoning and engineering.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that's what they
okay.
call themselves. Okay. Perhaps, Mr. DeMay, if you can answer this, it's very interesting that you did the 5,000 North Ocean because I served on the planning board years ago when that came. But if, and maybe this is a staff question, does that impact our ability to encroach upon the wetlands, the CCC?
Mr. Chair, if I can pause their time, because I don't want to.
Go ahead.
We're far enough away where we don't anticipate impacting that. I think that was a point of reference that they're accustomed to working in that particular environment, because there is going to be some impacts there, and you have to mitigate against that. But our project is significantly further away from the coastal construction line.
There's a picture right there, Chairman. Oh, sorry about that. Yes, we've already mitigated on our side when we built 5,000 Ocean, so it won't affect the construction.
So here's a great point. When I looked up this on the property appraiser's website, right where the tip of that arrow is about how far the city's property line extends eastward. Like, how much latitude do we have in terms of square footage to build up to that? Because I guess up to wherever that property line is, because seemingly there's another. I'm just trying to figure out, how do you squeeze so much into such a small space? And if you look at it on the property appraiser's website, the tank is the property line. I mean, literally, you got just about 5 or 7 feet outside of the tank. And if we're going to go vertical, which I expect that, that's the only way that's going to work, I just want to figure out, how do we not, put 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag, if you will, and what's our ability to do it? Not only that, is how do you design that? I guess that's why my hesitation was about doing this all in one shot.
Go ahead.
Mr. McCoy, you actually said the answer by going vertical. So if you look at the design, look at the size of the tank. It's very, very wide and low. We're going to squeeze it. We're going to make it vertical, like a lighthouse type tower. And you see the fire station. It's a 1960s design, 1 story. We're going to obviously go with a modern building that's going to be 2 stories. So by going vertical, you'll be able to fit all of that in that site.
There's no questions from the board?
Yeah,
We have
Mr.
about 5 minutes. Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
This is really a question, I guess, for the tank company. They have, I know there are new tanks out there now that are technologically, you don't have to build as wide or as large a tank to have the same storage. When you say vertical, how high are you planning on going?
Well, that's really up to you all. I've worked with your utility staff prior to this project going out to bid and kicked around some ideas with them. But, the water is fixed, right? So the volume is the volume. If you need 1 million gallons, the narrower you go, obviously the taller you go. And so we started working with your staff to develop different ways to finish it architecturally to make it aesthetically pleasing, especially to 5,000 North Ocean. But I think it was squeezing it down to, I believe, and you pulled it, you had the dimensions on if you could scroll to that. He had the dimensions on this proposed site plan. You know, 55-foot diameter.
Right.
I want to say it was on the order of 40 to 50 feet tall, but I'd have to double check. But as far as the tank is concerned, the volume is fixed.
The tank is a tank, I know. I'm concerned, obviously, what you just brought up is 5,000. I mean, you did a great job building that building, but we don't want to ruin the building by building a large vertical tank right in people's windows and decks. I think we have to really think about this very carefully. I know there is new technology out there, and I think we ought to start looking at some of that.
Additional comments, questions?
Mr. Chair, how much time we got? How much time do we have?
We have
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Did we hear anything in terms of community benefits?
Well, I think that the plan that Shalisa's brought together as far as bringing the local partners, the local vendors, and we don't have food truck events or coupons, or we're going to build the most cost-effective project for you. We're contractors. I got ketchup on my shirt from dinner, so. But yeah, our job is to make the best fire rescue water tank facility possible. We're not going to give you $150,000 at the end. We're going to save it on the front of the job. We're going to value engineer it. We're going to bring as many subcontractors to the table to get that price down. And then tomorrow morning, Ezra and I are going to start Ezra and Dave's Tower Company. There's only 2 in the state. So, yeah, this is a construction project. We're giving everybody in the community the opportunity to work on this project. We're asking for the smallest project that's out there right now with the city. $35 million police, $25 million this, parks, $55 million. I don't know how much the water facility is. We're asking for the smallest project.
So I'll add to that community benefit. Chalicia mentioned it. We're at the ground floor when it comes to bringing other small businesses into the fold. We understand what they need. They need help with invoicing. They need help with how to get a relationship with a bond company or the correct insurance. We actually bring them into our office and sit down with them and help them out. Even breaking down packages, we'll be able to do that so that they're attainable, obtainable, and so they can be successful. So as a community benefit, we're all engaged, and we want to engage with you in getting some of your ideas on what you think will be some better ideas.
Additional comments from the board? Questions? Thank you so much to the team, and thank you for presenting your interest in actual Riviera Beach. Thank you so much. All right, guys, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. sorry, the time is 11:09 p.m. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, we'll ask for the last team to introduce themselves. The clerk will set the clock for 20 minutes, and we'll start the presentation.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, our City Manager, my name is Brian Bedell. I'm with the Haskell Company. Really excited to be able to be with you this evening, this late hour. I want you to think about a question as we're going through our presentation today. What is more important than public health and safety? And the answer to that's going to be nothing. When you think about the facets of this project, there's two key facets I'd like to highlight to you. The fire station, which helps to protect public health and safety, and the tank, and critically, the pump station aspect that goes along with it that helps to be able to protect public health and safety. The city needs a partner for this project. When you think about who you should be selecting as your partner, the Haskell team is that partner. We're going to be with you every single step of the way to be able to make sure that public health and safety are maintained throughout the entirety of this project. As we walk through our presentation today, we're going to see how we make sure that we maintain operations of the fire station during the entirety of the project to make sure that we do what will actually be permittable, which is maintaining a tank and maintaining the pump station through the entirety of the project. We're also going to make sure that we have value creation. Value creation by being able to have the right partners on the team, and value creation through transparent procurement. There's been lots of talk about a tank tonight. There are other companies that do the exact same thing as that company we've talked about tonight, and we're going to competitively procure that to make sure that the best value is delivered on the project. Ultimately, we're going to be able to deliver the project for the best overall value, and that means adhering to being able to deliver the project below budget and on schedule. When you think about why we're here today, it's the overall team that we've put together. We have a team of specialists who will deliver on every single aspect of this project, not heavily slanted towards one piece of the project, but being able to deliver on every single aspect of the project. Keena?
Thank you, Brian. We've heard a lot about a lot of teams tonight. My name's Keena Brown. I'm with Brown Electrical Solutions. We're electrical contractors within the community. We're a small company, but large heart for community. It amazed me a lot tonight to see the teams draped in front of us. A lot of questions were asked. How many of these minorities go other places? They were stumbled around. Some said they do. I've been on projects where I've never left the city, outside of the city with contractors. It's personal for me. I'm intentional of being an outreach coordinator because I want to evolve and see other people evolve into the next level. It's okay for me to create another electrical contractor. It's okay for me to create another contractor. It does not get in my way. It enhances our community and cultivates the growth that we need to evolve to the next level. A city, when we come with city projects, it shouldn't be, hey, we need all the locals here tonight. It should be this way outside of checking the box. And I'm very adamant about checking the box because the boxes hinder us in most cases. When there's not an SBE or MBE, we still are relevant within the community. And that's very meaningful for me personally. I selected the team that's here today. It wasn't because of, hey, they picked a minority to stand in front of the council. It was, hey, who can build the best tank? Who can develop the best tank? Who can deliver the best fire station to our community? I created the boxes in hope that they would fulfill the needs to grow other subcontractors, grow other contractors within our community. When I spoke to Brian from Haskell, when I spoke to Core, it was personal for me to say, hey, we're not just to be draped in front of a council checking all the boxes. Check our boxes for once in a while. Our experience matters. It speaks for itself. Every team has discussed what they can do, what they can build, but we need that faithful and that commitment throughout the whole project, taking us other places, broadening our horizons outside of the city as well. The projects matter. The experience speaks for itself. Statistics don't lie. We're there. We're in the top. I'll turn it over.
Thank you very much. My name is Joby Ballant. I'm with PGL Architects, and actually I'll be the designer and architect for the fire station. And as you can see, we have well over probably 15, almost 30 stations just right here in Florida. That's just right here in Florida. Personally, me, 12 of those have my name on it. So we understand the importance of fire station design. It's a house. They live in it 24/7. We have seen the evolution over the history of firefighting, when it was just get in there, protect the property. They were called smoke eaters back in the days, to now it's fire rescue, it's transport, it's medical, it's everything. So we know all that stuff. We understand the importance of resiliency. We also understand the importance it's an essential facility, and so it needs to have enhanced protection. So it's not going to be your normal, hey, I have impact windows on that condo. No, these are more enhanced impact windows. So let's talk about an organizational plan and a project approach. So you had a very unique situation. You have an existing tank, an existing fire station surrounded by wetlands. You got to worry about sea rise, flooding. We also even have, as you can see, the community is going to have a bird's eye view on this station. So let's face it, the public's going to be looking at this project. We also look in at a little bit more detail, and you can just see just what we know of just existing utilities. So with this existing tank, with the existing fire station, with all the power, the sewer, the water, you name it, there's a lot of stuff there. So that means that we're also going to have to do our due diligence during the design. So we're going to want to have detailed geotechs, and you'll even hear more information about how they even go into mapping the underground to even find what we don't even know. Huh, interesting. Well, that's where we want to be. That's the completed project. Question is, how do we get there? So we want to phase this project. So in phase one, we actually believe that we can keep the existing tank operational. We can keep the fire station operational. Yes, you will have to back into the fire station, but that's not uncommon on tight sites. We believe we can build the new tank behind the existing fire station. While that process is going on, excuse me. And also, if you notice, by keeping the existing station open, guess what? No temporary station, no extra cost, no leasing, no nothing. Then as we get to the second phase, again, we would demolish once we are able to get the tank operational, the existing tank can be demolished, new fire station can be built. And then of course, once the new fire station is operational and the fire department can move into the new station, we can then demolish the existing station for the secured parking. And some just imagery, just street level. You can see we want to keep it above the floodplains. We got your lovely little 4-fold doors in there. Hey, I love those 4-fold doors, but they're not cheap. They're very expensive. So sometimes what we consider is we look at budgets, and we want to keep that kind of in mind. So we may put the 4-fold doors in the front, but we could go with coiling doors in the back, a much more economical solution. So that's critical.
Good evening. I'm Scott Richards with Corolla Engineers, and we do water every day, and our focus is purely pump stations, tanks, and what we're discussing here is what we do. I do want to make a point on the tank. I know it's been a lot of conversation. You know, when we're looking at tank, really our focus is going to be cost efficiency. And not only is it about how you size the tank, right? The taller the tank is, the more cost per gallon you're going to pay. But also, how can we use, knowing your knowledge of the utility, use a hydraulic model to simulate the system and really look at, can we reduce the size of the tank? Because that's the number one challenge we see, is we often oversize the tank just by a rule of thumb. But if we can really optimize the size of that tank, not only can we reduce the height, but we can save quite a bit of money on the tank component itself. And really, the tank is nothing without a pump station. And I think that's really what's important. If you're going to get water out to your customers, you have to have a pump station up and running to get that water out. And again, we're going to walk through a couple alternatives here to show you how we look at these things and some scenarios that we would consider. Again, our focus being resiliency and cost effectiveness for you as a city. What you see here is an example of a kind of a cutout of a pump station. Keep in mind, the entire site here is currently in the floodplain, so we've got to address that, along with storm surge on top of it. The last thing we want to do is build a pump station. If you have a storm surge event, wipes out the electrical components, and then you have no water to that side of the city for days, if not weeks or months. So looking at one scenario here, you'll see in the upper left corner of the green, those are the pumps. In this case, we would elevate the pumps to the second floor to get that in electrical equipment above that floodplain or storm surge scenario. looking at a second alternative. That alternative would have a different style pump. These are called split case pumps, very common for maintenance and preferred. But again, they're still on the second floor. You notice an access door to them is on the second floor. I'm not so sure operators are going to love that. And I'll also keep in mind these pumps tend to vibrate, make noise. They're open to the environment. But we really think an important third consideration is, and how we can look at this from a cost savings perspective, is look at submersible pumps. And you notice you can't see the pumps because they're in the vault below ground. So if we look at an option like this, the pumps are designed to be submerged. The structure can be designed to be submerged in a storm surge type of event, still putting the electrical above on the second floor, but in a much smaller room. So we've reduced the footprint and significantly saved costs on the pump station itself, while also allowing easier maintenance from the first floor, and giving you just better overall alternatives and building that resiliency into the design. So really, as we've heard a lot about tonight, and we've heard from the community and the council here, collaboration is key to this project. And really, as a team, we want to come together with you all, not just collaborating as a team with the fire and the pump station components, but collaborating with you as a council, collaborating with the citizens to make sure that we address those concerns, and really considering things like the tank height, how that pump station's phased, and how we maximize dollars for you as a city is going to be our focus.
And again, I really can't stress the important collaboration. It's just not only internal with design, but as again, talking with staff, talking with the commission, and even reaching out to the community. Because like I said, it's an existing fire station. It's an existing tank. People are going to have their eyes on it. And they're going to go, am I going to lose my service? So we want to make sure we have these outreaches. Not only about that, but we want to talk about what do you really want in the fire station that public has access to? Because we also understand that, maybe you want to do some, maybe a small community room. You may want to do something related to health with blood pressure checks, things like that. But at the same time, it's also a secure building. So we also want to make sure we're talking with staff and working with the fire department to say, okay, where is that line of security? What is going to be public, what's going to be extremely private. So we want to make sure we're maintaining that. And then most importantly, too, just as we probably even talked some other previous examples, Highland Beach. I was talking with the chief operating officer, and I was saying, hey, how do you like the station? Oh, we love the station. And he goes, we're amazed at what you've put on that small footprint. And he goes, actually, there is not 1 square inch of wasted space. It was all usable. So we want to make sure we right size, right fit that station.
Thank you, Joby. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin McGuire. I'm an estimating manager at Haskell, specializing in process mechanical systems. I'm here to talk to you about the services that our pre-con group is going to bring to you guys on this project. There are 3 specific services that I want to bring to your attention, and that's going to be that our target value design process, our understanding of market trends and how we're going to overcome those long lead items, and lastly is the utilizing technologies in-house so we can identify those existing utilities and make sure we prevent any utility strikes going forward. Target value design. Our process here is to identify a target cost early in the design and stick to that value throughout the process. And we're going to be an open book. We're going to provide you guys with these costs as the design progresses. And ultimately, this is going to lead to improved collaboration, not only between us, the contractor, our engineering team, but also you, the client, are also going to have input on decisions being made throughout this design process. And ultimately, it's going to lead to a smoother operation during construction and lead to improved early design decisions being made, overall reducing the cost of redesign potential later on in the design project. Next, I want to talk about our market understanding, our market trends, and overcoming those long lead items. Haskell's been in the business for decades. We have a very good understanding of this project, and I want to bring to your attention there are some key critical lead times on this job that you guys need to be aware of. Specifically, the electrical gear and the emergency generators. Electrical gear right now is running 60 to 80 weeks on a project such as for this size. Going forward, we've seen lead times like this in the past, and we've come up with solutions to get around those lead times. Emergency generators they're critical to a job, but they're not on the critical path. The electrical gear is on the critical path on every single job. Working with the electrical gear manufacturers, we've identified solutions where, in this case, going from a switchboard design to a panel board solution ended up can reduce the overall lead time on this electrical gear from 60 to 80 weeks down to 40 to 50 weeks. A dramatic reduction in the overall schedule, which ultimately reduces the cost of the project.
5 minutes.
Last one I want to talk about is our virtual design construction group, VDC for short. Here we're going to identify, we're on an existing facility here. There's an existing fire station that needs to stay in operation. We need to make sure that we understand exactly where the utilities are on site currently. A typical contractor is going to call in 311. They're going to identify those utilities. They're going to get some paint, spray it on the ground, and start construction. That's not Haskell's process. We bring in our virtual design construction group that it's going to provide ground penetrating radar so that we identify those existing utilities. We're going to develop a 3D map, a 3D model of those utilities so that everyone understands exactly where those things are located. And in the end, we want to make sure that you guys are rest assured that when Haskell's on site, your existing facilities will always stay in operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. My name is Dan Shong. I'm the construction project manager for Haskell. I want to walk you guys through how we looked at this project with the schedule. We essentially have a 36-month schedule here that we have the first half for engineering and investigative service, moving on to the construction of the water tank, pump station, and fire station. Now, we've been able to find methods to decrease this duration by constructing a temporary pumping station while we are temporary pumping station where we were building the storage tank. And that's going to lead us down to about a 30 to 31 month duration for the project. Quality, I want to talk a little bit about our quality program. We want to ensure everything's built right first time. Here we take pre-construction meetings to look at vital activities that we're doing. We test all the work. We have quality control engineers. We have inspectors on site, seeing that the work is being completed accordingly. Also, we also want to keep our dollars local. As a Palm Beach County resident myself, I know it's like to keep the dollars local. We want to really try to utilize all vendors, not just subcontractors. We're talking from T-shirts to restaurants to all different. It doesn't have to be particularly in the contractor realm. We want to keep and we want to utilize all the businesses. We go out. We try to find those businesses and utilize them accordingly. And then we also want to identify the strengths of, it's not only using the dollars, but also giving them skills as we leave, which we use our mentoring program, our second chance program, and internship programs, as well as local student tours. And as we finish, the project closeout is just as important as building the project. So we take key initiatives and make sure that this is turned over, commissioned, the owner's trained on the project, and the punch list and warranties and closeout documents are given.
Council, we are intentional in inclusion. We're vested in our community. We're not a part of a box check. We're responsible for our local participation. We're committed. I spoke to Brian earlier today. I said we have to do better than 50% local. I want to see it exceed. I want to see people within my zip code change their quality of life. He promised that he could make that happen. Thank you. Please be intentional. Be intentional tonight by selecting our team.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation and your interest in Riviera Beach. Thank you. All right, board, 10 minutes. Start questions. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Williamson.
I'm just trying to figure out, you said that you would be able to build the new water tank and the new fire station without having to demolish the current ones. How is that, how are you going to be able to do that when we were told that it was very difficult to do?
On up, engineer.
Back a few slides. So certainly we touched on the tank earlier, and really it comes down to the location of the tank, right? So if we can locate the tank obviously behind the existing fire station now, You can construct that tank. That is probably the longest lead item component to allow you to begin the new fire station. Once that tank is in place, we have two options. We can build the new pump station with the piping while the existing fire station's in service and actually place that pump station in service at that time. The other options was described. If we want to speed up the process a little bit, we can build the tank and bring in temporary portable pumps to work within the existing system to put that tank in service, because your system cannot go without potable service from that tank during the daytime. So that would allow you to balance those two out. Once you've got that tank and pump station in place, you really have the site freedom to move to the new station and then work back. Really, we see that new pump station being essentially integrated in with the new fire station, whether it's adjacent or part of that building, could also lead to some cost efficiencies in the final design.
Just quickly add, if you kind of notice that when we did do the pump station, you notice it's next to the apparatus bay. So we also want to be very mindful when it comes to noise and vibration, that as you can see, it's next to the apparatus bay, whereas the living quarters are further to the north. So that would be, again, it's all part of the conversations we have.
So, to follow up on that question, I see the new placement of the new tank. Our wetlands, where are our wetlands in circumference of the tank? Because from the rear of the fire station, if we're going to build a tank in the rear, I know that we have flooding during king tide. I know that our wetlands are secured there. So I know we've already had problems. So we've heard constant conversation. Then also to keep the fire station operational, I also understand that that's end of its useful life. So to really try to extend that useful life versus building a temporary station, is that feasible for us without having to put additional dollars into renovations? Because that would be a tremendous savings, avoiding having to do a temp station. I just don't see if that's realistic.
That's a very valid question. And to be quite honest, you know, we can be a part of that process. Actually, matter of fact, one of the things I was actually tasked with was actually doing assessments for Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. And we actually started this process of actually looking at the fire stations, what was like really super critical, and you know, kind of trying to find their useful life. Yes, is it probably towards its end of its life? But at the same time, you know, you could be talking $2 million of a temporary station, maybe on that site, or maybe it's got to be on another site. So then you got to sit there and you got to pay the rent. So we would probably, you know, have detailed conversations with your staff in the fire department, because we want them to be a part of it, and say, okay, what would it take to just extend the life at minimal cost for, you know, another 18 months? But in the end, you would have you know, you do have some savings if you can avoid a temporary station.
I mean, we've been identifying that site for years, doing tours of that site and seeing it from when I first came to that. It's going to be difficult to extend that useful life. I mean, of course, that would take time with staff and engineers. The wetlands not being impacted and being able to build it out, those are my concerns. You also talked about duration. 31 months, I think, was the time frame to do this project from beginning to end. Is that the schedule? If you could bring up the time, the schedule you guys had one more time for me, please. 6 minutes board as well. I know we have other questions. You're right there. All right, so you said 31 months to completion?
So this shows the independent construction of the water tank component before the fire station begins, just to be clear. And that's really what is that key component to allow you to save that cost. We do see potential to slide the schedule further tighter with the fire station by bringing in temporary pumps. And that basically allows you to bump it up at least another 3 to 5 months.
Okay, because I'm looking at a little longer than 31 months.
Correct.
Discount.
Correct. This is shown as 36, and we're saying if we bring in temporary pumps, we can shorten this additionally, because that lead time for the pumps is a key component in the project.
And doing this will keep us under budget as well?
Yes.
Because right now our budget is not the allocated 25 million. It's way less than that. So, additional questions from the board?
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Okay, so temporary pumps, what kind of noise do temporary pumps make?
You can bring in temporary electric pumps. You may be used to diesel pumps, but in a lot of cases, electric pumps are better options for this kind of scenario. They're really not much different than the permanent pumps. They wouldn't be submersible in this case. They'd be more like a split case style pump. But I would not consider them loud. I mean, you're not going to notice them over the vehicles driving down the road most of the time.
But there's people that live in the building right in back.
Yeah, additionally, we would put a sound attenuated enclosure around them, not only around the outside, but also over the top, so that that noise couldn't be able to penetrate over into the adjacent neighbors. We recognize the proximity to the neighbors, and we need to be good neighbors and make sure that we're not intruding on their sleep.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
Okay, so your 31 months, you know, everyone else is saying 24 months. Are you basing your time on the lead time for the mechanicals for the tank? Is that what your time schedule is based on?
That is a significant portion of it. I think it's also important to note the permitting pieces. We've talked about the wetlands. We've also talked a little bit about the regulatory folks about drinking water. That just doesn't happen overnight either. So when you consider all the permitting aspects, that's what's elongating the schedule from what we've heard from some of the other teams to 31 months.
Thank you.
Some comments from the board? 3.5 minutes. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thanks. So I guess on a couple of slides, one of them led off with the title of integration. There was this conceptual plan, very conceptual, that suggested that the tank would go in the southeast corner, if I'm recalling correctly. And I guess I just don't understand how that will work. Has your team looked at the actual, well, I guess it can be described, but tell me what that one there. So I guess off to the left, is that Ocean Avenue?
Correct. And so where the secure staff parking is shown here is basically where the current firehouse is. So we'd basically be building the new tank in the back entrance of the firehouse that currently exists.
So not in its current footprint?
Correct.
So how does that work in terms of?
You would have to go to a back-end option only during that period of that firehouse.
Right, but if you're looking at these property lines, while we're definitely doing both of these as a joint project, I think you're kind of restricted to the current parcel lot that the tank is on. Because it is described in the solicitation that these are two separate entities. And if you look on the property appraisals, the property to the south belongs to the city of Riviera Beach. The very small circle just around the tank is the UD. So, I mean, you're contemplating obviously shifting the entire location onto the city of Riviera Beach's property. And I guess what's to occur with the existing property to the north?
You're essentially flipping the two options. You're moving the pump station to the south and the fire station to the north, if I'm correct in my directions. And really, that's the only way to keep the existing pump station and tank in service, right? Because you can't demolish the existing tank and pump station without losing service for, I would say, a year at a minimum. So in order to keep your potable service in place, you would build a new tank and new pump station to the south in that zone, which allows you then demo the existing tank to the north and build the new fire station to the north.
Okay, understood.
1 minute, board. Additional comments, questions? One last question. What is the last fire station you completed, Haskell?
Haskell has done a handful of fire stations, most recently in Pembroke Pines would be the closest, but that's why we have Core on the team, and they've built fire stations much more recently than that most recent one.
Okay.
Yeah, Fire Station 49 ongoing is another one that they have ongoing right now. Again, the specialty of the team is we've got professionals in each of the categories. They're our fire station professionals.
Okay. Last question. So I've recognized in your proposal on a previous project in South Carolina, you used Brown and Caldwell. How big is Haskell? I mean, you guys are national?
We are. We've got 20 offices around the United States. We're the largest design build company headquartered here in Florida. We're at 2,300 employees.
Thank you so much. That
$2 billion
is our time.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, thank you to your team and for organizing and responding to the bid. Thank you so much for your presentation. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, that concludes the presentation, so I would ask that the Assistant City Manager and the procurement staff come up to help facilitate the ranking process.
Ms. Jacobs, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. On behalf of the staff and the elected body, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Kaufman Lynn Construction, the Haskell Company, and Cass Construction Company for your interest in working with the City of Riviera Beach and for the presentations that you presented tonight with regards to the design and construction of the fire station and water tank project. At this time, we ask the elected body if you would please go ahead and proceed with ranking the presentations.
Board ready? Okay. Scores. We'll go in the same order again. Myself, 3, Haskell. 2, Cat. 3, Haskell Company. 2, Cass Construction. 1, Kaufman Lynn. Glenn Spitters, Dr. Spitters.
Mr. Chair, I have a disclosure to make.
Yes, sir.
I didn't realize until this evening that REG was an architect firm being used by one of the firms putting in a submittal today. I could tell you that REG has worked for a project that I am working on in Lake Park that I'm developing. I haven't met with Rick Gonzalez or anyone from his firm with respect to this project. I do not have an ownership or any interest in his company, so I just have to disclose this for the record.
Thank you, Dr. Spitters. Scores?
Okay, scores, I have Kaufman Lynn as number 1. I have Cast as number 2 and Haskell as number 3.
Kashawn Miller Anderson?
Number 3, I have Haskell Company. 2, Kaufman Lynn. 1, Cass.
Councilwoman Lanier?
I have Kaufman Lynn at number 1, Cast at number 2, and Haskell at number 3.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes, number 1, I have Cass. Number 2, I have Kaufman Lynn. Number 3, I have the Haskell Company.
Okay. Kaufman Lynn with 1.4. Cass Construction with 1.6. And then Haskell with 3.0. So Kaufman Lynn is firm number 1, ranked number 1. Cass Construction is number 2. And the Haskell Company is number 3.
Yes, Mr. Chair. At this particular time, I will also ask for the procurement staff to provide some clarity with respect to the other scoring matrix that was provided for the police department, just from the standpoint is that the information was put in as whole numbers, and we just wanted to state what the actual scores. It didn't change the ranking, but we do want to make sure that that's clear for the public record as well. So Ms. She'll take some time to resolve that particular issue. But at this particular point, we will move into the subsequent agenda items that effectively facilitate the award, and then moving into the corresponding resolutions to authorize the design and engineering monies as well as the interim agreement. One of the questions that was posed earlier, we do have an answer for both the questions that were posed. It was asked if we were to vacate this particular process, how long it would take for us to be able to move forward with a design and then ultimately a bid. In order for us to get design professionals, we would have to procure those types of services, and that's probably a 4 to 6 month process. And then you've seen design timelines can range anywhere from 6 to 8 months, so probably more likely a year before you would go out to bid for that project. And so I did want to provide some additional comments with respect to that, because that was a question. And then the other question was if what was the difference between this solicitation and OHLA? And Ms. Boynton, correct me if I'm wrong, in that particular situation, we only had one outfit that was responsive and responsible. And so we moved forward in bypassing what was called for in the solicitation and went straight into negotiations, correct?
That is correct. Ola was found responsive and responsible to the solicitation requirements, where the second firm, they only addressed one portion, which was the sports part of it, instead of addressing the entire project as requested by the RFQ.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Boynton, Mr. Evans, my question revolved around when does the cone of silence end? Because you guys were doing a negotiation and we were prohibited from having conversations. What was stated tonight is upon passage of this resolution, then the cone of silence will end and then negotiations will begin. That's the discrepancy I was asking for staff to resolve. When does the cone of silence end? Is it when we authorize this resolution? Because certainly that wasn't the case with OHL.
Okay, based on the the cone of silence in accordance with the code, the cone of silence ends in the following process. Upon award or upon execution of a contract, rejection of all bid responses received, and I can't remember the last part, but basically we have 2 resolutions being presented to City Council tonight, which is a recommendation for award as well as addressing the interim contract agreement related to the city manager's authority to enter into an interim agreement. Mr. Goldstein can provide further clarification if needed.
Councilman, do you want additional clarification from Mr. Goldstein?
I don't even know what these people are talking about at this point. She started off saying that the cone of silence ends tonight after we adopt the resolution. You know, it just seems like a different process. I mean, I don't know what Mr. Goldstein can tell us about our code, but what I'm saying to you is there's a different standard when it's a different project. We were prohibited and we were bound by the cone of silence until staff came back and says we could not reach any kind of agreement during negotiation. Therefore, we're canceling the solicitation. Meanwhile, the city council was left completely out of the process. So what you're saying or submitting to us tonight, Ms. Jacobs, is that upon adoption of these resolutions, then we're going to ultimately have the cone of silence to end. That's 2 separate things. So I'm trying to find out, when does the cone of silence end? Not the process. When does cone of silence end in this particular matter? Because certainly it was different than in the previous situation we've seen in the fall of last year.
Mr. Evans?
Go ahead. Mr. Chair, if I may. Please. With the process for City Hall, that was a ITB, I believe, or ITN. This is a request for qualifications, and so in the agenda item, you're seeing a situation where a staff is bringing forward a recommendation to award, and then the cone of silence would effectively end once the board takes action to award these particular projects. And so that's when the cone of silence would end. On the previous situation with the City Hall solicitation, we were still in the process to move forward with negotiations. If we were successful with the negotiation, we would have brought forth a contract which would have ended that particular cone of silence. So we utilized two different procurement vehicles for the purposes of the solicitation processes.
So to that point, Mr. Evans, just to answer the question, after we adjourn this meeting, the code of silence is effectively over for the entire.
Mr. Chair, if I may, after you would award the contract, or the firms the book of business, yes.
So at the end of this meeting, if we go through these resolutions, this cone of silence is over.
Mr. Chair, if these items pass, yes, sir.
If they pass. Thank you. Additional questions from the board? Okay.
Yes,
Well,
follow.
Mr. Chair?
Councilman McCoy, Dr. Spiritus.
And that begs the next question. So also inside this evaluation criteria, it provided that if negotiations were unsuccessful, then I believe it, oh, here it is, here. But there is a process where the city can go to the next ranked firm. Is that correct? I recall seeing that in one of these pages. Sound familiar?
That is correct. Yes, it's correct.
So essentially, we will adopt an agreement, an interim agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And in good faith, with the expectations of negotiations in a design with a development agreement. And if that fails, then we go to the next firm. But the cone of silence does essentially cease upon the adoption of the interim agreement.
Right.
I beg your pardon?
If those four resolutions are approved, yes, tonight, the cone of silence ends.
Okay. Thank you.
And we apologize, Mr. McCoy, for any confusion.
Thank you. Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Okay, so, my question with the cone of silence is, if we were to make an amendment to the resolution where it would be subject to the agreement coming back to the city council for approval, would that change anything with reference to that, to the cone of silence?
Mr. Lawson?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Spiritus, are you referring to the second agreement?
If we say that any of these agreements is subject to, but they are not finalized until they come back to the city council for approval after they've been negotiated by the city manager.
Well, it's my understanding, as of tonight, if the board approves all four of the agreements, they will, and Mr. Evans he will then be allowed to negotiate the contracts or the interim agreements with those two firms.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if we amend those resolutions, if there's a motion to amend it, stating that we want those agreements before they're executed to come back to the city council for approval, would that change anything?
No. No.
Mr. Chair, if I may, go ahead. From a procedural perspective, it would not change, but it would cause for invariably some delays associated with the project. But from a process standpoint, it is the interim agreement, and then we bring the more comprehensive agreement for board ratifications that gets into the more specificities. But procedurally, if you did that, no, but it would cause some delays on the project.
Thank you, Dr. Spiritus. And board, don't forget, let's not walk out with these scorecards or scoring selection forms. Mr. Evans, next step. Well, before we do go on, I actually wanted to just thank all the teams that responded tonight, all the teams that were participating in this process, and just commend every single one of you for being and having your interest in Riviera Beach and wanting to support the uplift and build Riviera Beach. So thank you and congratulations to both teams that actually were awarded these initial discussions and disclosed bids. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, at this particular moment, it's staff's recommendation that we move into the resolutions that are before you this evening for ratifications by inserting the names of the companies that were successful.
All right, resolution 11A, guys.
Did we hear from Ms. Boynton?
Which one? The cone of silence?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. with regards to the score for
yes.
the police station. Sorry,
Go
Ms. Boyden.
Okay, for Core Construction Services of Florida LLC, their score is 1.2. For A&F Group Inc., theirs is 2.8. Kaufman Land Construction Inc. is 2.0. So the ranking is Core Construction Services of Florida LLC is number 1. Kaufman Land Construction Inc. is number 2. A&F Group Inc. is number 3.
Thank you. Resolution 11A. Madam Clerk.
Item 11A, Resolution 70-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding request for qualifications RFQ 1104-23-4 to Core Construction Services of Florida LLC for the provision of a progressive design build of a new state-of-the-art police complex at 1621 West Blue Heron Boulevard and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, Chair Pro Tem, and board members, I would like to read into the record the amended language. Section 1 had a scrivener's error. There may have been a number 27 that will be deleted. And Section 2, I would like to read into the record, the mayor and city clerk are hereby authorized to execute a development agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and the number 1 ranked vendor. And if a development agreement cannot be executed with the number 1 ranked vendor, then the mayor and city clerk are hereby authorized to execute a development agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and the number 2 ranked vendor. Mr. Chair, we do have 2 public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Motion.
So moved.
Motion made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, this item before you is to seek City Council authorization to adopt Resolution 7024, which effectively authorizes the staff to move forward with a progressive design bill with Core Construction for the facilitation of a agreement for the construction of, or the design and engineering services for the construction of the Riviera Beach Police Department, and staff is prepared to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Public comment?
Lady Goldwire. Mary Bram.
Tonight it is about 3 minutes to 12 or maybe 12 o'clock. It is some takeaways here. Congratulations to the groups that preceded, CORE as well. And I took some notes and I noted some notes. And I also would like you all to pay attention here to what some of the presenters said. CORE, they were selected. Every month we will come back with an update. You all hold them to that, because it must not be any gaps or any delays in how we're trying to proceed here. They has been in business for 78 years, so that speaks volumes there. So whether or not they will be able to move on this police station here, because Ms. Bram took a tour over where the officers are located at now. I can knock on those walls there. And if I knock hard, I can punch holes in those walls there, because that's just how detrimental that building is over there that those officers are in. I went to the evidence room, the airborne, the ventilators in there. I was so sick when I left out of there. It was just like I was fumigated, because it's no air ventilations that is proper over there. They are just like sardines cramped up there in spaces there. yes, we must do better. So this group that has this contract or whatever you all will award, you all make sure we as residents want these things done. And we do not want to be labeled with paying all of these consultants. Because your bond money is designated for the spending of those items that we as registered voters voted on. So you all have made an initiative step here tonight. It is what you do as a board to make sure that these things are executed properly. Because they stood here tonight, and you all had the opportunity to hear them, as well as the general public, and as well as we. So you all need to hold them accountable for what they are to do in this city here. It is time out for this. We want to see things move, and we want to see them properly move. So I'm going to say that for all the items that CARD was in. BC for the fire department as well. This applies to all of that. Thank you. And
Your
have a
comments,
good
ma'am.
evening.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier? Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Congratulations to the team and thank you. 11B?
Item 11B, Resolution 71-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding RFQ-1104-23-4 to Core Construction Services of Florida, LLC, authorizing the mayor and city manager to execute an interim agreement between Core Construction Services of Florida, LLC, and the City of Riviera Beach to provide design, build, finance, pre-development services for a new police complex, authorizing the city manager to issue a work order in an amount not to exceed $3.5 million, requiring a comprehensive development agreement to be submitted to City Council for approval, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payments from project number 23076 and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Motion?
I'll move.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, staff recommends approval of Resolution 7124. This facilitates the appropriation of monies for the design and engineering services for the Riviera Beach Police Department, and then allows for us to proceed forward with an interim agreement and then ultimately bringing a comprehensive agreement to the board to facilitate the GMP and the construction activities necessary to complete the particular project. And at this time, staff recommends approval of Resolution 7124.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We had two. I believe Ms. Goldwire has left, so we do have one. Mrs. Mary Brown.
I think she said she was going to save her comments. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Okay. Questions from the board? And Mr. Evans, one of the questions that was asked earlier was the schedule or the timeline. When are you going to be bringing back the contract, the awards? What updates will the board be receiving with this negotiation process?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, we can look to bring back at least a written correspondence on a monthly basis with respect to this. But this particular project and these projects shouldn't take much time to get through the interim agreement, and then more of the time, energy, and effort will be placed in the long-term agreement because we do have some boilerplate language that we have utilized. So we can put a standing item on the agenda, or I can do it during my manager report on some of the items associated with this particular project, whatever the board's pleasure is. If it's a written or verbal presentation, we can accommodate.
Pleasure of the board. Monthly standing update item on both of these is so far. Go ahead.
If you make sure that it is a part of the agenda. it was on the agenda? Under discussion or deliberation or update or something?
Mr. Chair, if I
Go
may.
ahead, go ahead, Mr. Evans.
I will include it as maybe an executive memo from the manager, and if you want to discuss it, we're more than welcome to discuss it, but if you just want to have it filed in the public record, it can be that as a tool. So it won't be discussed unless it's a situation where you want me to verbalize what's contained in the memo.
Follow Mr. Evans, and to that point, my only concern is just getting an update, so we just consistently, in your manager comments, just to give us a monthly update. I don't think it needs to be a scheduled item or a agended item, but at least an update monthly to give us a status.
Chair?
Councilwoman, go ahead.
The only reason I said that is that there are several projects that said that, and I don't hear it when it comes to the meeting. And the next thing we know, 6, 8 months have passed, and then we're asking questions about it. That was the only reason I asked that it be placed as a part of the manager's comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Additional comments from the board? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. 11C?
Item 11C, Resolution 72-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding request for qualifications, RFQ 1103-23-4, to Kaufman Lynn Construction for the provision of a progressive design build of a new state-of-art fire station and 1 million gallon water tank with supporting pump, fuel, and generator building at 5010/5020 North Ocean Drive, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, Chair Pro Tem, and board members, please note that Section 1 may contain a scrivener's error with the number 27 included into the language, and I will read the amended language for Section 2. The mayor and city clerk are hereby authorized to execute a development agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and the number 1 ranked vendor, and if a development agreement cannot be executed with the number 1 ranked vendor, then the mayor and city clerk are hereby authorized to execute a development agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and the number 2 ranked vendor. Mr. Chair, we did have one public comment card from Mrs. Brown, but she has declined her comment for this item. The acceptance of public comment cards for this item is closed.
Resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Chair, staff recommends Resolution 7224. This effectively awards the progressive design build for the Riviera Beach Fire Station 86 to Kaufman Lynn, and staff is prepared to answer any questions that the board may have, but the staff does recommend approval.
Question from the board? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. 11D?
Item 11D, resolution number 73-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding RFQ 1103-23-4 to Kaufman Lynn Construction, authorizing the mayor and city manager to execute an interim agreement between Kaufman Lynn Construction and the City of Riviera Beach to provide design, build, finance, pre-development services for fire rescue and water tank facilities, authorizing the city manager to issue a work order in an amount not to exceed $2.5 million, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payments from project number 23083, requiring a comprehensive development agreement to be submitted to City Council for approval and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards for this item. The acceptance of public comment cards is now closed.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
I will make a motion to approve with the caveat of an allocation regarding the water tank facility so that we know what allocation is apportioned to the utility special district, because certainly $2.5 million for pre-development costs can't be for the water tank facilities. The water tank certainly should be treated separately because that is not a part of the bond issuance. So I would preference my motion on that. And obviously not just the allocation, I mean, it would have to be expended and it can't be from the same project number. Am I right, Ms. Reynolds?
Mr. Councilperson.
Evans, go ahead.
Yes, we would facilitate the creation of a separate project number.
Okay, and obviously I want to know exactly what that looks like because $2.5 million is certainly monies that's coming out of bond proceeds, but I want to know what contribution or what allocation that is associated with the water treatment plant. Because members, we did raise our rates 22%, I believe it was, for water, and then wastewater 27%. So this is where the rubber meets the road, and I want to know what these costs looks like in terms of getting our water utility facilities where they need to be. So thank you. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Motion on the table. Additional discussion from that. There was a comment and conversation about the utility district footprint, and I think every proposer was moving the water tank off of the utility district footprint to the south end of the property. What is going to be the process for that of doing a land swap?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Mr. Evans?
that's going to be part of conversations and discussions with them. We haven't got into great specificities internally as staff. We've looked at that. But, you know, all the options that we've looked at contemplate some type of vertical construction that's necessary to maximize that particular site. But we would probably bring that back, obviously, utility district, city council, in some form of an agreement to facilitate the property swap or a lease or what have you. So that's something that we're going to flesh out here over the next couple of weeks and bring back.
And my only other comments were just making sure that we're just staying consistent. The reason we want to get updates is because we want to hit these timelines. I think we were given timelines of 24 months and 36 months by the awarded team. So I want us to make sure that we're at meeting those and beating those deadlines. Mr. Councilman Pro Temp has put a amendment on the table and has been properly seconded. Discussion? Vote for amendment, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Chair Pro Tem McCoy, and Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. The motion passed with the amendment to the resolution. Discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I do want to take this opportunity to thank the board, obviously, for your leadership and obviously your commitment to this project and to the aggressive capital improvements plan that we set forth. To the teams that were selected, looking forward to working with you all, and to the teams that believed in our community, thank you for submitting proposals for our city, and we really appreciate the time, energy, and effort that each of you place in the process. But most importantly, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the staff. The staff has worked diligently to work through this for years now and to get it to this particular point. But I do want to take a point to call out one specific staff person, as Ms. Boynton has done a phenomenal job in helping move these procurements forward. I can tell you I've talked to other managers, and most municipalities, any procurement over $10 million goes out to private providers to put together the solicitation documents. And out of your procurement department, you're putting out legacy projects. In some cases, procurement officials don't put out these types of projects in their entire career. And so she's done an outstanding job, and the team has done an outstanding job to help get these to good points to where you all had a little taste of what some of the selection committee works on. So I did want to make it a point to thank her for her time, energy, and effort that she's placed, and amongst everyone else that's been involved in the process, that have, you know, sat on committees, that have done a lot of the work. But it really rubber meets the road when Ms. Boynton puts it on Demand Star, and we hope that people submit. So, you know, from administration and all the residents in Riviera Beach, thank you for your time, energy, and effort that you put into these projects. We appreciate it. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Discussion by City Attorney.
No comment, Mr. Chair.
Committee reports from the board. Statements by the mayor and city councils, starting with Dr. Spiritus.
Nothing.
Nothing. Councilwoman Lanier.
I have two announcements. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the Brooks Center, we will have our second Education Advisory Committee meeting. That is 541 West 4th Street, 6 p.m. tomorrow evening. Also on May 18th, the city is sponsoring their May 18th recognition. And I also like to thank Ms. Deirdre Jacobs for her excellent work in making sure that this process goes off tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
I just wanted to reiterate what everyone else has said. Thank you to those of you that did put in to buy for the police station and the fire station. Truly appreciate it. I know there are times, sometimes it seems like we're not going to get anything done, but our team, the staff and council make their way to get things done. So appreciate all of you for your work. Thank you.
Councilman Coy?
Yes, I'm trying to see how I can follow that, but I can't even sit here and compliment staff. I don't know how this solicitation went out in the fall of last year, and we didn't get the documents until Thursday night. That leaves Friday, which I was already on, emailing and asking questions. Monday, I was meeting with Mr. Goldstein for an hour and a half. Tuesday, I still had to work through 600 pages. This solicitation went to the evaluation committee in January. It was set to be on the agenda in February. Now we're here in May. I don't know how you guys can compliment folks on that when we're part-time elected officials with a whole career and we're expected to sit into a meeting 6 hours and 20 minutes after spending about that much time in reading and preparing for the documents. This goes to the very point that I know she's worked hard, Ms. Evans. I've called her quite a bit to get clarifications, but there has to be a better process. I know we're in the process of doing recruitment for a director, but under no circumstances should we be expected to get a document on Thursday after business, then be working professionals. We had a topping off ceremony on Friday. Then there was also another event that occurred yesterday with the police station. It's just impossible. There's no way, unless, like the gentleman said today, that you expect council members to sit here and just approve anything that staff puts in front of them. But this is a lot of work, and I don't take it for granted when these people come in and put 80-page solicitations in it. I feel obligated. I feel like it's my solemn duty to do as much as I can to sit there and read and work through every single document. And when I have a question, I want to at least be fair. Perhaps may not be favorable to whoever the respondent is, but at least everybody can get a fair shot. And that becomes very difficult when you can't get the information timely. And I can't figure out for the life of me how staff has had this since February, completed, set to go to the city council, and we get it in May. And you ask us to do, you ask us to sit here in 6 hours. That's not okay. And, you know, it seems like deja vu, or I've seen this movie before. This happened time and time again. Now we're set again, members, to meet here on the 15th. I know staff has been here late. Why I brought it up to the manager, there should be some sort of flex schedules. I mean, we ought to be firefighters because we put out fires regularly, and certainly Mr. Evans does because we're constantly getting emails. And I know we had a major issue that they had to address today, didn't prepare for the meeting today, but tomorrow we're going to get an agenda and we're going to repeat this cycle again. To that point, another thing that I recognize is last week we gave up our related, at least I provided my related party disclaimer to the city finance director to go to the external auditors. So I would imagine at some point we're going to have a presentation by our external auditors, despite there not being any kind of audit committee oversight over this audit. So if there was any concerns, that would not have been even resolved up to this point. So here's my concern, and I brought this up to someone today. So we're going to accept an audit that's going to be presented to us, despite there not being any audit committee meetings for probably a year, and then turn around and have this same audit selection committee turn around and make a recommendation as to who the auditor is. Things are so disjointed in this organization, I don't even know what to say. That goes against every single generally accepted accounting principle that I know of, that you have to have an audit committee that provides oversight in terms of external audits. Lastly, this will be the third meeting, and I think, I'm not even gonna lie, my last time asking why staff is out on the weekend installing utility meters, but I get countless complaints how a single-family home has a bill of $400, $500, $600 when one person living in the house with no irrigation system. If there's something going on with the meters, what does it take for us to figure it out? It seems like finance and Mr. Sherman works in a silo. He operates completely with no oversight. Mr. Evans, I would ask if the board can support me on this, because this is the third meeting that I've asked this, that we bring back a report as to why everyone, and ironically, you know what district they're occurring in? District 1. And I know, members, you may not recognize this, but I'm almost half of the city that I represent, so the calls don't stop that I have to sit here and triage issues that folks believe because they knew McCoy from Sunday school. Yeah, believe it or not, I did go to church. But that they would rather call me to figure out why there's water issues, but I mean, we can't even resolve why we keep having these same issues time and time again, where we have these unusual water events and somebody's out 7 days a week changing out meters. Mr. Evans, there's a problem here, and I'm asking that somebody brings us a resolution or some sort of explanation as to why this keeps happening. And not only that, if they're changing it out, who's paying for it and at what cost? Mr. Evans, this is serious business. I've already uncovered a situation where we have recorded in official records down at the courthouse a resolution 95-101, which authorized a lien for a utility bill in 2008. How could a 95 resolution authorize a utility bill lien for a property that wasn't even built until 2008? So we have serious issues that somebody needs to sit down and have a conversation about. So having these meetings and talking about all this fun stuff, let's top off and let's go to this demolition, like we're dealing with people's issues here. And if you think that we're building all of these projects, that's a great thing. It's going to be even sadder when those same people that we represent can't even live in this community because we have systematic processes that's set up to gentrify this community and keep us blocked out. That's why we are represented. And when you come to office, and it's nothing intended to my colleagues, and I heard the name Messam mentioned today, and I think Mr. Messam mentioned in a legislative committee meeting, and it touched me in the heart. When you get elected to office, don't let that seat be a lazy boy, because you can't forget why you get here. And if it's not representing people, we can do the fun stuff, then why are you really here? So, Mr. Evans, please, for this time, you know, I'm already dealing with issues with unannounced or unexplained why we're paying for trash, but please explain to us why we have folks that are constantly changing out utility meters, and they've been doing so for 7 days a week, at least probably from November or December of last year, but definitely from the start of 2024. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Evans, if you could bring that back to us, that information next meeting. Mayor?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I just wanted to close with saying that I am going to praise this board, the staff, and what's happening. One of my colleagues mentioned that these are legacy projects that are happening, and we've elevated the level of leadership on behalf of the council. So when we challenge staff and we challenge each other, it's because we've elevated the expectation and the level of expectation for the city of Riviera Beach. This board has completed 3 fire station bids, 1 police station, water treatment. So we're literally moving forward. This is unprecedented anywhere in this world, anywhere in this country. So the burden is going to fall on our taxpayers, it's going to fall on our community. So these expectations, these concerns that my colleagues address are based upon the fact that, yeah, we can celebrate for a few minutes, but lives are on the line. So we have to make sure that we account for this. A few of us on this board have just under a year left to serve on this board, and we want to make sure this is accomplished. Mr. Evans, one of the concerns that I had is the study. Every person, every individual that came in here talked about disparity, talked about local participation, talked about intentional, talked about minority women and black-owned businesses from Riviera Beach. Every person walked in here and did that. Before this board came together, that wasn't a discussion. We were at about 3%. Every person talked about how they're expecting 50% or more. That's not going to continue when this board leaves. What's going to happen is that it depends on who's here and who's going to be serving, because that policy has not been implemented. So that disparity study is something that I would love for us to get done, that I'm going to demand and require that we get done. And then in addition to that, also allowing for us to implement other policies that can bypass the time that we're on this board. So this is a celebratory night, so everybody that stayed to the wee hours of the night, congratulations and thank you. Let's continue to build the city forward. But we all have to go to sleep, and at the end of the day, we're going to go to bed, and the day's going to end. So let's go ahead and move it forward and get back to tomorrow so that we can continue to push this forward. All right? But Mr. Evans, that study, we would love to see that brought before this board. I know that we don't have the data yet. I know that we're still working on the procurement department, and that's implemented there. But if we can follow up with our consultants to get this information, because I'm honored that every person in here talked about locals, that they had partners, that they had businesses. But again, once we're not pushing it or somebody's not pushing it from this dais, it's not going to continue. So if we don't be intentional about this, it's not going to continue to happen. So if we can bring that. Any additional comments? No further business. Congratulations, board. This meeting is adjourned.